say that the battle near London was terrible. They say Arthur fought all day.
10 minutes, I said dismissively.
And they all declare that Lancelot saved him, arriving at the last moment with 100 spearmen.
They all say that, I said, because Lancelot's poets wrote the songs. She shook her head sadly.
If this,
she said, slapping the big leather bag in which she carries the finished parchments back to the care,
is the only record of Lancelot, Derfel, then what will people think? That the poets lie?
Well, who cares what people think? I answered testily. And poets always lie. It's what they're paid to do. But you ask me for the truth. I tell it, and then you complain.
Lancelot's warriors, she quoted, spearmen so bold, makers of widows and givers of gold, slayers of Saxons, feared by the Sais—
Oh, do stop, I interrupted her. Please. I heard the song a week after it was written.
But if the songs lied, she pleaded, why didn't Arthur protest?
Because he never cared about songs. Why should he? He was a warrior, not a bard, and so long as his men sang before battle, he didn't care. And besides, he could never sing himself. He thought he had a voice, but Cynwyn always said he sounded like a cow with wind. Igraine frowned.
I still don't understand why Lancelot's making peace was so very bad.
Oh, it isn't difficult to understand, I said. I slid off the stool and crossed to the hearth, where I used a stick to pull some glowing embers from the small fire. I arranged 6 embers in a line on the floor, then split the row into 2 and 4. The 4 embers, I said, represent Ael's forces. The 2 are Cerdic's. Now, understand we could never have beaten the Saxons if all the embers had been together. We could not have defeated 6, but we could beat 4. Arthur planned to beat those 4, then turn on the 2, and that way we could have scoured Britain of the Sais. But by making peace, Lancelot increased Cerdic's power. I added another ember to the 2, so that 4 now faced a group of 3, then shook the flame off the burning stick. We had weakened Ael, I explained, but we'd weakened ourselves too, for we no longer had Lancelot's 300 spearmen. They were pledged to peace. That increased Cerdic's power even more. I pushed 2 of Ael's embers into Cerdic's camp, dividing the line into 5 and 2. So all we had done, I said, was weaken Ael and strengthen Cerdic. And that's what Lancelot's peacemaking achieved.
You are giving Our Lady lessons in counting?
Sansom sidled into the room with a suspicious look on his face.
And I thought you were composing a gospel, he added slyly. The 5 loaves and 2 fishes, Igraine said swiftly. Brother Derfel thought it might be 5 fishes and 2 loaves, but I'm sure I'm right. Am I not, Lord Bishop?
My lady is quite right, Sansom said.
And Brother Derfel is a poor Christian. How can such an ignorant man write a gospel for the Saxons? Only with your loving support, Lord Bishop, Igraine answered. And of course with my husband's support. Or shall I tell the king that you oppose him in this small thing? You would be guilty of the grossest falsehood if you did, Sansom lied to her, outmaneuvered again by my clever queen. I came to tell you, lady, that your spearmen believe you should leave. The sky threatens more snow. She picked up the bag of parchments and gave me a smile. I shall see you when the snow has stopped, Brother Derfel.
I shall pray for that moment, lady. She smiled again, then walked past the saint, who half bowed as she went through the door. But once she had gone, he straightened and stared at me. The tufts above his ears that made us call him the Mouse Lord are white now, but age has not softened the saint. He can still bristle with vituperation, and the pain that still afflicts him when he passes urine only serves to make his temper worse. There is a special place in hell, Brother Derfel, he hissed at me, for the tellers of lies. I shall pray for those poor souls, Lord, I said, then turned from him and dipped this quill in ink to go on with my tale of Arthur, my warlord, my peacemaker and friend. What followed were the glorious years. Igraine, who listens to the poets too much, calls them Camelot. We did not. They were the years of Arthur's best rule, the years when he shaped a country to his wishes, and the years in which Dumnonia most closely matched his ideal of a nation at peace with itself and with its neighbours. But it is only by looking back that those years seem so much better than they were. And that is because the years that followed were so much worse. To hear the tales told at night-time hearths, you would think we had made a whole new country in Britain, named it Camelot, and peopled it with shining heroes. But the truth is that we simply ruled Dumnonia as best we could. We ruled it justly, and we never called it Camelot. I did not even hear that name till 2 years ago. Camelot exists only in the poet's dreams, while in our Dumnonia, even in those good years, the harvest still failed, the plagues still ravaged us, and the wars were still fought. Cynwyn came to Dumnonia, and it was in Lindinis that our first child was born. It was a girl, and we called her Morwenna, after Cynwyn's mother. She was born with black hair, but after a while it turned pale gold like her mother's. Lovely Morwenna. Merlin was proved right about Guinevere, for as soon as Lancelot had established his new government in Venter, she declared herself tired of the brand-new palace at Lindinis. It was too damp, she said, and much too exposed to the wet winds coming off the swamps about Inniswydren, and too cold in winter. And suddenly nothing would do except to move back to Uther's old winter palace at Durnovaria. But Durnovaria was almost as far from Venter as Lindinis, so Guinevere then persuaded Arthur that they needed to prepare a house for the distant day when Mordred became king, and, by a king's right, demanded the winter palace's return. So Arthur let Guinevere make the choice. Arthur himself dreamed of a stout hall with a palisade, beast house and granaries. But Guinevere found a Roman villa just south of the fort of Vindocladia, that lay, just as Merlin had foretold, on the frontier between Dumnonia and Lancelot's new Belgic kingdom. The villa was built on a hill above a creek of the sea, and Guinevere called it her sea palace. She had a swarm of builders renovate the villa and fill it with all the statues that had once graced Lindinis. She even commandeered the mosaic floor from Lindinis's entrance hall. For a time, Arthur worried that the sea palace was dangerously close to Cerdic's land, but Guinevere insisted the peace negotiated at London would last, and Arthur, realizing how she loved the place, relented. He never cared what place he called home, for he was rarely at home. He liked to be on the move, always visiting some corner of Mordred's kingdom. Mordred himself moved into the ransacked palace at Lindinis, and Cynwyn and I had his guardianship, and so lived there too. And with us were 60 spearmen, 10 horsemen to carry messages, 16 kitchen girls, and 28 house slaves. We had a steward, a chamberlain, a bard, 2 huntsmen, a mead brewer, a falconer, a physician, a doorkeeper, a candleman, and 6 cooks. And they all had slaves. And besides those house slaves, there was a small army of other slaves who worked the land and pollarded the trees and kept the ditches drained. A small town grew around the palace, inhabited by potters and shoemakers and blacksmiths, the tradespeople who became rich off our business. It all seemed a long way from Cum Isaf. Now we slept in a tiled chamber with plaster-smooth walls and pillared doorways. Our meals were taken in a feasting hall that could have seated 100, though as often as not we left it empty and ate in a small chamber that led directly from the kitchens, for I never could abide food served cold when it was supposed to be hot. If it rained, we could walk the covered arcade of the outer courtyard, and thus stay dry. And in summer, when the sun beat hot on the tiles, there was a spring-fed pool in the inner courtyard where we could swim. None of it was ours, of course. This palace and its spacious lands were the honours due to a king, and all of them belonged to the 6-year-old Mordred. Kynwyn was accustomed to luxury, if not on this lavish scale, but the constant presence of slaves and servants never embarrassed her as it did me, and she discharged her duties with an efficient lack of fuss that kept the palace calm and happy. It was Kynwyn who commanded the servants and supervised the kitchens and tallied the accounts. But I know she missed Cum Isaf, and still of an evening she would sometimes sit with her distaff and spin wool while we talked. As often as not, we talked of Mordred. Both of us had hoped that the tales of his mischief were exaggerations, but they were not. For if any child was wicked, it was Mordred. From the very first day when he came by ox-wagon from Killock's Hall near Durnavaria and was lifted down into our courtyard, he misbehaved. I came to hate him. God help me. He was only a child, and I hated him. The king was always small for his age, but apart from his club left foot, he was solidly built, with hard muscles and little fat. His face was very round, but was disfigured by a strangely bulbous nose that made the poor child ugly, while his dark brown hair was naturally curly and grew in 2 great clumps that jutted out on either side of a centre parting, and made the other children in Lindinnis call him Brushhead, though never to his face. He had strangely old eyes, for even at 6 years old they were guarded and suspicious, and they became no kinder as his face hardened into manhood. He was a clever boy, though he obstinately refused to learn his letters. The bard of our household, an earnest young man named Peerlig, was responsible for teaching Mordred to read, to count, to sing, to play the harp, to name the gods, and to learn the genealogy of his royal descent. But Mordred soon had Peerlig's measure.
"He will do nothing, Lord," Peerlig complained to me. "I give him parchment, he tears it. I give him a quill, and he breaks it. I beat him, and he bites me. Look."
He held out a thin, flea-bitten wrist, on which the marks of the royal teeth were red and sore. I put Eachern, a tough little Irish spearman, into the schoolroom with orders to keep the king in order, and that worked well enough. One beating from Eachern persuaded the child he had met his match, and so he sullenly submitted to the discipline, but still learned nothing. You could keep a child still, it seemed, but you could not make him learn. Mordred did try to frighten Eachern by telling him that when he became king he would take his revenge on the warrior for the frequent beatings. But Eachern just gave him another thrashing and promised that he would be back in Ireland by the time Mordred came of age.
"So, if you want revenge, Lord King," Eachern said, giving the boy another sharp blow, "then bring your army to Ireland, and we'll give you a proper grown-up whipping."
Mordred was not simply a naughty boy. We could have coped with that, but positively wicked. His acts were designed to hurt, even to kill. Once, when he was 10, we found 5 adders in the dark cellar where we kept the vats of mead. No one but Mordred would have placed them there, and doubtless he did it in the hope that a slave or servant would be bitten. The cellar's cold had made the snakes sleepy, and we killed them easily enough. But a month later, a maidservant did die after eating mushrooms that we afterwards discovered were toadstools. No one knew who had made the substitution, but everyone believed it was Mordred. It was as if, Kynwyn said, there was a calculating adult mind inside that pugnacious little body. She, I think, disliked him as much as I did, but she tried hard to be kind to the boy, and she hated the beatings we all gave him.
"They just make him worse,"
she admonished me. "I fear so," I admitted.
"Then why do it?"
I shrugged. Because if you try kindness, he just takes advantage of it. At the beginning, when Mordred had first come to Lindinnis, I had promised myself that I would never hit the boy. But that high ambition had faded within days, and by the end of the first year I only had to see his ugly, sullen, bulbous-nosed, brush-headed face, and I wanted to put him over my knee and beat him bloody. And even Cynwyn eventually struck him. She had not wanted to, but one day I heard her scream. Mordred had found a needle and was idly pushing it at Morwenna's scalp. He had just decided to see what would happen if he pushed the needle into one of the baby's eyes, when Cynwyn came running to see why her daughter cried. She plucked Mordred into the air and gave him such a blow that he went spinning halfway across the room. After that, our children were never left to sleep alone. A servant was always at their side, and Mordred had added Cynwyn's name to the list of his enemies.
"He's simply evil," Merlin explained to me. "Surely you remember the night he was born?"
"Distinctly," I said, for I, unlike Merlin, had been there.
"They let the Christians tend the birthbed, didn't they?" he asked me, "and only summoned Morgan when everything was going wrong. What precautions did the Christians take?"
I shrugged. "Prayers. I remember a crucifix. I had not been in the birth chamber, of course, for no man ever went into a birth chamber, but I had watched from Caer Cadern's ramparts."
"No wonder it all went wrong," Merlin said. "Prayers. What use are prayers against an evil spirit? There has to be urine on the doorsill, iron in the bed, mugwort on the fire."
He shook his head sadly.
"A spirit got into the boy before Morgan could help him, and that's why his foot is so twisted. The spirit was probably clinging onto the foot when it sensed Morgan's arrival."
"So how do we get the spirit out?" I asked.
"With a sword through the wretched child's heart,"
he said, smiling, and leaned back in his chair. "Please, Lord," I insisted. "How?" Merlin shrugged.
"Old Belize reckoned it could be done by putting the possessed person into a bed between two virgins. All of them naked, of course." He chuckled. "Ah, poor old Belize. He was a good druid, but the overwhelming majority of his spells involved taking young girls' clothes off. The idea was that the spirit would prefer to be in a virgin, you see. So you offered it two virgins, so that it would be confused about which one to choose, and the knack of it was to get them all out of the bed at the exact moment when the spirit had come out of the mad person and was still trying to decide which virgin it preferred. And, just at that moment, you dragged all three off the bed and tossed a firebrand onto the bedstraw. It was supposed to burn the spirit to smoke, you see, but it never made much sense to me. I confess I did try the technique once. I tried to cure a poor old fool called Malchdin, and all I achieved was one idiot still mad as a cuckoo, two terrified slave girls, and all three of them slightly scorched." He sighed. "We sent Malchdin to the Isle of the Dead. Best place for him." "Oh, you could send Mordred there."
"The Isle of the Dead is where we sent our terrible mad. Nimue had been there once, and I had fetched her out of its horror." "Arthur would never allow it," I said. "I suppose not. I'll try a charm for you, but I can't say I'm very hopeful." Merlin lived with us now. He was an old man dying slowly, or so it seemed to us, for the energy had been sucked out of him by the fire that had consumed the Tor, and with the energy had gone his dreams of assembling the treasures of Britain. All that was left now was a dry husk growing ever older. He sat for hours in the sun, and in winter he hunched over the fire. He kept his druid's tonsure, though he no longer plaited his beard, but just let it grow wild and white. He ate little, but was always ready to talk, though never about Dinas and Lavain, nor about the dreadful moment when Cerdic had sliced off the plait of his beard. It was that violation, I decided, as much as the lightning strike on the Tor, that had sucked the life from Merlin. Yet he did retain one tiny flickering scrap of hope. He was convinced the cauldron had not been burned, but had been stolen. And early in our stay at Lindinus, he proved it to me in the garden. He built a mock tower of chopped firewood, placed a gold cup in its centre and a handful of tinder at its base, then ordered fire to be fetched from the kitchens. Even Mordred behaved that afternoon. Fire always fascinated the king, and he stared wide-eyed as the model tower blazed in the sunlight. The stacked logs collapsed into the centre, and still the flames leapt, and it was almost dark when Merlin fetched a gardener's rake and combed the ashes. He brought out the golden cup, no longer recognizable as a cup, misshapen and twisted as it was, but still gold. "I reached the tor the morning after the fire, Derfel," he told me, "and I searched and searched through the ashes. I had every scorched timber removed by hand. I sieved the cinders, I raked the remnants, and I found no gold, not one drop. The cauldron was taken, and the tower was set on fire. I suspect the treasures were stolen at the same time, for they were all stored there, except for the chariot and the other one."
"What other one?"
For a moment he looked as if he would not answer. Then he shrugged as if none of it mattered now.
"The sword of Rithok. You know it as Caledfulk."
He was speaking of Arthur's sword, Excalibur. "You gave it to him, even though it's one of the treasures?" I asked in astonishment.
"Why not? He's sworn to return it to me when I need it. He doesn't know it's the sword of Rithok, Derfel, and you must promise me not to tell him. He'll only do something stupid if he finds out, like melt it down to prove he isn't frightened of the gods. Arthur can be very obtuse at times, but he's the best ruler we have, so I decided to give him a little extra secret power by letting him use Rithok's sword. He'd scoff if he knew, of course, but one day the blade will turn to flame, and he won't scoff then."
I wanted to know more about the sword, but he would not tell me.
"It doesn't matter now," he said. "It's all over. The treasures are gone. Nimue will look for them, I suppose. But I'm too old. Much too old."
I hated to hear him say that. After all the effort that had gone into the collection of the treasures, he simply seemed to have abandoned them. Even the cauldron, for which we had suffered the dark road, seemed not to matter any more. "If the treasures still exist, Lord," I insisted, "they can be found." He smiled indulgently.
"They will be found," he said dismissively. "Of course they'll be found."
"Then why don't we look for them?" He sighed as though my questions were a nuisance.
"Because they are hidden, Derfel, and their hiding place will be under a spell of concealment. I know that. I can sense it. So we have to wait until someone tries to use the cauldron. When that happens, we'll know. For only I have the knowledge to use the cauldron properly, and if anyone else summons its powers, they'll spill a horror across Britain."
He shrugged.
"We wait for the horror, Derfel. Then we go to the heart of it, and there we shall find the cauldron."
"So who do you think stole it?" I persisted. He spread his hands to show ignorance.
"Lancelot's men? For Cerdic, probably. Or maybe for those two Silurian twins. I rather underestimated them, didn't I? Not that it matters now. Only time will tell who has it, Derfel. Only time will tell. Wait for the horror to show, then we'll find it."
He seemed content to wait, and while he waited, he told old tales and listened to news, though from time to time he would shuffle into his room that led off the outer courtyard, and there he would work some charm, usually for Morwenna's sake. He still told fortunes, usually by spreading a layer of cold ashes on the courtyard's flagstones, and letting a grass snake ripple its way through the dust, so he could read its trail. But I noted that the fortunes were always bland and optimistic. He had no relish for the task. He did possess some power still, for when Morwenna caught a fever, he made a charm of wool and beechnut shells, then gave her a concoction made from crushed woodlice that took the fever clean away. But when Mordred was sick, he would always devise spells to make the sickness worse, though the king never did weaken and die. "The demon protects him," Merlin explained, "and these days I'm too weak to take on young demons." He would lean back in his cushions and entice one of the cats onto his lap. He had always liked cats, and we had plenty in Lindinnis. Merlin was happy enough in the palace. He and I were friends. He was passionately fond of Cynwyn and our growing family of daughters, and he was looked after by Gwilithin, Ralla, and Cathig, his old servants from the Tor. Gwilithin and Ralla's children grew up alongside ours, and all of them were united against Mordred. By the time the king was 12 years old, Cynwyn had already given birth 5 times. All 3 of the girls lived, but both the boys died within a week of their births, and Cynwyn blamed Mordred's evil spirit for their deaths. "It doesn't want other boys in the palace," she said sadly. "Only girls." "Mordred will go soon," I promised her, for I was counting the days to his 15th birthday, when he would be acclaimed king. Arthur counted the days too, though with some dread, for he feared that Mordred would undo all his achievements. Arthur came frequently to Lindinnis in those years. We would hear hoofbeats in the outer courtyard, the door would be flung open, and his voice would echo through the palace's big, half-empty rooms. "Morwenna! Seren! Dian!" he would shout, and our 3 golden-haired daughters would run or toddle to be swept up in a huge embrace, and then they would be spoiled with presents, honey on a comb, small brooches, or the delicate spiral-patterned shell of a snail. Then, draped by daughters, he would come to whatever room we occupied and give us his latest news. A bridge rebuilt, a law court opened, an honest magistrate found, a highway robber executed, or else some tale of a natural wonder, a sea snake seen off the coast, a calf born with 5 legs, or, once, tales of a juggler who ate fire. "How is the king?" he would always ask, when these wonders had been recounted. "The king grows," Cynwyn would always reply blandly, and Arthur would ask no more. He would give us news of Guinevere, and it was always good, though both Cynwyn and I suspected that his enthusiasm concealed a strange loneliness. He was never alone, but I think he never did discover the twin soul he wanted so much. Guinevere had once been as passionately interested in the business of government as Arthur, but she gradually turned her energies to the worship of Isis. Arthur, who was ever made uncomfortable by religious fervour, pretended to be interested in that woman's goddess, but in truth I think he believed Guinevere was wasting her time searching for a power that did not exist, just as we had once wasted our time pursuing the cauldron. Guinevere gave him only the one son. Either, Cynwyn said, they slept apart, or else Guinevere was using a woman's magic to prevent conception. Every village had a wise woman who knew what herbs would do that, just as they knew what substances could abort a child or cure a sickness. Arthur, I knew, would have liked more children, for he adored them, and some of his happiest times were when he brought Gwydra to stay in our palace. Arthur and his son revelled in the wild pack of ragged, knot-haired children who raced carelessly about Lindinnis, but who always avoided the sullen, brooding presence of Mordred. Gwydra played with our 3, and Ralla's 3, and with the 24 slave or servant children who formed miniature armies for mock combat, or else draped borrowed war cloaks over the branch of a low-growing pear tree in the garden to turn it into a pretend house that imitated the passions and procedures of the larger palace. Mordred had his own companions, all boys, all slave sons, and they, being older, roamed more widely. We heard tales of a reaping hook stolen from a hut, of a thatch or a hayrick fired, of a sieve torn, or a newly laid hedge broken, and, in later years, of a shepherd's girl or a farmer's daughter assaulted. Arthur would listen, shudder, then go and talk with the king. But it made no difference. Guinevere rarely came to Lindinnis, though my duties, that took me all across Dumnonia in Arthur's service, carried me to Dernovaria's winter palace frequently enough, and it was there, as often as not, that I met Guinevere. She was civil to me, but then we were all civil in those days, for Arthur had inaugurated his great band of warriors. He had first described his idea to me in Cum Isaf, but now, in the years of peace that followed the battle outside London, he made his guild of spearmen into a reality. Even to this day, if you mention the Round Table, some old men will remember and chuckle at that ancient attempt to tame rivalry, hostility, and ambition. The Round Table, of course, was never its proper name, but rather a nickname. Arthur himself had decided to call it the Brotherhood of Britain, which sounded far more impressive, but no one ever called it that. They remembered it, if they remembered it at all, as the Round Table Oath, and they probably forgot that it was supposed to bring us peace. Poor Arthur. He really did believe in brotherhood, and if kisses could bring peace, then 1,000 dead men would still be alive to this day. Arthur did try to change the world, and his instrument was love. The Brotherhood of Britain was supposed to have been inaugurated at the Winter Palace at Dernovaria in the summer after Guinevere's father, Leodegan, the exiled king of Henniswyren, had died of a plague. But that July, when we were all supposed to meet, the plague came to Dernovaria again, and so, at the very last moment, Arthur diverted the great gathering to the Sea Palace that was now finished and shining on its hill above the creek. Lindinnis would have been a better place for the inaugural rites, because it was a much larger palace, but Guinevere must have decided that she wanted to show off her new home. Doubtless it pleased her to have Britain's crude, long-haired, rough-bearded warriors wandering through its civilized halls and shadowed arcades. This beauty, she seemed to be telling us, is what you live to protect, though she took good care to make sure that few of us actually slept inside the enlarged villa. We camped outside, and, truth to tell, we were happier there. Kynwyn came with me. She was not well, for the ceremonies occurred not long after the birth of her third child, a boy, and it had been a difficult confinement that had ended with Kynwyn desperately weak and the child dead. But Arthur pleaded for her to come. He wanted all the lords of Britain there, and though none came from Gwynedd, Elmet, or the other northern kingdoms, many others did make the long journey, and virtually all Dumnonia's great men were present. Kyneglas of Powys came, Murig of Gwent was there, Prince Tristan of Kurnow attended, as of course did Lancelot, and all those kings brought lords, druids, bishops, and chieftains, so that the tents and shelters made a great swathe about the Sea Palace's hill. Mordred, who was then 9 years old, came with us, and he, to Guinevere's disgust, was given rooms with the other kings inside the palace. Merlin refused to attend. He said he was too old for such nonsense. Galahad was named the Marshal of the Brotherhood, and so he presided with Arthur, and, like Arthur, believed devoutly in the whole idea. I never confessed as much to Arthur, but I found the whole thing embarrassing. His notion was that we would all swear peace and friendship to one another, and thus heal our enmities and bind each other in oaths that would forbid any in the Brotherhood of Britain from ever raising a spear against another. But even the gods seemed to mock that high ambition, for the day of the ceremony dawned chill and gloomy, though it never did actually rain, which Arthur, who was ridiculously optimistic about the whole thing, declared to be a propitious sign. No swords, spears, or shields were carried to the ceremony, held in the Sea Palace's great pleasure garden, which lay between two newly built arcades that stretched on grass embankments towards the creek. Banners hung from the arcades, where two choirs sang solemn music to give the ceremonies a proper dignity. At the north end of the garden, close to a big arched door that led into the palace, a table had been set. It happened to be a round table, though there was nothing significant in that shape. It was simply the most convenient table to carry out into the garden. The table was not very large, maybe as far across as a man's outstretched hands could reach, but it was, I remember, very beautiful. It was Roman, of course, and made of a white translucent stone, into which had been carved a remarkable horse with great spread wings. One of the wings had a grievous crack running through it, but the table was still an impressive object, and the winged horse a wonder. Sagramore said he had never seen such a beast in all his travels, though he claimed that flying horses did exist in the mysterious countries that lay beyond the oceans of sand, wherever they were. Sagramore had married his sturdy Saxon Mala, and was now the father of 2 boys. The only swords allowed at the ceremony were those belonging to the kings and princes. Mordred's sword lay on the table, and criss-crossed above it were the blades of Lancelot, Murig, Keenaglas, Galahad, and Tristan. One by one we all stepped forward, kings, princes, chieftains, and lords, and placed our hands where the 6 blades touched, and swore Arthur's oath that pledged us to amity and peace. Kynwyn had dressed the 9-year-old Mordred in new clothes, then trimmed and combed his hair in an attempt to stop its curly bristles jutting like twin brushes from his round skull. But he still looked an awkward figure as he limped on his clubbed left foot to mumble the oath. I admit that the moment when I put my hand on the 6 blades was solemn enough. Like most men there, I had every intention of keeping the oath, which was, of course, for men only, for Arthur did not consider this to be women's business, though plenty of women stood on the terrace above the arched door to witness the long ceremony. It was a long ceremony, too. Arthur had originally intended to restrict the membership of his brotherhood to those oath-sworn warriors who had fought against the Saxons. But now he had widened it to include every great man he could lure to the palace, and when the oaths were finished, he swore his own oath, and afterwards stood on the terrace and told us that the vow we had just sworn was as sacred as any we had ever made, that we had promised Britain peace, and that if any of us broke that peace, then it was the sworn duty of every other member of the Brotherhood to punish the transgressor. Then he instructed us to embrace each other, and after that, of course, the drinking started. The day's solemnity did not end as the drinking began. Arthur had watched carefully to see which men avoided other men's embraces, and then, group by group, those recalcitrant souls were summoned to the palace's great hall, where Arthur insisted they should be reconciled. Arthur himself showed an example by first embracing Sansom and afterwards Melwas, the dethroned Belgic king, whom Arthur had exiled to Isker. Melwas submitted with a lumbering grace to the kiss of peace, but he died a month later after eating a breakfast of tainted oysters. Fate, as Merlin loved to tell us, is inexorable. Those more intimate reconciliations inevitably delayed the serving of the feast, which was to take place in the great hall, where Arthur was bringing enemies together, and so more mead was carried out to the garden, where the bored warriors waited and tried to guess which among them would be summoned to Arthur's peacemaking next. I knew I would be summoned, for I had carefully avoided Lancelot during the whole ceremony, and sure enough, Higwyth, Arthur's servant, found me and insisted I go to the great hall, where, as I feared, Lancelot and his courtiers waited for me. Arthur had persuaded Kynwyn to attend, and, to give her some added comfort, he had asked her brother Keenaglas to be present. The 3 of us stood on one side of the hall, Lancelot and his men on the other, while Arthur, Galahad, and Guinevere presided from the dais, where the high table stood ready for the great feast. Arthur beamed at us. "I have in this room," he declared, "some of my dearest friends. King Keenaglas, the best ally any man could have in war or peace. King Lancelot, to whom I am sworn like a brother. Lord Derfel Cadern, the bravest of all my brave men, and dear Princess Cynwyn." He smiled. I stood as awkward as a pea-field scarecrow. Cynwyn looked graceful. Keenaglas stared at the hall's painted ceiling. Lancelot scowled. Amhar and Loholt tried to look belligerent, while Dinas and Lavaine showed nothing but contempt on their hard faces. Guinevere watched us carefully, and her striking face betrayed nothing, though I suspect she felt as scornful as Dinas and Lavaine of this invented ceremony that was so dear to her husband. Arthur fervently wanted peace, and only he and Galahad seemed unembarrassed by the occasion. When none of us spoke, Arthur spread his arms and stepped down from the dais. "I demand," he said, "that the ill blood that exists between you be spilled now. Spilled once, and then forgotten." He waited again. I shuffled my feet, and Keenaglas tugged at his long moustaches. "Please," Arthur said. Cynwyn gave a tiny shrug. "I regret," she said, "the hurt I caused King Lancelot." Arthur, delighted that the ice was melting, smiled at the Belgic king. "Lord King?" He invited a response from Lancelot. "Will you forgive her?" Lancelot, who that day was dressed all in white, glanced at her, then bowed. "Well, is that forgiveness?" I growled. Lancelot coloured, but managed to rise to Arthur's expectations. "I have no quarrel with the Princess Cynwyn," he said stiffly. "There." Arthur was delighted with the grudging words, and spread his arms again to invite them both forward. "Embrace," he said. "I will have peace." They both walked forward, kissed each other on the cheek, and stepped back. The gesture was about as warm as that star-bright night when we had waited about the cauldron in the rocks by Llyn Cerrig Bach. But it pleased Arthur. "Derfel," he looked at me, "will you not embrace the king?" I steeled myself for conflict. "I will embrace him, Lord," I said, "when his druids retract the threats they made against the Princess Cynwyn." There was silence. Guinevere sighed and tapped a foot on the mosaics of the dais, the same mosaics she had taken from Lindinis. She looked, as ever, superb. She wore a black robe, perhaps in recognition of the day's solemnity, and the robe was sewn with dozens of small silver crescent moons. Her red hair had been tamed into plaits that she had coiled about her skull and pinned into place with 2 gold clasps shaped as dragons. Around her neck she wore the barbaric Saxon gold necklace that Arthur had sent her after a long-ago battle against Ael's Saxons. She had told me then that she disliked the necklace, but it looked magnificent on her. She might have despised this day's proceedings, but she still did her best to help her husband. "What threats?" she asked me coldly. "They know," I said, staring at the twins. "We have made no threats," Lavaine protested flatly. "But you can make the stars vanish," I accused them. Dinas allowed a slow smile to show on his brutal and handsome face. "The little paper star, Lord Derfel?" he asked with mock surprise. "Is that your insult?" "It was your threat." "My lord," Dinas appealed to Arthur, "it was a child's trick. I meant nothing." Arthur looked from me to the druids. "You swear that?" he demanded. "On my brother's life," Dinas said. "And Merlin's beard?" I challenged them. "You have it still?" Guinevere sighed as if to suggest I was becoming tedious. Galahad frowned. Outside the palace, the warriors' voices were becoming mead-loud and raucous. Lavaine looked at Arthur. "It is true, lord," he said courteously, "that we possessed a strand of Merlin's beard, cut after he insulted King Cerdic. But on my life, lord, we burned it." "We don't fight old men," Dinas growled, then glanced at Cynwyn. "Or women." Arthur smiled happily. "Come, Derfel," he said. "Embrace. I will have peace between my dearest friends." I still hesitated, but Cynwyn and her brother both urged me forward. And so, for the second and last time in my life, I embraced Lancelot. This time, instead of whispering insults as we had at our first embrace, we said nothing. We just kissed and stepped apart. "There will be peace between you," Arthur insisted. "I swear it, Lord," I answered stiffly. "I have no quarrel," Lancelot answered just as coldly. Arthur had to be content with our churlish reconciliation, and he breathed a huge sigh of relief as though the most difficult part of his day was now done. Then he embraced us both, before insisting that Guinevere, Galahad, Cynwyn, and Keenaglas come and exchange kisses. Our ordeal was over. Arthur's last victims were his own wife and Mordred, and that I did not want to see. So I drew Cynwyn out of the room. Her brother, at Arthur's request, stayed, and so the two of us were alone. "I'm sorry about that," I told her. Cynwyn shrugged. "It was an unavoidable ordeal." "I still don't trust the bastard," I said vengefully. She smiled. "You, Derfel Caden, are a great warrior, and he is Lancelot. Does the wolf fear the hare?" "It fears the serpent," I said gloomily. I did not feel like facing my friends and describing the reconciliation with Lancelot, and so I led Cynwyn through the Sea Palace's graceful rooms with their pillared walls, decorated floors, and heavy bronze lamps that hung on long iron chains from ceilings painted with hunting scenes. Cynwyn thought the palace immeasurably grand, but also cold. "Just like the Romans," she said. "Just like Guinevere," I retorted. We found a flight of stairs that led down to some busy kitchens, and from there a door into the back gardens where fruit and herbs were growing in well-ordered beds. "I can't think," I said, when we were in the open air, "that this Brotherhood of Britain will achieve anything." "It will," Cynwyn said, "if enough of you take the oath seriously." "Maybe." I'd suddenly stopped in embarrassment, for ahead of me, just straightening from bending over a bed of parsley, was Guinevere's younger sister, Gwenhwyvarch. Cynwyn greeted her happily. I had forgotten that they had been friends in the long years of Guinevere and Gwenhwyvarch's exile in Powys, and when they had kissed, Cynwyn brought Gwenhwyvarch to me. I thought she might resent my failure to marry her, but she seemed to bear no grudge. "I have become my sister's gardener," she told me. "Oh, surely not, lady," I said. "The appointment is not official," she said dryly, "nor are my high offices of chief steward or warden of the hounds. But someone has to do the work, and when father died he made Guinevere promise to look after me." "I was sorry about your father," Cynwyn said. Gwenhwyvarch shrugged. "He just got thinner and thinner, until one day he wasn't there anymore." Gwenhwyvarch herself had grown no thinner. Indeed, she was obese now, a fat, red-faced woman who, in her earth-stained dress and dirty white apron, looked more like a farmer's wife than a princess. "I live there," she said, gesturing towards a substantial timber building that stood 100 paces from the palace. "My sister allows me to do my work each day, but come the evening bell I'm expected to be safely out of sight. Nothing ill-favoured, you understand, can mar the Sea Palace." "Lady," I protested at her self-deprecation. Gwenhwyvarch waved me to silence. "I'm happy," she said bleakly. "I take the dogs for long walks, and I talk to the bees." "Come to Lindinnis," Cynwyn urged her. "That would never be allowed," Gwenhwyvarch said with pretended shock. "Why not?" Cynwyn asked. "We have rooms to spare. Please." Gwenhwyvarch smiled slyly. "I know too much, Cynwyn, that's why. I know who comes and who stays, and what they do here." Neither of us wanted to probe those hints, so we both kept silent. But Gwenhwyvarch needed to speak. She must have been lonely, and Cynwyn was a friendly, loving face from the past. Gwenhwyvac suddenly threw down the herbs she had just cut and hurried us back towards the palace.
"Let me show you," she said. "I'm sure we don't need to see,"
Kynwyn said, fearing whatever was about to be revealed.
"You can see,"
Gwenhwyvac said to Kynwyn.
"but Derfel can't. Or shouldn't. Men aren't supposed to enter the temple."
She had led us to a door that stood at the bottom of some brick steps, and which, when she pushed it open, led into a great cellar that lay under the palace floor and was supported by huge arches of Roman brick.
"They keep wine here,"
Gwenhwyvac said, explaining the jars and skins that stood racked on the shelves. She had left the door open so that some glimmers of daylight would penetrate the dark, dusty tangle of arches.
"This way,"
she said, and disappeared between some pillars to our right. We followed more slowly, groping our way ever more carefully as we went further and further from the daylight at the cellar door. We heard Gwenhwyvac lifting a door bar. Then a breath of cold air wafted by us as she pulled a huge door open. "Is this a temple of Isis?" I asked her.
"You've heard about it."
Gwenhwyvac seemed disappointed. "Guinevere showed me her temple in Derfel," I said, "years ago."
"She wouldn't show you this one,"
Gwenhwyvac said. And then she pulled aside the thick black curtains that hung a few feet inside the temple doors, so that Kynwyn and I could stare into Guinevere's private shrine. Gwenhwyvac, for fear of her sister's wrath, would not let me tread beyond the small lobby that lay between the door and the thick curtains. But she led Kynwyn down 2 steps into the long room that had a floor made of polished black stone, walls and an arched ceiling painted with pitch, a black stone dais with a black stone throne, and behind the throne another black curtain. In front of the low dais was a shallow pit, which I knew was filled with water during Isis's ceremonies. The temple, in truth, was almost exactly the same as the one Guinevere had shown me so many years before, and very like the deserted shrine we had discovered in Lindinus's palace. The only difference, other than that this cellar was larger and lower than both those previous temples, was that here daylight had been allowed to penetrate, for there was a wide hole in the arched ceiling directly above the shallow pit.
"There's a wall up there,"
Gwenhwyvac whispered, pointing up the hole.
"Higher than a man. That's so the moonlight can come down the shaft, but no one can see down it. Clever, isn't it?"
The existence of the moon shaft suggested that the cellar had to run out under the side garden of the palace, and Gwenhwyvac confirmed that.
"There used to be an entrance here,"
she said, pointing to a jagged line in the pitch-covered brickwork halfway down the temple's length.
"So that supplies could be brought directly into the cellar, but Guinevere extended the archsea and covered it over with turf."
There seemed nothing unduly sinister about the temple, other than its malevolent blackness. For there was no idol, no sacrificial fire, and no altar. If anything, it was disappointing, for the arched cellar possessed none of the grandeur of the upstairs rooms. It seemed tawdry, even slightly soiled. The Romans, I thought, would have known how to make this room fit for the goddess, but Guinevere's best efforts had simply turned a brick cellar into a black cave, though the low throne, which was made from a single block of black stone, and was, I presume, the same throne that I had seen in Derfel, was impressive enough. Gwenhwyvac walked past the throne and plucked aside the black curtain so that Kynwyn could go beyond. They spent a long time behind the curtain, but when we left the cellars, Kynwyn told me there was not much to see there.
"It was just a small black room," she told me, "with a big bed and a lot of mouse droppings."
"A bed?" I asked suspiciously.
"A dream bed," Kynwyn said firmly, "just like the one that used to be halfway up Merlin's tower."
"Is that all it is?" I asked, still suspicious. Kynwyn shrugged.
"Gwenhwyvac tried to suggest it was used for other purposes," she said disapprovingly, "but she had no proof, and she did finally admit that her sister slept there to receive dreams."
She smiled sadly.
"I think poor Gwenhwyvac is touched in the head. She believes Lancelot will come for her one day."
"She believes what?" I asked in astonishment.
"She's in love with him, poor woman," Kynwyn said.
We had tried to persuade Gwenhwyvac to join us at the celebrations in the front garden, but she had refused. She would not, she had confided to us, be welcome, and so she had hurried away, darting suspicious glances left and right.
Poor Gwenhwyvac,
Cynwyn said, then laughed.
It's so typical of Guinevere, isn't it?
What is?
To adopt such an exotic religion. Why can't she worship the gods of Britain like the rest of us? But no, she has to find something strange and difficult.
She sighed, then put an arm through mine.
Do we really have to stay for the feast?
She was feeling weak, for she had still not fully recovered from the last birth. Arthur will understand if we don't go, I said.
But Guinevere won't, she sighed. So I had better survive.
We had been walking around the long western flank of the palace, past the high timber palisade of the temple's moonshaft, and had now reached the end of the long arcade. I stopped her before we turned the corner, and I put my hands on her shoulders. Cynwyn of Powys, I said, looking into her astonishing and lovely face. I do love you.
I know,
she said with a smile, then stood on tiptoe to kiss me, before leading me a few paces on so that we could gaze up the length of the Sea Palace's pleasure garden.
There,
Cynwyn said with amusement,
is Arthur's Brotherhood of Britain.
The garden was reeling with drunken men. They'd been kept too long from the feast, so now they were offering each other elaborate embraces and flowery promises of eternal friendship. Some of the embraces had turned into wrestling matches that rolled fiercely over Guinevere's flower beds. The choirs had long abandoned their attempts to sing solemn music, and some of the choir's women were now drinking with the warriors. Not all the men were drunk, of course, but the sober guests had retreated to the terrace to protect the women, many of whom were Guinevere's attendants, and among whom was Lunete, my first and long-ago love. Guinevere was also on the terrace, from where she was staring in horror at the wreckage being made of her garden, though it was her own fault, for she had served mead brewed especially strong, and now at least 50 men were roistering in the gardens. Some had plucked flower stakes to use in mock sword fights, and at least one man had a bloody face, while another was working free a loosened tooth and foully cursing the oath-sworn brother of Britain who had struck him. Someone else had vomited onto the round table. I helped Cynwyn up to the safety of the arcade, while beneath us the Brotherhood of Britain cursed and fought and drank itself insensible. And that, although Igraine will never believe me, was how Arthur's Brotherhood of Britain, that the ignorant still call the Round Table, all began. I would like to say that the new spirit of peace engendered by Arthur's Round Table oath spread happiness throughout the kingdom, but most common folk were quite unaware that the oath had even been taken. Most people neither knew nor cared what their lords did, so long as their fields and families were left unmolested. Arthur, of course, set great store by the oath. As Cynwyn often said, for a man who claimed to hate oaths, he was uncommonly fond of making them. But at least the oath was kept in those years, and Britain prospered in that period of peace. Ael and Cerdic fought each other for the mastery of Llogir, and their bitter conflict spared the rest of Britain from their Saxon spears. The Irish kings in western Britain were forever testing their weapons against British shields, but those conflicts were small and scattered, and most of us enjoyed a long period of peace. Mordred's council, of which I was now a member, could concern itself with laws, taxes, and land disputes, instead of worrying about enemies. Arthur headed the council, though he never took the chair at the table's head, because that was the throne reserved for the king, and it waited empty until Mordred came of age. Merlin was officially the king's chief counsellor, but he never travelled to Durnovaria, and said little on the few occasions that the council met in Lindinis. Half a dozen of the councillors were warriors, though most of those never came. Agravain said the business bored him, while Sagramor preferred to keep the Saxon frontier peaceful. The other councillors were 2 bards, who knew the laws and genealogies of Britain, 2 magistrates, a merchant, and 2 Christian bishops. One of the bishops was a grave, elderly man called Emrys, who had succeeded Bedwin as bishop in Dernavaria, and the other was Sansom. Sansom had once conspired against Arthur, and few men doubted that he should have lost his head when that conspiracy was revealed. But Sansom had somehow slithered free. He never learned to read or write, but he was a clever man, and endlessly ambitious. He came from Gwent, where his father had been a tanner, and Sansom had risen to become one of Tudric's priests. But he came to real prominence by marrying Arthur and Guinevere when they fled like fugitives from Cersus. He was rewarded for that service by being made a Dumnonian bishop and Mordred's chaplain, though he lost the latter honour after he conspired with Nabur and Melwas. He was supposed to rot in obscurity after that, as the guardian of the Shrine of the Holy Thorn. But Sansom could not abide obscurity. He had saved Lancelot from the humiliation of Mithras's rejection, and in so doing he had earned Guinevere's wary gratitude. But neither his friendship with Lancelot nor his truce with Guinevere would have been sufficient to lift him onto Dumnonia's council. He had achieved that eminence by marriage, and the woman he married was Arthur's older sister Morgan. Morgan, the priestess of Merlin, the adept of the mysteries, the pagan Morgan. With that marriage, Sansom had sloughed off all traces of his old disgrace, and had risen to the topmost heights of Dumnonian power. He had been placed on the council, made Bishop of Lindinis, and was reappointed as Mordred's chaplain, though luckily his distaste for the young king kept him away from Lindinis's palace. He assumed authority over all the churches in northern Dumnonia, just as Emrys held sway over all the southern churches. For Sansom, it was a glittering marriage, and to the rest of us, it was an astonishment. The wedding itself took place in the Church of the Holy Thorn at Iniswydran. Arthur and Guinevere stayed at Lindinis, and we all rode to the shrine together on the great day. The ceremonies began with Morgan's baptism in the reed-edged waters of Issa's Mere. She had abandoned her old gold mask with its image of the horned god Cernunnos, and had instead adopted a new mask that was decorated with a Christian cross. And, to mark the day's joyousness, she had abandoned her usual black robe for a white gown. Arthur had cried with joy to see his sister limp into the mere, where Sansom, with evident tenderness, supported her back as he lowered her into the water. A choir sang hallelujahs. We waited while Morgan dried herself and changed into a new white robe. Then we watched as she limped to the altar, where Bishop Emrys joined them as man and wife. I think I could not have been more astonished had Merlin himself abandoned the old gods to take up the cross. For Sansom, of course, it was a double triumph, for by marrying Arthur's sister he not only vaulted into the kingdom's royal council, but by converting her to Christianity he struck a famous blow against the pagans. Some men sourly accused him of opportunism, but in all fairness, I think he did love Morgan in his own calculating way, and she undoubtedly adored him. They were 2 clever people united by resentments. Sansom ever believed that he should be higher than he was, while Morgan, who had once been beautiful, resented the fire that had twisted her body and turned her face into a horror. She resented Nimue, too, for Morgan had once been Merlin's most trusted priestess, and the younger Nimue had usurped that place, and now, in revenge, Morgan became the most ardent of Christians. She was as strident in her protestations of Christ as she had ever been in her service of the older gods, and after her marriage all her formidable will was poured into Sansom's missionary campaign. Merlin did not attend the marriage, but he did deride amusement from it. "She's lonely," he told me when he heard the news, "and the Mouse Lord is at least company. You don't think they rut together, do you? Oh, dear God's Derfel, if poor Morgan undressed in front of Sansom, he'd throw up. Besides, he doesn't know how to rut. Not with women, anyway. Marriage did not soften Morgan. In Sansom she found a man willing to be guided by her shrewd advice, and whose ambition she could support with all her fierce energy. But to the rest of the world she was still the shrewish, bitter woman behind the forbidding golden mask. She still lived in Inniswydran, though instead of living on Merlin's Tor, she now inhabited the bishop's house in the shrine, from where she could see the fire-scarred Tor where her enemy, Nimue, lived. Nimue, bereft of Merlin now, was convinced that Morgan had stolen the treasures of Britain. As far as I could see, that conviction was based solely on Nimue's hatred for Morgan, whom Nimue considered the greatest traitor of Britain. Morgan, after all, was the pagan priestess who had abandoned the gods to turn Christian, and Nimue, whenever she saw Morgan, spat and hurled curses that Morgan energetically flung back at her. Pagan threat battling Christian doom. They would never be civil with each other. Though once, at Nimue's urging, I did confront Morgan about the lost cauldron. That was a year after the marriage, and though I was now a lord and one of the wealthiest men in Dumnonia, I still felt nervous of Morgan. When I had been a child, she had been a figure of awesome authority and terrifying appearance, who had ruled the Tor with a brusque bad temper and an ever-ready staff, with which we all were disciplined. Now, so many years later, I found her just as alarming. I met her in one of Sansom's new buildings in Inniswydran. The largest was the size of a royal feasting hall, and was the school where dozens of priests were trained as missionaries. Those priests began their lessons at 6 years old, were proclaimed holy at 16, and then sent on Britain's roads to gain converts. I often met those fervent men on my travels. They walked in pairs, carrying only a small bag and a staff, though sometimes they were accompanied by groups of women, who seemed curiously drawn to the missionaries. They had no fear. Whenever I encountered them, they would always challenge me and dare me to deny their God, and I would always courteously admit his existence, then insist that my own gods lived too. And at that, they would hurl curses at me, and their women would wail and howl insults. Once, when 2 such fanatics frightened my daughters, I used the butt of a spear on them, and I admit I used it too hard, for at the end of the argument there was a broken skull and a shattered wrist, neither of them mine. Arthur insisted I stand trial as a demonstration that even the most privileged Dumnonians were not above the law, and thus I went to the Lindinnis courthouse, where a Christian magistrate charged me the bone price of half my own weight in silver. "You should have been whipped." Morgan evidently remembered the incident, and snapped her verdict at me when I was admitted to her presence. "Whipped raw and bloody in public." "I think even you would find that difficult now, lady," I said mildly. "God would give me the needful strength," she snarled from behind her new gold mask with its Christian cross. She sat at a table that was piled with parchment and ink-covered wood shavings, for she not only ran Sansom's school, but tallied the treasuries of every church and monastery in northern Dumnonia, though the achievement of which she was most proud was her community of holy women who chanted and prayed in their own hall, where men were not allowed to set foot. I could hear their sweet voices singing now, as Morgan looked me up and down. She evidently did not much like what she saw. "If you've come for money," she snapped, "you can't have it. Not till you repay the loans outstanding." "There are no outstanding loans that I know of," I said mildly. "Nonsense." She snatched up one of the wood shavings and read out a fictitious list of unpaid loans. I let her have her say, then gently told her that the council did not seek to borrow money from the church. "And if it did," I added, "then I'm sure your husband would have told you." "And I'm sure," she said, "that you pagans on the council are plotting things behind the saint's back." She sniffed. "How is my brother?" "Busy, lady." "Too busy to come and see me plainly." And you're too busy to visit him, I said pleasantly.
Me? Go to Dernavaria and face that witch Guinevere?
She made the sign of the cross, then dipped her hand in a bowl of water and made the sign again.
I would rather walk into hell and see Satan himself, she said, than see that witch of Isis.
She was about to spit to avert evil, then remembered to make another sign of the cross instead.
Do you know what rights Isis demands?
She asked me angrily. No, lady, I said.
Filth, Derfel, filth! Isis is the Scarlet Woman, the whore of Babylon. It is the devil's faith, Derfel. They lie together, man and woman.
She shuddered at that horrid thought.
Pure filth!
Men are not allowed in their temple, lady, I said, defending Guinevere, just as they are not allowed in your woman's hall.
Not allowed? Morgan cackled. They come by night, you fool, and worship their filthy goddess naked. Men and women together, sweating like swine. You think I don't know? I, who was once such a sinner? You think you know better than I about pagan faiths? I tell you, Derfel, they lie together in their own sweat. Naked woman and naked man. Isis and Osiris. Woman and man. And the woman gives life to the man. And how do you think that's done, you fool? It's done by the filthy act of fornication, that's how.
She dipped her fingers in the water bowl and made the sign of the cross again, leaving a bead of the holy water on the forehead of her mask.
You're an ignorant, credulous fool, she snapped at me.
I did not pursue the argument. The different faiths always insulted each other thus. Many pagans accused the Christians of similar behaviour at their so-called love feasts, and many country people believed that the Christians kidnapped, killed, and ate children.
Arthur's also a fool, Morgan growled, for trusting Guinevere.
She gave me an unfriendly look with her one eye.
So what do you want of me, Derfel? If it isn't money.
I want to know, lady, what happened on the night the cauldron disappeared. She laughed at that. It was an echo of her old laughter, the cruel cackling sound that had always presaged trouble on the tour.
You miserable little fool, she said, wasting my time.
And with that she turned back to her work table. I waited while she made marks on her tally sticks or in the margins of parchment scrolls and pretended to ignore me.
Still here, fool?
She asked after a while. Still here, lady, I said. She turned on her stool.
Why do you want to know? Is it that wicked little whore on the hill who sent you?
She waved through the window at the Tor. Merlin asked me, lady, I lied. He's curious about the past, but his memory wanders.
It'll wander into hell soon,
she said vengefully. Then she pondered my question, before at last offering a shrug.
I will tell you what happened that night, she said at last, and I will tell you only once, and when it is told, you will never ask me of it again.
Once is enough, lady. She stood and limped to the window, from where she could stare up at the Tor.
The Lord God Almighty,
she said,
the one true God, the Father of us all, sent fire from heaven. I was there, so I know what happened. He sent the lightning, and it struck the hall thatch and set it on fire. I was screaming, for I have good cause to fear fire. I know fire. I am a child of fire. Fire ruined my life. But this was a different fire. This was God's cleansing fire, the fire that burned away my sin. The fire spread from the thatch to the tower, and it burned everything. I watched that fire, and I would even have died in it if the blessed Saint Sansom had not come to guide me to safety.
She made the sign of the cross, then turned back to me.
That fool, she snapped, is what happened.
So, Sansom had been on the Tor that night. That was interesting, but I made no remark about it. Instead, I said gently, The fire did not burn the cauldron, lady. Merlin came next day and he searched the ashes and found no gold.
Fool!
Morgan spat at me through the mouth slit of her mask.
You think God's fire burns like your feeble flames? The cauldron was the pot of evil, the foulest blight on God's earth. It was the devil's pissing pot, And the Lord God consumed it, Derfel. He consumed it to nothing. I saw it with this eye.
She tapped her mask beneath the one good eye.
I saw it burn, and it was a bright, seething, hissing furnace glare in the innermost heart of the fire. It was a flame like the hottest flame of hell, and I heard the demons screeching in their pain as their cauldron turned to smoke. God burned it. He burned it, and sent it back to hell where it belongs.
She paused, and I sensed that her flame-mauled, ruined face was cracking into a smile behind the mask.
It's gone, Derfel, she said in a quieter voice. And now you can go too.
I left her, left the shrine and climbed to the tor, where I pushed back the half-broken water gates that hung crazily off one rope hinge. The blackened ashes of the hall and tower were being swallowed by the earth, and around them were the dozen dirty huts where Nimue and her people lived. Those people were the unwanted of our world, its cripples and beggars, its homeless folk and half-crazed creatures, who all survived on the food Kynwyn and I sent weekly from Lindinis. Nimue claimed her people spoke with the gods, but all I ever heard from them was mad cackling or sad moaning. "She denies everything," I said to Nimue.
Of course she does.
"She says her god burned it to nothing."
Her god couldn't soft-boil an egg,
Nimue said vengefully. She had decayed foully in the years since the cauldron had disappeared, and as Merlin had subsided into his gentle old age. Nimue was filthy these days, filthy and thin and almost as crazed as when I had rescued her from the Isle of the Dead. She shivered at times, or else her face grimaced in uncontrollable twitches. She had long ago sold or thrown away the golden eye, and now wore a leather patch over the empty socket instead. Whatever intriguing beauty she had once possessed was now hidden under dirt and sores, and lost beneath her matted mass of black hair that was so greasy with filth that even the country folk who came to her for divination or healing would often recoil from her stench. Even I, who was oath-sworn to her, and who had once loved her, could hardly bear to be near her.
The cauldron still lives,
Nimue told me that day. So Merlin says.
And Merlin lives too, Derfel.
She put a nail-bitten hand on my arm.
He's waiting, that's all. Saving his strength.
Waiting for his balefire, I thought, but said nothing. Nimue turned sunwise to stare all about the horizon.
Somewhere out there, Derfel, she said, the cauldron is hidden, and someone is trying to work out how to use it.
She laughed softly.
And when they do, Derfel, you will see the land turn red with blood.
She turned her one eye on me.
Blood,
she hissed.
The world will vomit blood that day, Derfel, and Merlin will ride again.
Maybe, I thought, but it was a sunny day, and Dumnonia was at peace. It was Arthur's peace, given by his sword and maintained by his law courts and enriched by his roads and sealed by his brotherhood. It all seemed so distant from the world of the cauldron and the missing treasures, but Nimue still believed in their magic, and for her sake I would not express disbelief. Though on that bright day in Arthur's Dumnonia, it seemed to me that Britain was forging its way from darkness into light, from chaos into order, and from savagery into law. That was Arthur's achievement. That was his Camelot. But Nimue was right. The cauldron was not lost, and she, like Merlin, was just waiting for its horror. Our chief business in those years was to prepare Mordred for the throne. He was already our king, for he had been acclaimed as a baby on Caer Cadern's summit, but Arthur had decided to repeat the acclamation when Mordred came of age. I think Arthur hoped that some mystical power might invest Mordred with responsibility and wisdom at that second acclamation, for nothing else seemed capable of improving the boy. We tried. The gods know we tried. But Mordred stayed the same sullen, resentful, and loutish youth. Arthur disliked him, but stayed wilfully blind to Mordred's grosser faults. For if Arthur held any religion truly sacred, it was his belief in the divinity of kings. The time would come when Arthur would be forced to face the truth of Mordred. But in those years, whenever the subject of Mordred's suitability was raised in the royal council, Arthur would always say the same thing. Mordred, he agreed, was an unattractive child, but we had all known such boys grow into proper men, and the solemnity of acclamation and the responsibilities of kingship would surely temper the boy. "I was hardly a model child myself," he liked to say, "but I don't think I've turned out ill. Have faith in the boy." Besides, he would always add with a smile, Mordred would be guided by a wise and experienced council. "He'll appoint his own council," one of us would always object. But Arthur waved the matter aside. All, he blithely assured us, would turn out well. Guinevere had no such illusions. Indeed, in the years following the Round Table Oath, she became obsessed with Mordred's fate. She did not attend the royal council, for no woman could. But when she was in Dernavaria, I suspect she listened from behind a curtained archway that opened into the council chamber. Much of what we discussed must have bored her. We spent hours discussing whether to place new stones in a ford, or to spend money on a bridge, or whether a magistrate was taking bribes, or to whom we should grant the guardianship of an orphaned heir or heiress. Those matters were the common coin of council meetings, and I'm sure she found them tedious. But how avidly she must have listened when we discussed Mordred. Guinevere hardly knew Mordred, but she hated him. She hated him because he was king and Arthur was not, and one by one she tried to convert the royal councillors to her own view. She was even pleasant to me, for I suspect she saw into my soul and knew that I secretly agreed with her. After the first council meeting that followed the Round Table Oath, she took my arm and walked with me about Dernavaria's cloister, which was misted from the smoke of herbs that were being burned in braziers to avert a return of the plague. Maybe it was the heady smoke that dizzied me, but more likely it was Guinevere's proximity. She wore a strong perfume. Her red hair was full and wild, her body straight and slender, and her face so very finely boned and full of spirit. I told her I was sorry her father had died. "Poor father," she said. "All he ever dreamed of was returning to Henniswyren." She paused, and I wondered whether she had reproved Arthur for not making more effort to dislodge Dyranak. I doubt Guinevere ever wanted to see Henniswyren's wild coast again, but her father had always wanted to return to his ancestors' lands. "You never told me about your visit to Henniswyren," Guinevere said reproachfully. "I hear you met Dyranak." "And hope never to meet him again, lady." She shrugged. "Sometimes in a king a reputation for savagery can be useful." She questioned me about Henniswyren's condition, but I sensed she was not truly interested in my answers, any more than when she asked me how Kynwyn was. "Well, lady," I answered her, "thank you." "Pregnant again?" she asked in mild amusement. "We think so, lady." "How busy the two of you do keep, Derfel," she said in gentle mockery. Her annoyance at Kynwyn had faded over the years, though they never did become friends. Guinevere snapped a leaf from a bay tree that grew in a Roman urn decorated with naked nymphs, and rubbed the leaf between her fingers. "And how is our Lord King?" she asked sourly. "Troublesome, lady." "Is he fit to be king?" That was typical of Guinevere. A straight question, brutal and honest. "He was born to it, lady," I said defensively, "and we are oath-sworn to it." She gave a derisive laugh. Her gold-laced sandals slapped the flagstones, and a gold chain hung with pearls clinked about her neck. "Many years ago, Derfel," she said, "you and I talked of this, and you told me that of all the men in Dumnonia, Arthur was the fittest to be king." "I did," I admitted. "And you think Mordred is fitter?" "No, lady." "So?" She turned to look at me. Few women could look me straight in the eye, but Guinevere could. "So?" she asked again. "So I have sworn an oath, lady, as has your husband."
Oaths, she snarled, letting go of my arm. Arthur swore an oath to kill Ael, and Ael yet lives. He swore an oath to take back Henniswyren, yet Diranac still rules there. Oaths. You men hide behind oaths like servants hide behind stupidity. But the moment an oath becomes inconvenient, you forget it soon enough. You think your oath to Uther cannot be forgotten? My oath is to the Prince Arthur, I said, taking care as ever to call Arthur a prince in front of Guinevere. You wish me to forget that oath? I asked her. I want you, Derfel, to talk some sense into him, she said. He listens to you. Well, he listens to you, lady. Not on the subject of Mordred, she said. On everything else, maybe, but not that. She shuddered, perhaps remembering the embrace she had been forced to give Mordred at the Sea Palace. Then she angrily crumbled the bay leaf and threw it onto the flagstones. Within minutes, I knew, a servant would silently sweep it away. Durnavaria's winter palace was always so tidy, while our palace at Lindinnis was too littered with children ever to be neat, and Mordred's wing was a midden. Arthur, Guinevere now insisted tiredly, is the eldest living son of Uther. He should be king. And so he should, I thought. But we had all taken oaths to put Mordred on the throne, and men had died at Lugvale to defend that oath. At times, the gods forgive me, I just wished Mordred would die, and so solve the problem for us. But despite his club foot and the ill omens of his birth, he seemed blessed with a rugged health. I looked into Guinevere's green eyes. I remember, lady, I said to her carefully, how years ago you took me through that doorway. I pointed to a low archway that led off the cloister, and you showed me your temple of Isis. I did. So? She was defensive, maybe regretting that moment of intimacy. On that distant day she had been trying to make me an ally in the same cause that had prompted her to take my arm and bring me to this cloister. She wanted Mordred destroyed so that Arthur could rule. You showed me Isis's throne, I said, careful not to reveal that I had seen that same black chair again at the Sea Palace. And you told me that Isis was the goddess who determined which man should sit on a kingdom's throne. Am I right? It's one of her powers, yes, Guinevere said carelessly. Then you must pray to the goddess, lady, I said. You think I don't, Derfel? She demanded. You think I haven't worn out her ears with my prayers? I want Arthur as king, and Gwyddra as king after him. But you can't force a man onto a throne. Arthur must want it before Isis will grant it. Well, that seemed a feeble defence to me. If Isis could not alter Arthur's mind, how were we mere mortals expected to change it? We had tried often enough, but Arthur refused to discuss the matter, just as Guinevere gave up our conversation in the courtyard when she realized I could not be persuaded to join her campaign to replace Mordred with Arthur. I wanted Arthur as king, but only once in all those years did I ever break through his bland assurances and talk seriously with him about his own claim to the kingship. And that conversation did not occur until 5 whole years after the Round Table Oath. It was during the summer before the year in which Mordred was to be acclaimed king, and by then the whispers of hostility had become a deafening shout. Only the Christians supported Mordred's claim, and even they did it reluctantly. But it was known that his mother had been a Christian, and that the child himself had been baptized, and that was sufficient to persuade the Christians that Mordred might be sympathetic to their ambitions. Everyone else in Dumnonia looked to Arthur to save them from the boy, but Arthur serenely ignored them. That summer, as we have now learned to count the sun's turning, was 495 years after the birth of Christ, and it was a beautiful sun-soaked season. Arthur was at the height of his powers. Merlin sunned himself in our garden, with my 3 small daughters clamouring for stories. Kynwyn was happy. Guinevere basked in her lovely new sea palace, with its arcades and galleries and dark, hidden temple. Lancelot seemed content in his kingdom by the sea. The Saxons fought each other, and Dumnonia was at peace. It was also, as I remember,
a summer of utter misery. For it was the summer of Tristan and Iseult. Kurnow is the wild kingdom that lies like a claw at Dumnonia's western tip. And the Romans went there, but few settled in its wilderness. And when the Romans left Britain, the folk of Kurnow went on with their lives as though the invaders had never existed. They ploughed small fields, fished hard seas, and mined precious tin. To travel in Kurnow, I was told, was to see Britain as it had been before the Romans came, though I never went there, and nor did Arthur. For as long as I could remember, Kurnow had been ruled by King Mark. He rarely troubled us, though once in a while, usually when Dumnonia was embroiled with some larger enemy to the east, he would decide that some of our western lands should belong to him, and there would be a brief border war and savage raids on our coast by Kurnow's fighting boats. We always won those wars. How could we not? Dumnonia was large and Kurnow small, and when the wars were done, Mark would send an envoy to say it had all been an accident. For a short time at the beginning of Arthur's rule, when Kudui of Isker had rebelled against the rest of Dumnonia, Mark did capture some large portions of our land beyond his frontier. But Kiluk had ended that rebellion, and when Arthur sent Kudui's head as a gift to Mark, the spearmen of Kurnow had quietly gone back to their old strongholds. Such troubles were rare, for King Mark's most famous campaigns were fought in his bed. He was famous for the number of his wives, but where other such men might have kept several wives at one time, Mark married them in sequence. They died with appalling regularity, almost always, it seemed, just 4 years after the marriage ceremony was performed by Kurnow's druids. And though Mark always had an explanation for the deaths, a fever maybe, or an accident, or perhaps a difficult birth, most of us suspected it was the king's boredom that lay behind the balefires that burned the queenly corpses on Caer Dur, the king's stronghold. The 7th wife to die had been Arthur's niece, Ial, and Mark had sent an envoy with a sad tale of mushrooms, toadstools, and Ial's ungovernable appetites. He had also sent a pack mule, loaded with tin ingots and rare whalebones to avert any possibility of Arthur's wrath. The deaths of the wives never seemed to prevent other princesses from daring the sea-crossing to share Mark's bed. It was better, perhaps, to be a queen in Kurnow, even for a short time, than to wait in the women's hall for a suitor who might never come. And besides, the explanations for the deaths were always plausible. They were just accidents. After Ial's death, there was no new marriage for a long time. Mark was getting old, and men assumed he had abandoned the marriage game. But then, in that lovely summer of the year before Mordred assumed power in Dumnonia, the aging King Mark did take a new wife. She was the daughter of our old ally, Oengus mac Eirim, the Irish king of Demetia, who had delivered us victory at Lugvale. And for that deliverance, Arthur forgave Oengus his myriad of trespasses that still harassed Keenaglas's land. Oengus's feared Black Shield warriors were forever raiding Powys, and what had been Siluria, and through all those years Keenaglas was forced to keep expensive war bands on his western frontier. Oengus always denied responsibility for the raids, saying that his chiefs were ungovernable, and promising he would lop some heads. But the heads remained unlopped, and at every harvest time the hungry Black Shields would return to Powys. Arthur sent some of our young spearmen to gain battle experience in those harvest wars that provided us with a chance to train unblooded warriors and keep the older men's instincts sharp. Keenaglas wanted to finish Demetia off once and for all, but Arthur liked Oengus and argued that his depredations were worth the experience he gave our spearmen, and so the Black Shield survived. The marriage of the aging King Mark to his child bride of Demetia was an alliance of 2 small kingdoms that troubled no one. And besides, no one believed Mark had married the princess for any political advantage. He married her solely because he had an insatiable appetite for young royal flesh. He was then near 60 years old. His son Tristan was almost 40, and Iseult, the new queen, was just 15. The misery began when Kilhuch sent us a message saying that Tristan had arrived in Isca with his father's child bride. Kilhuch, after Melwas had died of his surfeit of oysters, had been appointed the governor of Dumnonia's western province, and his message reported that Tristan and Iseult were fugitives from King Mark. Kilhuch himself was amused rather than troubled by their arrival, for he, like me, had fought beside Tristan at Lugvale and outside London, and he liked the prince. "At least this bride will live," Kilhuch's scribe had written to the council, "and deserves to. I have given them an old hall and a guard of spearmen." The message went on to describe a raid by Irish pirates from across the sea, and ended with Kilhuch's usual request for a tax reduction, and a warning, also quite usual, that the harvest looked thin. It was, in brief, a commonplace dispatch, with nothing to alert the council's apprehensions, for we all knew that the harvest looked fat, and that Kilhuch was positioning himself for his customary wrangle over taxes. As for Tristan and Iseult, their story was merely an amusement, and none of us saw any danger there. Arthur's clerks filed the message away, and the council moved on to discuss Sansom's request that the council should build a great church that would celebrate the 500th anniversary of Christ's birth. I argued against the proposal. Bishop Sansom snapped and barked and spat that the church was necessary if the world was not to be destroyed by the devil. And that happy wrangle kept the council engaged till the midday meal was served in the palace courtyard. That meeting was held in Durnavaria, and as usual Guinevere had come from her sea palace to be in the town when the council met, and she joined us at the midday meal. She sat beside Arthur, and as ever her proximity gave him a glowing happiness. He was so proud of her. The marriage might have yielded him disappointments, especially in the number of its children, but it was plain that he was still in love with her. Every look he gave her was a proclamation of his astonishment that such a woman would marry him, and it never occurred to Arthur that he was the prize, that he was the capable ruler and good man. He adored her, and that day, as we ate fruit, bread and cheese under a warm sunlight, it was easy to see why. She could be witty and cutting, amusing and wise, and her looks still commanded attention. The years did not seem to touch Guinevere. Her skin was as clear as skimmed milk, and her eyes had none of the fine wrinkles that Kynwyn showed. It seemed, indeed, that she had not aged one moment since that far-off day when Arthur had first spied her across Gorfithid's crowded hall. And still, I think, every time Arthur returned home from some long, dutiful journey across Mordred's realm, he received the same shock of happiness at seeing Guinevere that he had received on that very first day he saw her. And Guinevere knew how to keep him fascinated, by always staying one mysterious pace ahead of him, and so drawing Arthur ever deeper into his passion. It was, I suppose, a recipe for love. Mordred was with us that day. Arthur had insisted that the king begin to attend the council before he was acclaimed with his full powers, and he always encouraged Mordred to take part in our discussions. But Mordred's only contribution was to sit scraping at the dirt under his fingernails, or else yawning as the tedious business droned on. Arthur hoped he would learn responsibility by attending the council, but I feared the king was merely learning to avoid the details of government. That day he sat, as was proper, at the centre of the meal table, and made no pretence whatever to be interested in Bishop Emrys's story of a spring that had miraculously appeared when a priest blessed a hillside.
"That spring, Bishop," Guinevere intervened. "Would it be in the hills north of Dunham?"
"Why, yes, lady," Emrys said, pleased to have an audience other than the unresponsive Mordred. "You have heard of the miracle?"
"Long before your priest arrived there," Guinevere said. "That spring comes and goes, Bishop, depending on the rainfall. And this year, you will remember, the late winter rains were unusually heavy.
She smiled triumphantly. Her opposition to the church still existed, but it was muted now.
Oh, this is a new spring, Emrys insisted. Yeah, the country folk assure us it never existed before. He turned back to Mordred. You should visit the spring, Lord King. It is truly a miracle.
Mordred yawned and stared blankly at the pigeons on the far roof. His coat was stained with mead, and his new curly beard filled with crumbs.
Are we done with business? He asked suddenly. Far from it, Lord King, Emrys said enthusiastically. We have yet to receive a decision on the building of the church, and there are 3 names proposed as magistrates. I assume the men are here to be questioned? He asked Arthur. They are, Bishop, Arthur confirmed. A full day's work for us, Emrys said, pleased. Not for me, Mordred said. I'm going hunting. But, Lord King, Emrys protested mildly. Hunting, Mordred interrupted the bishop. He pushed his couch away from the low table and limped across the courtyard. There was silence round the table. We all knew what the others were thinking, but none spoke aloud until I tried to be optimistic. He pays attention, I said, to his weapons. Because he likes to kill, Guinevere said icily. I only wish the boy would talk sometimes, Emrys complained. He just sits there sullen, picking at his nails. At least it isn't his nose, Guinevere said acidly, then looked up as a stranger was escorted into the courtyard. Higwyth, Arthur's servant, announced the stranger as Cilyn, champion of Cernau, and he looked like a king's champion, for he was a huge, black-haired and rough-bearded brute who carried the blue tattoo of an axe on his forehead. He bowed to Guinevere, then drew a barbaric-looking longsword that he laid on the flagstones with its blade pointing at Arthur. That gesture was a sign that trouble existed between our countries. Sit, Lord Cilyn, Arthur waved to Mordred's vacated couch. There's cheese, some wine, the bread is new-baked. Cilyn tugged off his iron helmet that was crested with the snarling mask of a wildcat. Lord, he said in a rumbling voice, I come with a complaint. You come with an empty belly too, I've no doubt, Arthur interrupted him. Sit, man. Your escort will be fed in the kitchens. And, do pick up the sword. Cilyn surrendered to Arthur's informality. He broke a loaf in half and sliced off a big wedge of cheese. Tristan, he explained curtly, when Arthur asked the nature of the complaint. Cilyn spoke with his mouth half full of food, making Guinevere shudder with horror. The Edlin has fled to this landlord, Cernau's champion went on, and brought the queen with him. He reached for the wine and drank a hornful. King Mark wants them back. Arthur said nothing, but just drummed on the table's edge with his fingers. Cilyn swallowed more bread and cheese, then poured himself more wine. It's bad enough, he went on after a prodigious belch. But the Edlin is... He paused, glanced at Guinevere, then amended his sentence. Is with his stepmother. Guinevere interrupted to provide the word that Cilyn had not dared pronounce in her presence. He nodded, blushed, and went on. Not right, lady. Not to couple with his own stepmother, but he's also stolen half his father's treasury. He's broken 2 oaths, Lord. The oath to his royal father, and the oath to his queen. And now we hear he's been granted refuge near Iska. I heard that the prince is in Dumnonia, Arthur said blandly. And my king wants him back. Wants both of them back. Cilyn, his message delivered, attacked the cheese again. The council reassembled, leaving Cilyn to kick his heels in the sunlight. The 3 candidates for magistrate were told to wait, and the vexed problem of Sansom's great church was set aside, while we debated Arthur's answer to King Mark. Tristan, I said, has ever been a friend to this country. When no one else would fight for us, he did. He brought men to Lugvale. He was with us in London. He deserves our help. He has broken oaths made to a king, Arthur said worriedly. Pagan oaths, Sansom put in, as if that lessened Tristan's offence. But he has stolen money, Bishop Emrys pointed out. "Which he hopes will soon be his by right," I answered, trying to defend my old battle comrade.
"And that is precisely what worries King Mark," Arthur said. "And put yourself in his place, Derfel. And what do you fear most?"
"A dearth of princesses?" I ventured. Arthur scowled at my levity.
"He fears that Tristan will lead spearmen back to Kurnow. He fears civil war. He fears that his son is tired of waiting for his death. And he's right to fear it."
I shook my head. "Tristan was never calculating, Lord," I said. "He acts on impulse. He's stupidly fallen in love with his father's bride. He's not thinking of a throne."
"Not yet," Arthur said ominously. "But he will."
"If we give Tristan refuge, what will King Mark do?" Sansom asked shrewdly.
"Raids," Arthur said. "Some farms burned, cattle stolen. Or else he'll send his spears to take Tristan alive. His boatmen could manage that."
Alone among the British kingdoms, the men of Kurnow were confident sailors, and the Saxons, in their early raids, had learned to fear the longboats of Mark's spearmen.
"It will mean constant niggling trouble," Arthur conceded. "A dozen dead farmers and their wives every month. We'll have to keep 100 spearmen on the border till it's all settled."
"Expensive," Sansom commented.
"Too expensive," Arthur said grimly.
"King Mark's money must certainly be returned," Emrys insisted. "And the Queen, probably," Cithrin, one of the magistrates who sat on the council, put in. "I cannot imagine that King Mark's pride will allow him to leave that insult unavenged."
"What happens to the girl if she's returned?" Emrys asked. "That," Arthur said firmly, "is a matter for King Mark to decide, not us."
He rubbed his long bony face with his two hands.
"I suppose," he said wearily, "that we had better mediate the affair."
He smiled.
"It's been a long time since I was in that part of the world. Maybe it's time to go there again. Will you come, Derfel? You're a friend of Tristan. Maybe he'll listen to you."
"With pleasure, Lord," I agreed. The council agreed to let Arthur mediate the matter, sent Cillan back to Kurnow with a message describing what Arthur was doing, and then, with a dozen of my spearmen in attendance, we rode south and west to find the errant lovers.
It began as a happy enough journey, despite the awkward problem that lay at its end. 9 years of peace had swollen the land's goodness, and if the summer's warm weather lasted, and despite Killock's gloomy predictions, it looked set to be a fine harvest that year. Arthur took a real joy from seeing the well-tended fields and new granaries. He was greeted in every town and village, and the greeting was always warm. Children's choirs sang for him, and gifts were laid at his feet. Corn dollies, baskets of fruit, or a fox pelt. He returned gold for the gifts, discussed whatever problems afflicted the village, talked with the local magistrate, and then we would ride on. The only sour note was struck by Christian hostility, for in nearly every village there was a small group of Christians who would shriek curses at Arthur until their neighbours hushed them up or pushed them away. New churches stood everywhere, usually built where pagans had once worshipped at a sacred well or spring. The churches were the products of Bishop Sansom's busy missionaries, and I wondered why we pagans did not employ similar men to travel the roads and preach to the peasants. The Christians' new churches were, admittedly, small things, mere huts of wattle and thatch with a cross nailed to one gable, but they multiplied, and the more rancorous of their priests cursed Arthur for being a pagan, and detested Guinevere for her adherence to Isis. Guinevere never cared that she was hated, but Arthur disliked all religious rancour. On that journey to Iska, he often stopped to talk to the Christians, who spat at him, but his words had no effect. The Christians did not care that he had given the land peace, nor that they had become prosperous, only that Arthur was a pagan. "They're like the Saxons," he told me gloomily, as we left another hostile group behind. "They won't be happy till they own everything." "Then we should do to them what we did to the Saxons, Lord," I said. "Set them against each other." "They already fight amongst themselves," Arthur said. Do you understand this argument about Pelagianism?
I wouldn't even want to understand it, I answered flippantly. Though in truth the argument was growing ever more vicious, with one set of Christians accusing the other of heresy, and both sides inflicting deaths on their opponents. Do you understand it?
I think so. Pelagius refused to believe mankind is inherently evil, while men like Sansom and Emrys say we are all born evil.
He paused.
I suspect, Arthur went on, that if I were a Christian, I'd be a Pelagian.
I thought of Mordred and decided that mankind might well be inherently evil, but I said nothing.
I believe in mankind, Arthur said, rather more than in any god.
I spat at the road's verge to avert the evil his words might bring. I often wonder, I said, how things would have changed if Merlin had kept his cauldron.
That old pot.
Arthur laughed.
I haven't thought of that for years.
He smiled at the memory of those old days.
Nothing would have changed, Derfel, he went on. I sometimes think Merlin's whole life lay in collecting the treasures, and once he had them, there was nothing left for him to do. He didn't dare try to work their magic, because he suspected nothing would happen.
I glanced at the sword hanging at his hip, one of the 13 treasures, but I said nothing, for I was keeping my promise to Merlin not to reveal Excalibur's true power to Arthur.
You think Merlin burned down his own tower? I asked instead. I've wondered, he admitted.
No, I said firmly. He believed, and sometimes I think he dares to believe he'll live to find the treasures again.
Then he'd better hurry, Arthur said tartly, because he can't have much time left.
We spent that night in the old Roman governor's palace in Isca, where Kilhuch now lived. He was in a gloomy mood, not because of Tristan, but because the city was a hotbed of Christian fanatics. Just a week before, a band of Christian youths had invaded the city's pagan temples and pulled down the statues of the gods and splashed excrement on the walls. Kilhuch's spearmen had caught some of the desecrators and filled the jail with them, but Kilhuch was worried about the future.
If we don't break the bastards now, he said, they'll go to war for their god.
Nonsense, Arthur said dismissively. Kilhuch shook his head.
They want a Christian king, Arthur.
They'll have Mordred next year, Arthur said.
Was he a Christian?
Kilhuch asked. If he's anything, I said.
But he's not who they want,
Kilhuch said darkly.
Then who is?
Arthur asked, intrigued at last by his cousin's warnings. Kilhuch hesitated, then shrugged.
Lancelot. Lancelot?
Arthur sounded amused.
Don't they know he keeps his pagan temples open?
Well, they don't know anything about him, Kilhuch said,
but they don't need to. They think of him in the same way that people thought about you in the last years of Uther's life. They think of him as their deliverer.
Deliverer from what? I asked scornfully.
Us pagans, of course, Kilhuch said. They insist Lancelot is the Christian king who'll lead them all to heaven. And you know why? Because of that sea eagle on his shield. It's got a fish in its claws, remember? And the fish is a Christian symbol.
He spat his disgust.
They don't know anything about him, he said again. But they see that fish and think it's a sign from their god.
A fish? Arthur plainly did not believe Kilhuch.
A fish, Kilhuch insisted. Or maybe they pray to a trout, how would I know? They already worship a holy ghost, a virgin and a carpenter, so why not a fish as well? They're all mad.
They're not mad, Arthur insisted. Excited, maybe.
Excited? Have you been to one of their rites lately?
Kilhuch challenged his cousin.
Not since Morgan's wedding. Well, then come and look for yourself, Kilhuch said.
It was night time, and we had finished supper, but Kilhuch insisted we don dark clothes and follow him out through one of the palace's side doors. We went up a dark alley to the Forum, where the Christians had their shrine in an old Roman temple that had once been dedicated to Apollo, but which had now been scoured of paganism, lime-washed and dedicated to Christianity. We went in through the west door and found a shadowed niche where,
In imitation of the big throng of worshippers, we knelt. Kiluk had told us that the Christians worshipped here every evening. And every evening, he said, the same frenzy followed the gifts of bread and wine that the priest distributed to the faithful. The bread and wine were magical, supposed to be their god's blood and flesh. And we watched as the worshippers thronged about the altar to receive their scraps. At least half of the worshippers were women, and those women, once they had taken the bread from the priests, began to fall into ecstasy. I had often seen such strange fervour, for Merlin's old pagan rites had frequently ended with screaming women dancing about the Tor's fires, and these women behaved in much the same way. They danced with closed eyes, and with their waving hands held up to the white roof, where the smoke from the torches and from the bowls of burning incense made a thick mist. Some wailed strange words. Others were in a trance and just gazed at a statue of their god's mother. A few writhed on the floor, but most of the women danced in step to the rhythmic chanting of 3 priests. The men in the church mostly watched, but some joined the dancers, and it was they who first stripped themselves to their waists and snatched up knotted thongs with which they began to lash their own backs. That astonished me, for I had never seen anything like it before. But my astonishment turned to horror when some of the women joined the men and began to scream with ecstatic joy as the lashes drew blood from their bare breasts and backs. Arthur hated it. "It's madness," he whispered. "Pure madness. It's spreading," Kiluk warned him darkly. One of the women was beating her naked back with a length of rusty chain, and her frenzied wailing echoed in the big stone chamber as her blood spattered thick on the tiled floor. "They'll go on like this all night," Kiluk said. The worshippers had gradually edged forward to surround the ecstatic dancers, leaving the 3 of us isolated in our shadowed niche. A priest saw us there and darted towards us. "Have you eaten the body of Christ?" he demanded. "We ate roast goose," Arthur said politely, standing up. The priest stared at the 3 of us and recognized Kiluk. He spat into Kiluk's face. "Pagan!" he shrieked. "Idolater! You dare defile God's temple!" He struck at Kiluk. A mistake, for Kiluk gave him a blow that spanned the priest hard back across the floor. But the altercation had attracted attention, and a howl went up from the men who had been watching the flagellating dancers. "Time to go," Arthur said, and the 3 of us retreated smartly across the forum to where Kiluk's spearmen guarded the palace's arcade. The Christians spilt out of their church in pursuit, but the spearmen stolidly closed into a shield wall and lowered their blades, and the Christians made no attempt to storm the palace. "They might not attack tonight," Kiluk said, "but they get braver by the day." Arthur watched the howling Christians from a palace window. "What do they want?" he asked in puzzlement. He liked his religion to be decorous. When he came to Lindinnis, he would always join Kynwyn and me at our morning prayers, when we knelt quietly before our household gods, offering them a piece of bread and then praying that our daily duties would be done properly. And that was the kind of worship Arthur liked. He was simply bemused by the things he had seen in Iska's church. "They believe," Kiluk began to explain the fanaticism we had witnessed, "that their god is coming back to Earth in 5 years. And they believe they have a duty to prepare the Earth for his coming. Their priests tell them that the pagans have to be wiped out before their god will come back, and they preach that Dumnonia must have a Christian king." "They'll have Mordred," Arthur said grimly. "Well, then you'd better change his dragon shield into a fish," Kiluk said. "For I tell you, their fervour is getting worse. There's going to be trouble." "We'll placate them," Arthur said. "We'll let them know Mordred's a Christian, and perhaps that'll calm them down. Maybe we'd better build that church Sansom once," he added to me. "Well, if it stops the rioting," I said, "why not?" We left Iska next morning, escorted now by Kiluk and a dozen of his men, and we crossed the Exe by the Roman bridge, and then turned south into the deep sea lands that lay on Dumnonia's furthest coasts. Arthur said nothing more about the Christian frenzy he had witnessed,
but he was oddly silent that day, and I guess the rites had upset him deeply. He hated any kind of frenzy, for it stripped men and women of their sense, and he must have feared what such a madness might do to his careful peace. But for now, our problem was not Dumnonia's Christians, but Tristan. Killick had sent word to the prince, warning him of our approach, and Tristan came to greet us. He rode alone, his horse's hoofs leaving spurts of dust as he galloped towards us. He greeted us happily, but recoiled from Arthur's chill reserve. That reserve was not caused by any innate dislike Arthur had for Tristan. Indeed, he liked the prince, but rather sprang out of Arthur's recognition that he had not just come to mediate this dispute, but to sit in judgment on an old friend. "He has worries," I explained vaguely, trying to reassure Tristan that Arthur's coldness held no foreboding. I was leading my own horse, for I was always happier on foot, and Tristan, having greeted Killick, slid out of his saddle and walked beside me. I described the wild Christian ecstasies and attributed Arthur's coldness to his worries about their meaning. But Tristan did not want to hear any of it. He was in love, and, like all lovers, he could talk of nothing but his beloved. "A jewel, Derfel," he said. "That's what she is. An Irish jewel." He paced long-legged beside me, one arm round my shoulder and with his long black hair chinking from the warrior rings he had woven into its plaits. His beard was more heavily streaked with white now, but he was still a handsome man with a bony nose and dark, quick eyes that were bright with passion. "Her name," he said dreamily, "is Iseult." "We heard," I said dryly. "A child from Demetia," he said. "A daughter of Oengus mac Eirim. A princess, my friend, of the Hui Liatain." He spoke the name of Oengus mac Eirim's tribe as though its syllables were forged in purest gold. "Iseult," he said, "of the Hui Liatain. 15 summers old and as beautiful as the night." I thought of Arthur's ungovernable passion for Guinevere, and of my own soul's longings for Cynwyn, and my heart hurt for my friend. He had been blinded by love, swept by it, made mad by it. Tristan was ever a passionate man, given to black deeps of despair or to soaring heights of happiness. But this was the first time I had ever seen him assaulted by the storm winds of love. "Your father," I warned him carefully, "wants Iseult back." "My father's old," he said, dismissing every obstacle. "And when he dies, I shall sail my princess of the Hui Liatain to Tintagil's iron gates and build her a castle of silver towers that shall scrape the stars." He laughed at his own extravagance. "You'll adore her, Derfel." I said nothing more, but just let him talk and talk. He had no appetite for our news, cared not a bit that I had 3 daughters or that the Saxons were on the defensive. He had room in his universe for nothing but Iseult. "Wait till you see her, Derfel," he said again and again. And the nearer we drew to their refuge, the more excited he became, until at last, unable to be apart from his Iseult for a moment longer, he leapt onto his horse and galloped away ahead of us. Arthur looked quizzically at me, and I grimaced. "He's in love," I said, as if I needed to explain. "With his father's taste for young girls," Arthur added grimly. "You and I know love, Lord," I said. "Be kind to them." The refuge of Tristan and Iseult was a beautiful place, maybe the loveliest I ever saw. It was a place where small hills were cut by streams and heavy woods, where rich rivers ran fast to the sea, and where great cliffs were loud with screaming birds. It was a wild place, but beautiful, a place fit for love's raw madness. And there, in the small dark hall among the deep green woods, I met Iseult. Small and dark and fey and fragile is how I remember Iseult. Little more than a child, really, though she had been forced to woman's state by her marriage to Mark. Yet to me she appeared as a shy, small, thin girl, nothing but a delicate wisp of near womanhood, who kept her huge dark eyes fixed on Tristan until he insisted that she greeted us.
She bowed to Arthur. "You don't bow to me," Arthur said, lifting her up, "for you are a queen." And he dropped to one knee and kissed her small hand. Her voice was whispery, like a shadow's voice. Her hair was black, and she had tried to make herself look older by binding it in a great coil on the crown of her head, and by hanging herself with jewels, though she wore the jewels awkwardly, reminding me of Morwenna dressing up in her mother's clothes. She gazed at us fearfully. Iseult realized, I think, even before Tristan did, that this incursion of armed spearmen was not the coming of friends, but the arrival of her judges. Kilhuch had provided the lovers with their refuge. It was a hall of timber and rye thatch, not big, but well built, and it had belonged to a chieftain who had supported Cadui's rebellion and thereby lost his head. The hall, with 3 huts and a storehouse, stood circled by a palisade in a wooded hollow of land, where the sea winds could not chafe its thatch. And there, with 6 loyal spearmen and a mound of stolen treasure, Tristan and Iseult had thought to make their love into a great song. Arthur tore their music into shreds. "And the treasure," he told Tristan that night, "must be returned to your father."
"He can have it," Tristan declared. "I only brought it so I would not have to call on your charity, Lord."
"So long as you are in this land, Lord Prince," Arthur said heavily, "you will be our guests."
"And how long will that be, Lord?" Tristan asked.
Arthur frowned and looked up into the hall's dark rafters. "Is that rain? It seems so long since it rained."
Tristan asked the question again, and again Arthur refused to answer. Iseult reached for her prince's hand and held it as Tristan reminded Arthur of Lug Vale. "When no one else would come to your help, Lord, I came," Tristan said.
"You did, Lord Prince," Arthur admitted.
"And when you fought Owain, Lord, I stood beside you."
"You did," Arthur said.
"And I brought my hawks' shields to London."
"You did, Lord Prince, and they fought well there."
"And I took your Round Table oath," Tristan said.
No one ever called it the Brotherhood of Britain any more. "So you did, Lord," Arthur said heavily.
"So, Lord," Tristan begged, "have I not deserved your help?"
"You have deserved much, Lord Prince," Arthur said, "and I am mindful of it."
It was an evasive answer, but the only one Tristan received that night. We left the lovers in the hall and made our own straw beds in the small storehouses. The rain passed in the night, and the next morning dawned warm and beautiful. I woke late to discover Tristan and Iseult had already left the hall.
"If they have a peck of sense," Kilhuch growled to me, "they'll have run as far away as they can."
"Will they?"
"They don't have sense, Derfel. They're lovers. They think the world exists for their convenience."
Kilhuch walked with a slight limp now, the legacy of the wound he had taken in the battle against Ael's army.
"They've gone to the sea," he told me, "to pray to Manawyddan."
Kilhuch and I followed the lovers, climbing out of the wooded hollow to a windswept hill that ended in a great cliff, where the seabirds wheeled and against which the vast ocean broke white in tattered bursts of spray. Kilhuch and I stood on the cliff-top and stared down into a small cove, where Tristan and Iseult walked on the sand. The previous night, watching the timid queen, I had not really understood what had driven Tristan into love's madness. But that windy morning, I did understand. I watched as she suddenly broke away from Tristan and ran ahead, skipping, turning and laughing at her lover, who walked slowly behind. She wore a loose white dress, and her black hair, no longer bound in a coil, streamed free in the salt wind. She looked like a spirit, like one of the water nymphs who had danced in Britain before the Romans came. And then, perhaps to tease Tristan, or else to take her pleas closer to Manawyddan, the sea-god, she ran headlong into the great tumbling surf. She plunged into the waves so that she disappeared altogether, and Tristan could only stand distraught on the sand and watch the churning white mass of breaking seas. And then, sleek as an otter in a stream, her head appeared. She waved,
swam a little, then waded back to the beach with her white, wet dress clinging to her pathetic thin body. I could not help but see that she had small, high breasts and long, slender legs. And then Tristan hid her from our view by wrapping her in the wings of his great black cloak. And there, beside the sea, he held her tight and leaned his cheek against her salt-wet hair. Killock and I stepped out of view, leaving the lovers alone in the long sea wind that blew from fabled Lyonesse. "We can't send them back," Killock growled. "He mustn't," I agreed. We stared across the endlessly moving sea. "Well, then why won't Arthur reassure them?" Killock demanded angrily. "I don't know." "I should have sent them to Brasiliant," Killock said. The wind lifted his cloak as we walked west around the hills above the cove. Our path led to a high place, from where we could see down into a great natural harbour, where the ocean had flooded a river valley and formed a chain of wide, well-sheltered sea lakes. "Halcum," Killock named the harbour, "and the smoke is from the salt works." He pointed to a shimmer of grey on the far side of the lakes. "And there must be seamen here who could take them to Brasiliant," I said, for the harbour had at least a dozen ships anchored in its shelter. "Tristan wouldn't go," Killock told me bleakly. "I suggested it to him, but he believes Arthur is his friend. He trusts Arthur. He can't wait to be king, for he says that then all Cornwell's spears will be at Arthur's service." "Why didn't he just kill his father?" I asked bitterly. "For the same reason that none of us kills that little bastard Mordred," Killock said. "It's no small thing to kill a king." That night we dined in the hall again, and again Tristan pressed Arthur to say how long he and Isolde could stay in Dumnonia, and again Arthur avoided giving an answer. "Tomorrow, Lord Prince," he promised Tristan. "Tomorrow we shall decide." But next morning, 2 dark ships with tall masts hung with ragged sails and with high rearing prows carved into the shapes of hawks' heads sailed into Halcum's sea lakes. The 2 ships' thwarts were crowded with men, who, as the loom of the land cheated their sails of wind, unshipped their oars and drove the long dark ships towards the beach. Spear bundles were propped at the sterns, where steersmen heaved on their great steering oars. Green branches were tied to each hawk's head prow, signifying that the ships came in peace. I did not know who had come in the 2 ships, but I could guess. King Mark had come from Cornwell. King Mark was a huge man, reminding me of Uther in his dotage. He was so fat he could not climb Halcum's hills unaided, and so 4 spearmen carried him in a chair that was equipped with 2 stout poles. 40 other spearmen accompanied their king, who was preceded by Chillen, his champion. The clumsy chair swayed up the hill, then down into the wooded hollow where Tristan and Isolde believed they had found refuge. Isolde screamed when she saw them. Then, in a panic, she ran desperately to escape her husband. But the palisade had only one entrance, and Mark's huge chair filled it. So she ran back into the hall where her lover was trapped. The hall doors were guarded by Killock's men, and they refused to allow Chillen or any of Mark's spearmen into the building. We could hear Isolde crying, Tristan shouting, and Arthur pleading. King Mark ordered his chair set down opposite the hall's door, and there he waited until Arthur, his face pale and tight, emerged and knelt before him. The King of Cornwell had a jowly face, blotched by broken veins. His beard was thin and white, his shallow breath rasped in his fat throat, and his small eyes seeped rheum. He waved Arthur to his feet, then struggled out of his chair and on thick, unsteady legs followed Arthur to the largest of the huts. It was a warm day, but Mark's thick body was still draped in a sealskin cloak, as though he found it cold. He put a hand on Arthur's arm to help him walk into the hut, where 2 chairs had been placed. Killock, disgusted, planted his bulk in the hall's doorway and stood there with a drawn sword. I stood beside him, while behind us, black-haired Isolde wept. Arthur stayed a full hour in the hut, then emerged and looked at Killock and me, He seemed to sigh, then walked past us into the hall. We did not hear what he said, but we heard Iseult scream. Killock glared at Kernow's spearmen, begging just one of them to challenge him. But none moved. Chillen, the champion, stood motionless beside the gate with a great war spear and his huge longsword. Iseult screamed again. Then Arthur suddenly emerged into the sunlight and plucked my arm. "Come, devil." "What of me?" Killock asked defiantly. "Guard them, Killock," Arthur said. "No one is to enter the hall." He walked away, and I walked with him. He said nothing as we climbed the hill from the hall, and nothing as we walked along the hill path, and still said nothing as we walked out onto the cliff's high peak. The headland stone jutted into the sea beneath us, where the water broke high and ragged to shatter its spume eastwards on the undying wind. The sun shone on us, but out to sea there was a great cloud, and Arthur stared at the dark rain falling on the empty waves. The wind rippled his white cloak. "Do you know the legend of Excalibur?" he suddenly asked me. Better than he did, I thought, but I said nothing of the blade being one of the treasures of Britain. "I know, Lord," I said, wondering why he had asked me such a question at such a moment, "that Merlin won it in a dream contest in Ireland, and that he gave it to you at the Stones. And he told me that if I was ever in great need, then all I had to do was draw the sword, plunge it into the earth, and Gorfanon would come from the other world to aid me. Isn't that right?" "Yes, Lord." "Then Gorfanon!" he shouted into the sea wind as he drew the great blade. "Come!" And with that injunction he rammed the sword hard into the turf. A gull cried in the wind. The sea sucked at the rocks as it slid back to the deeps, and the salt wind gusted our cloaks. But no god came. "The gods help me," Arthur said at last, staring at the swaying blade. "But how I wanted to kill that fat monster." "So why didn't you?" I asked harshly. He said nothing for a while, and I saw there were tears running down his long, hollow cheeks. "I offered them death, Derfel," he said, "swift and painless." He cuffed at his cheeks, and then in a sudden rage he kicked the sword. "Gods!" he spat at the quivering blade. "What gods?" I pulled Excalibur from the turf and wiped the earth from its tip. He refused to take the sword back, so I laid it reverently on a grey boulder. "What will happen to them, Lord?" I asked. He sat on another stone. For a time he did not answer me, but just stared at the rain on the far sea, while the tears trickled down his cheeks. "I have lived my life, Derfel," he said at last, "according to oaths. I know no other way. I resent oaths, and so should all men, for oaths bind us. They hobble our freedom, and who among us doesn't want to be free? But if we abandon oaths, then we abandon guidance. We fall into chaos. We just fall. We become no better than beasts." He suddenly could not continue, but just wept. I stared at the grey heave of the sea. Where, I wondered, do those great waves begin, and where do they end? "Suppose," I asked, "that the oath is a mistake." "A mistake?" He glanced at me, then looked back to the ocean. "Sometimes," he said bleakly, "an oath cannot be kept. I could not save Ban's kingdom, though God knows I tried, but it could not be done. And so I broke that oath, and I will pay for it. But I did not break it willingly. I have yet to kill Ael, and that is an oath that must be kept. But I've not yet broken the oath, merely delayed it. I have promised to take Eniswyren back from Durenak, and I will. And maybe that oath was a mistake, but I am sworn to it. So there is your answer. If an oath is a mistake, then you are still obligated because you are sworn to it.
He wiped his cheek.
So yes, one day I must take my spears against Dyranak.
You have no oath to mark, I said bitterly.
None, he agreed. But Tristan does, and Isolde does.
Are their oaths our business? I asked. He stared at his sword. Its grey blade, that was chased with intricate whorls and long-tongued dragon-heads, reflected the far slate-dark clouds.
A sword and a stone, he said softly,
perhaps thinking of the moment when Mordred would become king. He stood suddenly, and turned his back on the sword to stare inland at the green hills.
Suppose, he said to me, that two oaths clash. Suppose I have sworn to fight for you, and sworn to fight for your enemy. Which oath do I keep?
The first given, I said, knowing the law as well as he.
And if they were both given at once?
Then you submit to the king's judgment.
And why the king?
He quizzed me as though I was a new spearman being taught the laws of Dumnonia.
Because your oath to the king, I said dutifully, is above all other oaths, and your duty is to him. So the king, he said forcefully, is the keeper of our oaths. And without a king, there is nothing but a tangle of conflicting oaths. Without a king, there is chaos. All oaths lead to the king, Derfel. All our duty ends with the king, and all our laws are in the king's keeping. If we defy our king, we defy order. We can fight other kings, we can even kill them, but only because they threaten our king and his good order. The king, Derfel, is the nation, and we belong to the king. Whatever you or I do, we must support the king.
I knew he was not talking about Tristan and Mark. He was thinking of Mordred, and so I dared to speak the unspoken thought that had lain so heavily on Dumnonia for all those years.
There are those, Lord, I said,
who say you should be the king.
No!
He shouted the word into the wind.
No,
he repeated more quietly, looking at me.
I looked down at the sword on the stone.
Why not?
Because I swore an oath to Uther.
Mordred, I said, is not fit to be king. And you know it, Lord. He turned and looked at the sea again.
Mordred is our king, Derfel, and that is all you or I need to know. He has our oaths. We cannot judge him. He will judge us. And if you or I decide another man should be king, where is order then? If one man takes the throne unjustly, then any man can take it. If I take it, why should another not take it from me? All order would be gone. There would just be chaos.
You think Mordred cares about order? I asked bitterly.
I think Mordred has not yet been properly acclaimed, Arthur said. I think that when the high duties are put on him, then he may change. I think it more likely that he will not change, but above all, Derfel, I believe he is our king. And we must endure him, because that is what we have to do, whether we like it or not. In all this world, Derfel, he said, suddenly sweeping up Excalibur and swinging her blade about the whole horizon. In all this world, there is only one sure order, and that is the king's order. Not the gods. They've gone from Britain. Merlin thought he could bring them back, but look at Merlin now. Sansom tells us that his god has power, and so he might, but not for me. I see only kings, and in kings are concentrated our oaths and our duties. Without them, we would be so many wild things scrambling for place. He rammed Excalibur back into its scabbard. I must support kings, for without them there would be chaos. And so I have told Tristan and Isolde that they must stand trial. Trial? I exclaimed, then spat on the turf. Arthur glared angrily at me. They are accused, he said, of theft. They are accused of breaking oaths. They are accused of fornication. The last word twisted his mouth, and he turned away from me to spit it across the sea. "They're in love," I protested. And when he said nothing, I attacked him more directly. "And did you stand trial, Arthur ap Uther, when you broke an oath? And not the oath to ban, but the oath you swore when you betrothed yourself to Cynwyn. You broke an oath, and no one put you in front of magistrates." He turned on me in a flaring rage, and for a few heartbeats I thought he was about to drag Excalibur free again and attack me with the blade. But then he shuddered and went still. His eyes glistened with tears again. He said nothing for a long while. Then he nodded. "I broke that oath, true. Do you think I haven't regretted it?" "And you will not let Tristan break one oath?" "He's a thief!" Arthur snarled at me in fury. "You think we should risk years of border raids for a thief who fornicates with his stepmother? You could talk to the families of the dead farmers on our frontier and justify their deaths in the name of Tristan's love. You think women and children should die because a prince is in love? Is that your justice?" "I think Tristan is our friend," I said. And when he did not answer, I spat at his feet. "You sent for Mark, didn't you?" I accused him. He nodded. "Yes, I sent a messenger from Isca." "Tristan is our friend!" I shouted at him. He closed his eyes. "He has stolen from a king," he said stubbornly. "He has stolen gold, a wife, and pride. He has broken oaths. His father seeks justice, and I am sworn to justice." "He is your friend," I insisted, "and he is mine." He opened his eyes and stared at me. "A king comes to me, Derfel, and asks for justice. Am I to deny Mark justice because he is old and gross and ugly? Do youth and beauty deserve perverted justice? What have I fought for all these years, if not to make certain that justice is even-handed?" He was pleading with me now. "When we travelled here, through all those villages and towns, did people run away because they saw our swords? No. And why? Because they know that in Mordred's kingdom there is justice. And now, because a man beds his father's wife, you would have me toss that justice away like an inconvenient burden?" "Yes," I said, "because he is a friend. And because if you make them stand trial, they will be found guilty." "They have no chance at trial," I protested bitterly, "because Mark is a tongued one." Arthur gave a sad smile as he acknowledged the memory I had deliberately provoked. That memory was of our very first meeting with Tristan. And that meeting, too, had been a legal matter. And in that case, a great injustice was almost done because the accused was a tongued one. In our law, the evidence given by a tongued one was incontrovertible. 1,000 people could swear the opposite, but their evidence was nothing if it was contradicted by a lord, a druid, a priest, a father speaking of his children, a gift-giver speaking of his gift, a maid talking of her virginity, a herdsman speaking of his animals, or a condemned man saying his final words. And Mark was a lord, a king, and his word outweighed those of a prince or a queen. No court in Britain would acquit Tristan and Iseult, and Arthur knew it. But Arthur had sworn an oath to uphold the law. But on that far day, when Owain had so nearly perverted justice by using the privilege of a tongued one to tell a lie, Arthur had appealed to the Court of Swords. For Tristan's benefit, Arthur himself had fought Owain, and Arthur had won. Tristan, I now said to Arthur, could appeal to the Court of Swords. That is his privilege, Arthur said. And I am his friend, I said coldly, and I can fight for him. Arthur stared at me as though he was only just realizing the true depths of my hostility. You, Derfel? He asked. I shall fight for Tristan, I said coldly, because he is my friend, as you once were. He paused a few heartbeats.
"That is your privilege," he finally said. "But I have done my duty."
He walked away, and I followed 10 paces behind. When he slowed, I slowed, and when he turned to look at me, I looked away. I was going to fight for a friend. Arthur curtly ordered Killock's spearmen to escort Tristan and Isolde to Isca. There, he decreed, their trial would be held. King Mark could provide one judge, and we Dumnonians the other. King Mark sat in his chair, saying nothing. He had argued for the trial to be held in Kurnow, but he must have known it did not matter. Tristan would not stand trial, for Tristan would never survive a trial. Tristan could only appeal to the sword. The prince came to the door of the hall, and there he faced his father. Mark's face showed nothing. Tristan was pale, and Arthur stood with head bowed, so that he did not need to look at either man. Tristan wore no armour and carried no shield. His black hair, with its warrior rings, was combed back and tied with a strip of white linen that he must have torn from Isolde's dress. He wore a shirt, trews, and boots, and had a sword at his side. He walked halfway to his father and there stopped. He drew his sword, stared into his father's implacable eyes, then rammed the blade hard into the turf. "I will be tried by the court of swords," he insisted. Mark shrugged and made a lethargic gesture with his right hand, and that gesture brought Killen forward. It was plain that Tristan knew the champion's prowess, for he looked nervous as the huge man, whose beard grew down to his waist, stripped off his cloak. Killen pushed his black hair away from the axe tattoo, then pulled his iron helmet onto his head. He spat on his hands, rubbed the spittle into his palms, and walked slowly forward and knocked Tristan's sword flat. With that gesture, he had accepted battle. I drew Howlbane. "I shall fight for Tristan," I heard myself saying. I was oddly nervous, and it was not just the nervousness that precedes battle. It was fear of the great gulf that was opening in my life, the gulf that separated me from Arthur. "I shall fight for Tristan," Killock insisted. He came and stood beside me. "You've got daughters, fool," he muttered. "So have you. But I'll beat this bearded toad quicker than you Saxon bag of guts," Killock said fondly. Tristan stepped between us and protested that he would fight Killen alone, that this was his battle and no one else's. But Killock growled at him to get back into the hall. "I've beaten men twice as big as that bearded lout," he told Tristan. Killen drew his long sword and gave it a slash through the empty air. "One of you," he said carelessly. "I don't care which." "No!" Mark suddenly shouted. He summoned Killen and 2 others of his spearmen, and the 3 men knelt beside Mark's chair and listened to their king's instructions. Killock and I both presumed that Mark was ordering his 3 men to fight the 3 of us. "I'll take the bastard with the big beard and the dirty forehead," Killock decided. "You take that red-haired piece of dog-shit, Derfel. And my Lord Prince can skewer the bald one. 2 minutes' work." Isolde crept from the hall. She seemed terrified to be in Mark's sight, but she came to embrace Killock and me. Killock swamped her in his arms, while I knelt and kissed her thin, pale hand. "Thank you," she said in her little shadow voice. Her eyes were red with tears. She stood on tiptoe to kiss Tristan, and then, with one scared, backward look at her husband, she fled back into the hall shadows. Mark raised his heavy head from the collar of his sealskin fur. "The Court of Swords," he said in a voice thick with phlegm, "demands 1 man on 1 man. It has always been thus." "Then send your virgins 1 at a time, Lord King," Killock shouted, "and I'll kill them 1 at a time." Mark shook his head. "1 man, 1 sword," he insisted. "And my son asked for the privilege, so he will fight." "Lord King," I said, "custom decrees that a man can fight for his friend in the Court of Swords. I, Derfel Cadern, insist on the privilege." "I know of no such custom," Mark lied. "Arthur does," I said harshly.
He fought for your son in a court of swords, and I will fight for him today." Mark turned his bleary eyes towards Arthur, but Arthur shook his head as if to suggest he wanted nothing to do with the argument. Mark looked back at me. "My son's offence is filthy," he said, "and no one but he should defend it." "I will defend it," I said. Then Killock stepped beside me and insisted that he would fight for Tristan. The king just looked at us, raised his right hand, and gave a weary gesture. The spearmen of Kurnow, instructed by the red-haired man and the bald warrior, formed a shield wall at the king's signal. It was a wall 2 men deep, and the front rank held their shields in a locked row, while the second rank held their shields to protect the heads of the front rank. Then, on a word of command, they tossed their spears to the ground. "Bastards," Killock said, for he understood what was about to happen. "Shall we break them, Lord Derfel?" he asked me. "Let us break them, Lord Killock," I said vengefully. There were 40 men of Kurnow, and 3 of us. The 40 shuffled slowly forward in their locked shield wall, with their eyes watching us warily from beneath the rims of their helmets. They carried no spears and had drawn no swords. They did not come to kill us, but to immobilize us. And Killock and I charged them. I had not needed to break a shield wall in years, but the old madness whirled in me as I screamed Bel's name. Then I shouted Kynwyn's name as I rammed Halbane's point at a man's eyes, and as he ducked aside, I threw my shoulder at the junction of his and his neighbour's shields. The wall broke, and I screamed in triumph as I thumped Halbane's hilt on the back of one man's head, then stabbed it forward to widen the gap. In battle, by now, my men would be thrusting behind me, opening the gap and soaking the ground with enemy blood. But I had no men behind me, and no weapons opposing me, just shields and more shields, and though I whirled in a circle, making Halbane's blade hiss as she slashed around, those shields closed inexorably on me. I dared not kill any of the spearmen, for that would have been dishonourable after they had so deliberately cast aside their own weapons, and bereft of that opportunity, I could only try and frighten them. But they knew I would not kill, and so a ring of shields circled me, closed on me, and Halbane was at last stopped dead by an iron shield boss, and suddenly the shields of Kurnow were pressing hard about me. I heard Arthur shout a harsh command, and I guessed that some of Killock's and my spearmen had wanted to help their lords, but Arthur held them back. He did not want a bloody fight, Kurnow against Omnonia. He just wanted this grim business done and finished. Killock had been trapped like me. He raged at his captors, called them infants, dogs and worms, but the men of Kurnow had their orders. We were neither of us to be hurt, but just held tight by a press of men and by the clamp of their shields. And so, like Iseult, we could only watch as the champion of Kurnow walked forward, his sword held low, and gave his prince a bow. Tristan knew he would die. He had taken the ribbon from his hair and tied it about his sword's blade, and now he kissed the linen strip. Then he held his sword out, touched the champion's blade, and sprang forward in a lunge. Killen parried. The sound of the 2 swords echoed back from the palisade, then echoed again as Tristan attacked a second time, this time swinging the sword in a fast downward slash, but once again Killen parried. He did it easily, almost wearily. Twice more Tristan attacked, and then he kept his blows going, swinging and lunging as fast as he could, trying desperately to wear Killen's defence down. But he only wearied his own arm, and the moment he paused for breath and took a step back, the champion lunged. That lunge was so well done. It was even beautifully done, if you cared to see a sword used properly. It was even mercifully done, for Killen took Tristan's soul in an eye blink. The prince did not even have the time to look back at his lover in the hall shadowed door. He just stared at his killer, and the blood gushed from his cut throat to turn his white shirt red. Then his sword dropped as he made the dying, bubbling, choking sound, and as his soul fled, he just dropped. "Justice is done, Lord King," Killen said bleakly, as he pulled his blade free from Tristan's neck
and walked away. The spearmen who surrounded me, none of whom had dared meet my eyes, drew back. I raised Howlbane, and the sight of its grey blade was misted by my tears. I heard Isolde scream as her husband's men killed the 6 spearmen who had accompanied Tristan, and who now took hold of their queen. I closed my eyes. I would not look at Arthur. I would not speak with Arthur. I walked to the headland, and there I prayed to my gods, and I begged them to come back to Britain. And while I prayed, the men of Kurnow took Queen Isolde down to the sea lake, where the 2 dark ships waited. But they did not carry her home to Kurnow. Instead, the princess of Hui Liathan, that child of 15 summers who had skipped barefoot into the waves, and whose voice had been a shadowy wisp like the seamen's ghosts who ride the long sea winds, was tied to a post and heaped around with the driftwood that lay so thick on Halcombe shore, and there, before her husband's unforgiving eyes, she was burned alive. Her lover's corpse was burned on the same pyre. I would not leave with Arthur. I would not talk to him. I let him go, and I slept that night in the dark old hall where the lovers had slept. Then I travelled home to Lindinnis, and that was when I confessed to Cynwyn about the old massacre on the moor when I had killed the innocent to keep an oath. I told her about Isolde burning and screaming while her husband watched. Cynwyn held me. "Did you not know that hardness in Arthur?" she asked me softly. "No." "He is all that stands between us and horror," Cynwyn said. "How could he be anything but hard?" Even now, with my eyes closed, I sometimes see that child coming from the sea, her face smiling, her thin body outlined against the white clinging dress, and her hands reaching for her lover. I cannot hear a gull's cry without seeing her, for she will haunt me till the day I die, and after death, wherever it is my soul goes, she will be there. A child killed for a king, by law, in Camelot. I did not see Lancelot for many years after the Round Table Oath, nor did I see any of his henchmen. Amhar and Loholt, Arthur's twins, lived in Lancelot's capital of Venta, where they led bands of spearmen. But the only fighting they seemed to do was in its taverns. Dinas and Lavaine were also in Venta, where they presided over a temple dedicated to Mercury, a Roman god, and their ceremonies rivaled the ones held in Lancelot's palace church that had been consecrated by Bishop Sansom. Sansom was a frequent visitor to Venta, and he reported that the Belgic people seemed happy enough with Lancelot, which we took to mean that they were not openly rebellious. Lancelot and his companions also visited Dumnonia, most often going across their border to the Sea Palace, but sometimes travelling as far as Dernavaria to attend some high feast. But I simply stayed away from such festivals if I knew they were coming, and neither Arthur nor Guinevere ever demanded that I attend. Nor was I invited to the great funeral that followed the death of Lancelot's mother, Elaine. Lancelot, in truth, was not a bad ruler. He was no Arthur. He cared nothing for the quality of justice or the fairness of taxes or the state of the roads. He simply ignored those things. But as they had been ignored before his rule, no one noticed any great difference. Lancelot, like Guinevere, cared only for his comfort, and, like her, he built a lavish palace that was filled with statues, bright with painted walls, and hung, of course, with the extravagant collection of mirrors in which he could admire his own endless reflection. The money for these luxuries was exacted in taxes, and if those taxes were heavy, then the compensation was the freedom of the Belgic lands from Saxon raids. Cerdic, astonishingly, had kept his faith with Lancelot, and the dreaded Sais spearmen never raided Lancelot's rich farmlands. But nor did they need to raid. For Lancelot had invited them to come and live in his kingdom. The land had been depopulated by the long years of war, and huge stretches of fine fields were growing back to woodland. And so Lancelot invited settlers from Cerdic's people to till the fields. The Saxons swore oaths of loyalty to Lancelot. They cleared the land, they built new villages, they paid their taxes, and their spearmen even marched in his warband. His palace guard, we heard, were all Saxons now. The Saxon Guard, he called them, and he chose them for their height and for the colour of their hair. I did not see them in those years, though eventually I met them, and they were all tall blonde men who carried axes polished to a mirror brightness. Rumour had it that Lancelot paid tribute to Cerdic, but Arthur angrily denied it when our council asked him if it was true. Arthur disapproved of Saxon settlers being invited onto British land, but the matter, he said, was Lancelot's to decide, not ours, and at least the land was at peace. Peace, it seemed, excused all. Lancelot even boasted that he had converted his Saxon guard to Christianity. For his baptism, it seems, had not just been for show, but was real enough, or so Galahad told me on one of his frequent visits to Lindinus. He described the church Sansom had built in the Venta Palace, and told me that every day a choir sang and a bevy of priests celebrated the Christian mysteries. "It's all very beautiful," Galahad said wistfully. That was before I had seen the ecstasies in Isker, and I had no idea such frenzies took place, so did not ask him whether they happened in Venta, or whether his brother encouraged Dumnonia's Christians to see him as a deliverer. "Has Christianity changed your brother?" Cymwyn asked. Galahad watched the flicker of her hands as she teased a thread from the distaff onto the spindle. "No," he admitted. "He thinks it's enough to say prayers once a day, and then he behaves as he likes thereafter. But many Christians are like that, alas." "And how does he behave?" Cymwyn asked. "Badly." "Do you want me to leave the room?" Cymwyn asked sweetly, "so you can tell Derfel without embarrassing me? And then he can tell me when we go to bed." Galahad laughed. "He's bored, lady, and he alleviates his boredom in the usual way. He hunts. So does Derfel. So do I. Hunting's not bad." "He hunts girls," Galahad said bleakly. "He doesn't treat them badly, but they don't really have much choice. Some of them like it, and they all become rich enough, but they also become his whores." "He sounds like most kings," Cymwyn said dryly. "Is that all he does?" "He spends hours with those two wretched druids," Galahad said. "And no one knows why a Christian king would do that. But he claims it's just friendship. He encourages his poets, he collects mirrors, and he visits Guinevere's sea palace." "To do what?" I asked. "To talk, he says." Galahad shrugged. "He says they talk about religion. Or rather, they argue about it. She's become very devout." "To Isis," Cynwyn said disapprovingly. In the years after the Round Table Oath, we had all heard how Guinevere was retreating more and more into the practice of her religion, so that now the Sea Palace was said to be one huge shrine to Isis, and Guinevere's attendants, who were all women chosen for their grace and looks, were the priestesses of Isis. "The supreme goddess," Galahad said disparagingly, then carefully crossed himself to keep the pagan evil at bay. "Guinevere evidently believes the goddess has enormous power that can be channeled into human affairs. I can't imagine Arthur likes it." "He's bored by it all," Cynwyn said, spinning the last of the thread off the distaff and laying it down. "All he ever does now," she went on, "is to complain that Guinevere won't talk to him about anything except her religion. It must be horribly tedious for him." This conversation took place long before Tristan fled to Dumnonia with Iseult, and when Arthur was still a welcome guest at our house. "My brother claims to be fascinated by her ideas," Galahad said. "And maybe he is. He claims she's the most intelligent woman in Britain, and says he won't marry till he finds another just like her." Cynwyn laughed. "Good job he lost me, then. How old is he now?" 33, I think.
So ancient, Kynwyn said, smiling at me, for I was only a year younger. What happened to Aid? She gave him a son and died doing it. No, Kynwyn said, upset as always at hearing of her death in childbirth. And you say he has a son? A bastard, Galahad said disapprovingly. Peredur, he's called. 4 years old now. Not a bad little boy. In truth, I rather like him. Well, has there ever been a child you didn't like? I asked him dryly. Brushhead, he said, and we all smiled at that old nickname. Imagine Lancelot having a son, Kynwyn said, with that intonation of surprised import with which women greet such news. To me, the existence of another royal bastard seemed entirely unremarkable, but men and women, I notice, respond to these things quite differently. Galahad, like his brother, had never married, nor did he have land, but he was happy and was kept busy serving as an envoy for Arthur. He tried to keep the Brotherhood of Britain alive, though I noticed how quickly those duties fell away, and he travelled through all the British kingdoms, carrying messages, settling disputes, and using his royal rank to ease whatever problems Dumnonia might have with other states. It was usually Galahad who travelled to Demetia to curb Oengus Machairum's raids on Powys, and it was Galahad who, after Tristan's death, carried the news of Isolt's fate to her father. I did not see him after that, not for many months. I tried not to see Arthur, either. I was too angry with him, and I would neither answer his letters nor go to the council. He came to Lindinnis twice in the months after Tristan's death, and both times I was coldly polite, and both times I left him as soon as I could. He did talk for a long time with Kynwyn, and she tried to reconcile us, but I could not shake the thought of that burning child from my head. But nor could I ignore Arthur altogether. Mordred's second acclamation was now just months away, and the preparations had to be made. The ceremony would be held at Caercadern, just a short walk east of Lindinnis, and inevitably Kynwyn and I were drawn into the planning. Mordred himself even took an interest, perhaps because he realized that the ceremony would at last free him of all discipline. "You have to decide," I told him one day, "who will acclaim you." "Well, Arthur will, won't he?" he asked sullenly. "It's usually done by a druid," I said. "But if you want a Christian ceremony, then you must choose between Emrys or Sansom." He shrugged. "Sansom, I suppose." "Then we should go and see him," I said. We went on a hard midwinter day. I had other business in Inniswydren, but first went with Mordred to the Christian shrine, where a priest told us that Bishop Sansom was busy saying Mass and that we must wait. "Does he know his king is here?" I demanded. "I shall tell him, Lord," the priest said, and scuttled away across the frozen ground. Mordred had wandered off to stand beside his mother's grave, where even on that cold day a dozen pilgrims knelt in worship. It was a very simple grave, nothing but a low mound of earth with a stone cross that was dwarfed by the lead urn Sansom had placed to receive the pilgrims' offerings. "The bishop will be with us soon," I said. "Shall we wait inside?" He shook his head and frowned at the low, grassy mound. "She should have a better grave," he said. "I think that's true," I said, surprised he had spoken at all. "You can build it." "It would have been better," he said snidely, "if others had paid her that respect." "Lord King," I said, "we were so busy defending the life of her child that we had small time to worry about her bones. But you're right, and we were remiss." He kicked moodily at the urn, then peered inside to see the small treasures that had been left by the pilgrims. Those who were praying at the grave edged away, not for fear of Mordred, whom I doubt they even recognized, but because the iron amulet I wore about my neck betrayed that I was a pagan. "Why was she buried?" Mordred suddenly asked me. "Why wasn't she burned?" "Because she was a Christian," I said, hiding my horror at his ignorance. I explained that Christians believed their bodies would be used again at the final coming of Christ, while we pagans took new shadow bodies in the other world, and thus had no need of our corpses, which, if we could, we burned to prevent our spirits wandering the earth.
If we could not afford a funeral pyre, then we burned the dead person's hair and cut off one foot. "I shall make a revolt," he said, when I had finished my theological explanation. He asked me how his mother had died, and I told him the whole story of how Gundlius of Siluria had treacherously married Norwenna, then murdered her as she knelt to him. And I told him how Nimue had taken her revenge on Gundlius. "That witch," Mordred said. He feared Nimue, and no wonder, for she was becoming ever fiercer, ever gaunter, and ever dirtier. She was a recluse now, grubbing a life in the remnants of Merlin's compound, where she chanted her spells, lit fires to her gods, and received few visitors, though once in a while, unannounced, she would stride into Lindinnis to consult with Merlin. I would try to feed her on those rare visits. The children would run from her, and she would walk away, muttering to herself, with her one eye wild, her rope caked with mud and ashes, and her matted black hair tangled with filth. Beneath her refuge on the Tor, she was forced to watch the Christian shrine grow larger, stronger, and ever more organized. The old gods, I thought, were losing Britain fast. Sansom, of course, was desperate for Merlin to die, so he could take the Tor for himself and build a church on its fire-scarred summit. But what Sansom did not know was that all Merlin's land was willed to me. Mordred, standing beside his mother's grave, wondered at the similarity of names between my eldest daughter and his dead mother, and I told him that Cynwyn was Norwenna's cousin. Morwenna and Norwenna are old names in Powys, I explained. "Did she love me?" Mordred asked, and the incongruity of that word in his mouth gave me pause. Maybe, I thought, Arthur was right. Maybe Mordred would grow into his responsibilities. Certainly, in all the years I had known him, I had never held such a courteous discussion before. "She loved you very much," I answered truthfully. "The happiest I ever saw your mother," I went on, "was when you were with her. It was up there." I pointed to the black scar where Merlin's hall and his dream tower had stood on the Tor. It was there that Norwenna had been murdered, and Mordred had been snatched away from her. He had been a baby then, even younger than I had been when I was snatched from my mother, Ersi. Did Ersi still live? I still had not travelled to Siluria to find her, and that omission made me feel guilty. I touched the iron amulet. "When I die," Mordred said, "I want to be in the same grave as my mother. And I'll make the grave myself. A vault of stone," he declared, "with our bodies lifted on a pedestal." "You must talk to the bishop," I said, "and I'm sure he'll be pleased to do whatever he can to help." So long, I thought cynically, as he did not have to pay for the vaulted sepulchre. I turned as Sansom hurried across the grass. He bowed to Mordred, then welcomed me to the shrine. "Are you come, I hope, in search of truth, Lord Derfel?" "I come to visit that shrine," I said, pointing to the Tor. "But my Lord King has business of his own with you." I left them there alone, and led my horse up to the Tor, passing by the group of Christians who, day and night, prayed at the Tor's foot that its pagan inhabitants would be driven away. I endured their insults, then climbed the steep hill to discover that the water gate had fallen from its last hinge. I tied my horse to a stake in what remained of the palisade, then carried the bundle of clothes and furs that Cynwyn had packed so that the poor folk who shared Nimue's refuge would not freeze in the bitter weather. I gave Nimue the clothes, and she dropped them carelessly in the snow, then plucked at my sleeve and drew me into her new hut that she had built exactly where Merlin's dream tower had once stood. The hut stank so foully that I almost gagged, but she was oblivious to its mephitic stench. It was a freezing day, and an icy sleet was whipping out of the east on a damp wind. Yet even so, I would rather have stood in the freezing downpour than endure that reeking hut. "Luck," she said, proudly, and showed me a cauldron. Not the cauldron, but just a common patched iron cauldron that hung from a roof beam and was filled with some dark liquid. Sprigs of mistletoe, a pair of bat wings, the sloughed skin of snakes, a broken antler, and bunches of herbs also hung from the rafters that were so low that I had to bend double to get inside the hut, which was eye-stinkingly full of smoke. A naked man lay on a pallet in the far shadows and complained about my presence. "Quiet," Nimue snarled at him. Then she took a stick and poked it into the cauldron's dark liquid, which steamed gently above a small fire that was generating far more smoke than heat. She stirred the cauldron about, found whatever she wanted, and levered it up from the liquid. I saw it was a human skull.
"You remember Belize?" Nimue asked me.
"Of course," I said. "Belize had been a druid, an old man when I was young, and now long dead."
"They burned his body," Nimue told me, "but not his head. And a druid's head, Derfel, is a thing of awesome power. A man brought it to me last week. He had it in a barrel of beeswax. I bought it from him."
Which meant I had purchased the head. Nimue was forever buying objects of cultic power. The caul of a dead child, the teeth of a dragon, a piece of the Christian's magical bread, elf bolts, and now a dead man's head. She used to come to the palace and demand the money for these tawdry things, but I now found it easier to leave her with a little gold, even if it did mean that she would waste the metal on whatever oddity was offered her. She once paid a whole gold ingot for the carcass of a lamb that had been born with 2 heads, and she had nailed the carcass to the palisade where it overlooked the Christian shrine, and there let it rot. I did not like to ask what she had paid for a barrel of wax containing a dead man's head.
"I stripped the wax away," she told me, "and boiled the flesh off the head in the pot."
That in part explained the hut's overwhelming stench.
"There is no more powerful augury," she told me, her one eye glinting in the dark hut, "than a druid's head seethed in a pot of urine with the 10 brown herbs of crumb duff."
She let the skull go, and it sank beneath the liquid's dark surface.
"Now, wait,"
she ordered me. My head was reeling with the smoke and stench, but I obediently waited as the liquid's surface shivered, glinted, and finally subsided until it was nothing but a dark sheen as smooth as a fine mirror, with only a hint of steam drifting from its black surface. Nimue leaned close and held her breath, and I knew she was seeing portents in the liquid surface. The man on the pallet coughed horribly, then feebly clawed at a threadbare blanket to half cover his nakedness. "I'm hungry," he whined. Nimue ignored him. I waited.
"I'm disappointed in you, Derfel,"
Nimue suddenly said, her breath just wrinkling the liquid surface. "Why?"
"I see a queen was burned to death on a seashore. I would have liked her ashes, Derfel," she said reprovingly. "I could have used a queen's ashes," she went on. "You should have known that."
She fell silent, and I said nothing. The liquid was still again, and when Nimue next spoke, it was in a strange, deep voice that did not blur the black liquid surface at all.
"2 kings will come to Cadern," she said, "but a man who is no king shall rule there. The dead will be taken in marriage, the lost will come to the light, and a sword will lie on the neck of a child."
Then she screamed terribly, startling the naked man, who scuttled frantically into the furthest corner of the hut, where he crouched with his hands covering his head.
"Tell that to Merlin,"
Nimue said to me in her normal voice.
"He'll know what it means."
"I will tell him," I promised her.
"And tell him,"
she said, with a desperate fervour, clutching my arm with a dirt-encrusted claw of a hand,
"that I have seen the cauldron in the liquid. Tell him it will be used soon. Soon, Derfel. Tell him that."
"I will," I said. And then, unable to take the smell any more, I pulled away from her grip and backed out into the sleet. She followed me out of the hut and plucked a wing of my cloak to cover herself from the sleet. She walked with me towards the broken water gate and was oddly cheerful.
"Everyone thinks we're losing, Derfel," she said. Everyone thinks those filthy Christians are taking over the land. But they're not. The cauldron will be revealed soon. Merlin will be back, and the power will be loosed. I stopped in the gate and stared down at the group of Christians who were always gathered at the foot of the tor to pray their extravagant prayers with their arms spread wide. Sansom and Morgan arranged for them to be there, so that their constant prayers might serve to drive the pagans off the tor's fire-scarred summit. Nimue stared scornfully down at the group. Some of the Christians recognized her and made the sign of the cross. "You think Christianity is winning, Derfel?" she asked me. "I fear it," I said, listening to the howls of rage from the tor's foot. I remembered the frenzied worshippers in Iska, and wondered how long the horror of that fanaticism could be kept under control. "I do fear it is," I said sadly. "Christianity isn't winning," Nimue said scornfully. "Watch." She ducked out from under my cloak and lifted her dirty dress to expose her wretched nakedness to the Christians. And then she thrust her hips obscenely towards them and gave a wailing cry that died in the wind as she dropped the dress. Some of the Christians made the sign of the cross, but most, I noted, instinctively made the pagan sign against evil with their right hands, and then spat on the ground. "You see," she said with a smile, "they still believe in the old gods. They still believe. And soon, Derfel, they will have proof. Tell that to Merlin." I did tell Merlin. I stood before him and reported that 2 kings would come to Cadern, but a man who was not a king would rule there, that the dead would be taken in marriage, the lost would come to the light, and a sword be laid on the neck of a child. "Say it again, Derfel," he said, squinting up at me and stroking an old tabby cat that was stretched out on his lap. I repeated it all solemnly, then added Nimue's promise that the cauldron would soon be unveiled, and that its horror was imminent. He laughed, shook his head, then laughed again. He soothed the cat on his lap. "And did you say she had a druid's head?" he asked. "Belize's head, Lord." He tickled the cat under the chin. "Belize's head was burned, Derfel, years ago. It was burned, then pounded into a powder, pounded to nothing. I know, because I did it." He closed his eyes and slept. Next summer, on the eve of a full moon, when the trees that grew about the foot of Caer Cadern were heavy with leaf, on a morning of brilliant sunshine that shone on hedgerows bright with bryony and bindweed and willow herb and old man's beard, we acclaimed Mordred our king on the ancient summit of the Caer. Caer Cadern's old fortress stood deserted for much of the year, but it was still our hill of kingship, the solemn place of ritual at Dumnonia's royal heart, and the fort's ramparts were kept strong. But the interior of the fort was a sad place of decaying huts that crouched around the big gaunt feasting hall that was a home to birds, bats, and mice. That hall occupied the lower part of Caer Cadern's wide summit, while on the higher part, to the west, stood a circle of lichen-covered stones surrounding the grey, slab-like boulder that was Dumnonia's ancient stone of kingship. Here the great god Bel had anointed his half-god, half-human child, Belimar, as the first of our kings. And ever since, even in the years when the Romans had ruled, our kings had come to this place to be acclaimed. Mordred had been born on this hill, and here too he had been acclaimed as a baby, though that ceremony had merely been a sign of his kingly status and had placed no duties on him. But now he was at the dawn of his manhood, and from this day on he would be king in more than name. This second acclamation discharged Arthur's oath, and gave Mordred all of Uther's power. The crowds gathered early. The feasting hall had been swept, then hung with banners and decorated with green boughs. Vats of mead and pots of ale were set on the grass, while smoke poured from the great fires, where oxen, pigs, and deer were being roasted for the feast.
tattooed tribesmen from Iska mingled with the elegant toga-clad citizens from Durnovaria and Corinium, and both listened to the white-robed bards who sang specially composed songs praising Mordred's character and forecasting the glories of his reign. Bards never were to be trusted. I was Mordred's champion, and so, alone among the lords on the hill, I was dressed in my full war gear. It was no longer the shabby, ill-repaired stuff I had worn at that fight outside London, for now I possessed a new and expensive armour that reflected my high status. I had a coat of fine Roman mail that was trimmed with golden rings at its neck, hem, and sleeves. I had knee-high boots that gleamed with bronze strips, elbow-length gloves lined with iron plates that protected my forearms and fingers, and a fine silver-chased helmet with a mail flap that protected the back of my neck. The helmet had cheek-pieces that hinged across my face, and a gold finial, from which my freshly brushed wolf-tail hung. I had a green cloak, Howlbane at my hip, and a shield which, in honour of this day, bore Mordred's red dragon instead of my own white star. Kiluk had come from Iska. He embraced me. "Oh, this is a farce, Derfel," he growled. "A great and happy day, Lord Kiluk," I said, straight-faced. He did not smile, but instead looked sullenly about the expectant crowd. "Christians," he spat. "There do seem a lot of them. Is Merlin here?" "He felt tired," I said. "Well, you mean he's got more sense than to come," Kiluk said. "So who does the honours today?" "Bishop Sansom." Kiluk spat. His beard had gone grey in the last few months, and he moved stiffly, though he was still a great bear of a man. "Are you talking to Arthur yet?" he demanded. "We speak, when we have to," I answered evasively. "He wants to be friends with you," Kiluk told me. "He deals very strangely with friends," I said stiffly. "He needs friends." "Then he's lucky to have you," I retorted, and turned as a horn call interrupted our conversation. Spearmen were making a passage in the crowd, using their shields and spear staffs to press the people gently back, and in the spearmen's corridor a procession of lords, magistrates, and priests walked slowly towards the ring of stones. I took my place in the procession alongside Kynwyn and my daughters. The gathering that day was a tribute to Arthur rather than to Mordred, for all Arthur's allies were there. Keenaglass had come from Powys, bringing a dozen lords, and his edling, the Prince Perthel, who was now a good-looking boy with his father's round and earnest face. Agricola, old and stiff-jointed now, accompanied King Murig, both men in togas. Murig's father, Tudric, still lived, but the old king had given up his throne, shaved his head into the tonsure of a priest, and retired to a monastery in the valley of the Wye, where he patiently gathered a library of Christian texts and allowed his pedantic son to rule Gwent in his place. Berthig, who had succeeded his father as King of Gwynedd, and who now possessed only 2 teeth, stood fidgeting as though the rituals were a necessary irritant that needed to be finished before he could get back to the waiting mead vats. Owanger Smach Iram, Isolt's father and the King of Demetia, had come with a party of his dreaded Black Shields, while Lancelot, King of the Belgi, was escorted by a dozen giant men of his Saxon guard, and by the baleful pairs of twins Dinas and Lavain, and Amhar and Loholt. Arthur, I noticed, embraced Oengus, who returned the gesture happily. No ill will there, it seemed, despite Isolt's awful death. Arthur wore a brown cloak, perhaps not wanting one of his white cloaks to outshine the day's hero. Guinevere looked splendid in a russet dress that was trimmed with silver and embroidered with her symbol of the moon-crowned stag. Sagramore came in a black gown, and had brought his pregnant Saxon wife Mala and their 2 sons. No one came from Kurnow. The banners of the kings, chiefs, and lords were hung from the ramparts, where a ring of spearmen, all equipped with newly painted dragon shields, stood guard. The horn sounded again,
its noise mournful in the sunny air, as 20 other spearmen escorted Mordred towards the stone ring, where, 15 years before, we had first acclaimed him. That first ceremony had been in winter-time, and the baby Mordred had been wrapped in fur and carried about the stones in an upturned war-shield. Morgan had supervised that first acclamation, which had been marked by the sacrifice of a Saxon captive. But this time, the ceremony would be an entirely Christian rite. The Christians, I thought grimly, whatever Nimue might think, had won. There were no druids here, except for Dinas and Lavain, and they had no role to play. Merlin was sleeping in Lindinus's garden. Nimue was on the tour, and no captive would be slaughtered to discover the auguries for the newly acclaimed king's reign. We had killed a Saxon prisoner at Mordred's first acclamation, spearing him high in the belly so that his death would be slow and agonizing. And Morgan had watched every painful stagger and every splatter of blood for signs of the future. Those auguries, I remembered, had not been good, though they had promised Mordred a long reign. I tried to remember that poor Saxon's name, but all I could remember was his terrified face and the fact that I had liked him. And then suddenly his name came winging back across the years. Valenka. Poor shivering Valenka. Morgan had insisted on his death, but now, with a crucifix dangling beneath her mask, she was only here as Sansom's wife, and would play no part in the rites. A muted cheer greeted Mordred's arrival. The Christians applauded, while we pagans just touched our hands dutifully together and then fell silent. The king was dressed entirely in black. Black shirt, black trews, black cloak, and a pair of black boots, one of which was monstrously fashioned to encase his clubbed left foot. A gold crucifix hung about his neck, and it seemed to me that there was a smirk on his round, ugly face, or perhaps that grimace just betrayed his nervousness. He had kept his beard, but it was a thin thing that did little to improve his bulbous face with its jutting hedges of hair. He walked alone into the royal circle, and took his place beside the royal stone. Sansom, splendid in white and gold, hurried to stand beside the king. The bishop raised his arms, and, without any preamble, began to pray aloud. His voice, always strong, carried right across the huge crowd that pressed behind the lords, right out to the motionless spearmen on the ramparts' fighting platforms. "Lord God," he shouted, "pour down thy blessing on this thy son Mordred, on this blessed king, this light of Britain, this monarch who will lead thy kingdom of Dumnonia into its new and blessed age." I confess I paraphrased the prayer, for in truth I hardly took much notice as Sansom harangued his god. He was good at such harangues, but they were all much alike. Always too long, always full of praise for Christianity, and always replete with mockery of paganism. So instead of listening, I watched the crowd to see who among it spread their arms and closed their eyes. Most did. Arthur, ever ready to show respect to any religion, just stood with head bowed. He held his son's hand, while, on Gwydra's other side, Guinevere gazed into the sky with a secret smile on her handsome face. Amhar and Loholt, Arthur's sons by Eileen, prayed with the Christians, while Dinas and Lavain just stood, arms folded across their white robes, and stared at Kynwyn, who, just as on that day when she had run from her betrothal, wore neither gold nor silver. Her hair still shone so fine and pale, and she remained for me the loveliest creature that ever walked this earth. Her brother, King Keenaglas, stood on her other side, and catching my eye during one of Sansom's higher flights of fancy, he offered me a wry smile. Mordred, his arms spread in prayer, watched us all with a crooked smile. When the prayer was done, Bishop Sansom took the king's arm and led him to Arthur, who, as the guardian of the kingdom, would now present the new ruler to his people. Arthur smiled at Mordred, as though to give him courage,
then led him round the outside of the stone circle, and, as Mordred passed, those who were not kings dropped to their knees. I, as his champion, walked behind him with a drawn sword. We walked against the sun, the only time a circle was ever walked thus, to show that our new king was descended from Belimar, and could thus defy the natural order of all living things, though Bishop Sansom, of course, declared that the walk against the sun proved the death of pagan superstition. Killock, I saw, managed to hide himself during the circle walk, so that he would not have to kneel. When 2 full circles of the stones had been completed, Arthur led Mordred to the royal stone, and handed him up so that the king stood there alone. Diane, my youngest daughter, then toddled forward with cornflowers woven into her hair, and laid a loaf of bread at Mordred's mismatched feet, to symbolize his duty to feed his people. The women murmured at the sight of her, for Diane, like her sisters, had inherited her mother's careless beauty. She put the loaf down, then looked about her for a sign of what she was supposed to do next, and, receiving none, she looked solemnly up into Mordred's face, and immediately burst into tears. The women sighed happily as the child fled crying to her mother, and as Kynwyn scooped her up and dried her tears. Gwydre, Arthur's son, next carried a leather scourge that he laid at the king's feet as a symbol of Mordred's duty to offer the land justice. And then I carried the new royal sword, forged in Gwent and with a hilt of black leather wrapped with golden wire, and gave the sword into Mordred's right hand. "Lord King," I said, looking into his eyes, "this is for your duty to protect your people." Mordred's smirk had vanished, and he stared at me with a cold dignity that made me hope Arthur was right, and that the solemnity of this ritual would indeed give Mordred the power to be a good king. Then, one by one, we presented our gifts. I gave him a fine helmet, trimmed with gold, and with a red enamel dragon burned onto its skull-piece. Arthur gave him a scale coat, a spear, and a box of ivory filled with gold coins. Keenaglas offered him ingots of gold from the mines of Powys. Lancelot presented him with a massive cross of gold and a small gold-framed electrum mirror. Oengus mac Eirim laid 2 thick bear pelts at his feet, while Sagramor placed a golden Saxon image of a bull's head on the pile. Sansom presented the king with a piece of the cross, on which he loudly proclaimed Christ had been crucified. The scrap of dark timber was encased in a Roman glass flask that had been sealed with gold. Only Killock presented nothing. Indeed, when the gifts were given and the lords made a line to kneel before the king and swear their oaths of loyalty, Killock was nowhere to be seen. I was the second man to give the oath, following Arthur to the royal stone, where I knelt opposite the great heap of shining gold and put my lips to the tip of Mordred's new sword, and swore on my life that I would serve him faithfully. It was a solemn moment, for that was the royal oath, the oath that ruled all others. There was one new thing at that acclamation, a ritual Arthur had devised as a means of continuing the peace he had so carefully constructed and maintained throughout the years. The new ceremony was an extension of his Brotherhood of Britain, for he had persuaded the kings of Britain, at least those present, to exchange kisses with Mordred, and swear oaths never to fight against each other. Mordred, Murig, Keenaglas, Bearthig, Oengus, and Lancelot all embraced each other, touched their sword blades together, and took the oath to keep each other's peace. Arthur beamed, and Oengus mac Eirim, a rogue if ever there was one, gave me a broad wink. Come harvest time, I knew, his spearmen would be raiding Powys's granaries, whatever oaths he might have sworn. When the royal oath had been made, I performed the final act of the acclamation. First, I gave Mordred my gloved hand and helped him down from the stone, and then, when I had conducted him to the northernmost stone of the outer circle, I took his royal sword and laid its bare blade flat on the royal stone. It lay there, glittering, a sword on a stone, the true sign of a king. And then I did the duty of the king's champion, by striding about the circle and spitting at the onlookers, and challenging all who listened to dare deny the right of Mordred ap Uther to be the king of this land. I winked at my daughters as I passed, made certain my spittle landed on Sansom's shining robes, and made equally sure it did not land on Guinevere's embroidered dress. I declare Mordred ap Uther to be the king, I shouted again and again, and if any man denies it, let him fight me now. I walked slowly with Halbane naked in my hand, and shouted my challenge loud. I declare Mordred ap Uther to be the king, and if any man denies it, let him fight me now. I had almost completed the circle when I heard the blade rasp from its scabbard. I deny it, a voice shouted, and the shout was followed by gasps of horror from the crowd. Kynwyn blanched, and my daughters, who were already frightened to see me dressed in my unfamiliar iron and steel and leather and wolf hair, hid their faces in her linen skirt. I turned slowly and saw that Kiluk had come back to the circle and now faced me with his big battle sword drawn. No, I called to him. Please. Kiluk, grim-faced, strode to the circle's centre and plucked the king's gold-hilted sword from the stone. I deny Mordred ap Uther, Kiluk said ceremoniously, then threw the royal blade down onto the grass. Kill him, Mordred shouted from his place beside Arthur. Do your duty, Lord Derfel. I deny his fitness to rule, Kiluk shouted at the assembly. A wind lifted the banners on the walls and stirred Kynwyn's golden hair. I order you to kill him, Mordred shouted excitedly. I walked into the circle to face Kiluk. My duty now was to fight him. That if he killed me, then another king's champion would be selected, and so the stupid business would go on until Kiluk, battered and bloody, lay twitching his lifeblood into Caer Cadern's soil. Or, more likely, till a full-scale battle erupted on the summit that would end with either Kiluk's or Mordred's party triumphant. I pulled the helmet off my head, shook the hair out of my eyes, and hung the helmet over the throat of my scabbard. Then, with Halbane still in my hand, I embraced Kiluk. Don't do this, I whispered in his ear. I can't kill you, my friend, so you will just have to kill me. He's a bastard little toad. A worm, not a king, he murmured. Please, I said. I cannot kill you. You know that. He hugged me tight. Make peace with Arthur, my friend, he whispered. Then he stepped away and rammed his sword back into its scabbard. He picked Mordred's sword out of the grass, gave the king a sour look, then laid the blade back on the stone. I yield the fight, he called, so that all on the summit could hear him. Then he crossed to Keenaglas and knelt at his feet. Will you have my oath, Lord King? It was an embarrassing moment, for if the King of Powys accepted Kiluk's loyalty, then Powys's first act of this new Dumnonian reign was to welcome an enemy of Mordred's. But Keenaglas did not hesitate. He pushed his sword hilt forward for Kiluk's kiss. Gladly, Lord Kiluk, he said. Gladly. Kiluk kissed Keenaglas's sword, then rose and walked to the west gate. His spearmen followed him, and thus, with Kiluk's going, Mordred at last had the kingdom's power unchallenged. There was silence. Then Sansom began to cheer, and the Christians followed his lead, and so acclaimed their new ruler. Men gathered about the king, calling their congratulations, and I saw that Arthur was left to one side, alone. He looked at me and smiled, but I turned away. I sheathed Halbane, then crouched by my still frightened daughters, and told them there was nothing to be worried about. I gave Morwenna my helmet to hold, and showed her how the cheek-pieces swung back and forward on their hinges. "Don't break it," I warned her.
Poor wolf,
Seren said, stroking the wolf tail. Well, it killed a lot of lambs.
Is that why you killed the wolf?
Of course.
Lord Derfel!
Mordred's voice suddenly called, and I straightened and turned round to see that the king had shaken off his admirers and was limping across the royal circle towards me. I walked to meet him, then bowed my head. Lord King? The Christians gathered behind Mordred. They were the masters now, and their victory was plain on their faces.
You swore an oath, Lord Derfel, Mordred said, to obey me.
I did, Lord King.
But Keloch still lives, he said in a puzzled voice. Does he not still live?
He lives, Lord King, I said. Mordred smiled.
A broken oath, Lord Derfel, deserves punishment. Isn't that what you always taught me?
Yes, Lord King.
And an oath, Lord Derfel, was sworn on your life, was it not?
Yes, Lord King. He scratched at his thin beard.
But your daughters are pretty, Derfel, so I would be sorry to lose you from Dumnonia. I forgive you that Keloch still lives.
Thank you, Lord King, I said, fighting back a temptation to hit him.
But a broken oath still deserves punishment, he said excitedly.
Yes, Lord King, I agreed. It does. He paused a heartbeat, then struck me hard across the face with the leather flail of justice. He laughed, and was so delighted with the surprised reaction on my face that he hit me with the flail a second time.
Punishment given, Lord Derfel,
he said, then turned away. His supporters laughed and applauded. We did not stay for the feast, nor for the wrestling matches and the mock bouts of sword-play and the displays of juggling, nor for the tame dancing bear and the competition of the bards. We walked, a family, back to Lindinis. We walked beside the stream where the willows grew and the purple loosestrife flowered. We walked home. Keenaglass followed us within the hour. He planned to stay with us for 1 week, then he would go back to Powys. "Come back with me," he said. "I'm sworn to Mordred, Lord King." "Oh, Derfel, Derfel!" He put his arm around my neck and walked up the outer courtyard with me. "My dear Derfel, you're as bad as Arthur. You think Mordred cares if you keep your oath?" "I hope he doesn't want me as an enemy." "Who knows what he wants?" Keenaglass asked. "Girls, probably, and fast horses and running deer and strong mead. Come home, Derfel. Keloch will be there." "I shall miss him, Lord," I said. I had hoped that Keloch would be waiting at Lindinis when we returned from Caer-Cadern, but he had plainly not dared waste a moment, and was already racing north to escape the spearmen who would be sent to find him before he crossed the frontier. Keenaglass abandoned his attempt to persuade me north. "What was that rogue Oengus doing there?" he asked me peevishly. "And making that promise to keep the peace, too." "He knows, Lord King," I said, "that if he loses Arthur's friendship, then your spears will invade his land." "He's right," Keenaglass said grimly. "Maybe I'll give that job to Keloch. Will Arthur have any power now?" "Well, that depends on Mordred." "Let's assume Mordred isn't a complete fool. I can't comprehend Dumnonia without Arthur." He turned as a shout from the gate announced more visitors. I half expected to see dragon shields and a party of Mordred's men searching for Keloch, but instead it was Arthur and Oengus mac Eirim, who had arrived with a score of spearmen. Arthur hesitated at the gate's threshold. "Am I welcome?" he called to me. "Of course, Lord," I replied, though not warmly. My daughters spied him from a window, and a moment later they ran shrieking to welcome him. Keenaglass joined them, pointedly ignoring King Oengus mac Eirim, who crossed to my side. I bowed, but Oengus pushed me upright and enfolded me in his arms. His fur collar stank of sweat and old grease. He grinned at me. "Arthur tells me you haven't fought a decent war in 10 years, he said. "Well, it must be that long, Lord." "You'll be out of practice, Derfel. First proper fight, and some slip of a boy will rip your belly out to feed his hounds. How are you?" "Older than I was, Lord, but well. And you?" "I'm still alive," he said. then glanced back at Keenaglass. "I assume the King of Powys doesn't want to greet me." "He feels, Lord King, that your spearmen are too busy on his frontier." Oengus laughed. "I have to keep them busy, Derfel. You know that. Idle spearmen are trouble. And besides, I've got too many of the bastards these days. Ireland's going Christian." He spat. "Some interfering Briton called Podrick turned them into milksops. You never dared conquer us with your spears, so you sent that piece of seal shit to weaken us, and any Irishman with proper guts is coming to the Irish kingdoms in Britain to escape his Christians." He preached to them with a clover leaf. Can you imagine that? Conquering Ireland with a clover leaf. No wonder all the decent warriors are coming to me. But what can I do with them? "Send them to kill Podrick," I suggested. "He's dead already, Derfel, but his followers are all too much alive." Oengus had drawn me into a corner of the courtyard, where he stopped and looked up into my face. "I hear you tried to protect my daughter." "I did, Lord," I said. I saw that Cynwyn had come from the palace and was embracing Arthur. They held each other as they talked, and as Cynwyn glanced reprovingly towards me, I turned back to Oengus. "I drew a sword for her, Lord King." "Good of you, Derfel," he said carelessly. "Good of you. But it isn't important. I've several daughters. Not even sure I can remember which one Isolde was. Skinny little thing, yes." "A beautiful girl, Lord King." He laughed. "Well, anything young with tits is beautiful when you're old. I do have one beauty in the brood. Argant, as she's called, and she'll break a few hearts before her life's done. Your new king will be looking for a bride, won't he?" "I suppose so." "Argant would do for him," Oengus said. He was not being kind to Mordred by suggesting his beautiful daughter as Dumnonia's queen, but rather making sure that Dumnonia would go on protecting Demetia from the men of Powys. "Maybe I'll bring Argant on a visit here," he said. Then he abandoned the subject of that possible marriage and shoved a scarred fist hard into my chest. "Now listen, my friend," he said forcefully. "It isn't worth falling out with Arthur over Isolde." "Is that why he brought you here, Lord?" I asked suspiciously. "Of course it is, you fool," Oengus said happily. "And because I can't stand all those Christians on the care. Make your peace, Derfel. Britain isn't so big that decent men can start spitting at each other. I hear Merlin lives here." "You'll find him through there," I said, pointing towards an arch that led to a garden where Cynwyn's roses blossomed. "Well, what's left of him?" "I'll go and kick some life into the bastard. Maybe you can tell me what's so special about a clover leaf. And I need a charm to help me make new daughters." He laughed and walked away. "Get in hold, Derfel. Get in hold." Arthur gave my 3 daughters into the keeping of Cynwyn and their uncle Keenaglass, then walked towards me. I hesitated, then gestured through the outer gate and walked ahead of him into the meadows, where I waited and stared at Caer Cadern's banner-hung ramparts above the intervening trees. He stopped behind me. "It was at Mordred's first acclamation," he said softly, "that you and I first met, Tristan. Do you remember?" I did not turn round. "Yes, Lord." "I am no longer your lord, Derfel," he said. "Our oath to Uther is done. It's finished. I am not your lord. But I would be your friend." He hesitated. "And for what happened," he went on, "I am sorry." I still did not turn round, not out of pride, but because there were tears in my eyes. "I am sorry too," I said. "Will you forgive me?" he asked humbly. "Will we be friends?" I stared at the Caer and thought of all the things I had done that needed forgiveness. I thought of the bodies on the moor. I had been a young spearman then, but youth was no excuse for slaughter. It was not up to me, I thought, to forgive Arthur for what he had done. He had to do that for himself. "We shall be friends," I said. "Till death." And then I turned, and we embraced. Our oath to Uther was done, and Mordred was king.
Part 4. The Mysteries of Isis. Was Isolde beautiful? Igraine asks me. I thought about the question for a few heartbeats. She was young, I said at last, and as her father said— I read what her father said, Igraine interrupted me curtly. When she comes to Dinarac, Igraine always sits and reads through the finished skins before sitting on the window-sill and talking to me. Today that window is hung with a leather curtain to try and keep the cold out of the room, which is badly lit with rushlights on my writing desk, and filled with smoke because the wind is in the north, and the smoke from the fire cannot find its way out of the roof-hole. It was a long time ago, I said wearily, and I only saw her for a day and 2 nights. I remember her as beautiful, but I suppose we always make the dead beautiful if they are young. The songs all say she was beautiful, Igraine said wistfully. I paid the bards for those songs, I said, just as I had paid men to carry Tristan's ashes back to Kurnow. It was right, I had thought, that Tristan should go to his own land in death, and I had mixed his bones and Isolde's bones, and his ashes and her ashes, and no doubt a fair amount of ordinary wood ash too, and sealed them all in a jar we found in the hall where they had shared their impossible dream of love. I had been wealthy then, a great lord, master of slaves and servants and spearmen, wealthy enough to buy 12 songs about Tristan and Isolde, that are sung to this day in all the feasting halls. I made sure, too, that the songs put the blame for their deaths on Arthur. But why did Arthur do it? Igraine said. I rubbed my face with my one hand. Arthur worshipped order, I explained. I don't think he ever really believed in the gods. Oh, he believed they existed. He was no fool, but he didn't think they cared about us anymore. I remember he once laughed and said it was so arrogant of us to think that the gods had nothing better to do than to worry about us. Do we lose sleep over the mice in the thatch, he asked me. So why would the gods care about us? So all that was left to him, if you took away the gods, was order. And the only thing that kept order was the law, and the only thing that made the powerful obey the law was their oaths. It was really quite simple, I shrugged. He was right, of course. He almost always was. He should have let them live, Igraine insisted. He obeyed the law, I said bleakly. I have often regretted allowing the bards to blame Arthur, but he forgave me. And Isolde was burned alive? Igraine shuddered. And Arthur just let it happen? He could be very hard, I said. And he had to be. For the rest of us, God knows, could be soft. He should have spared them, Igraine insisted. And there would have been no songs or stories if he had, I answered. They would have grown old and fat and squabbled and died. Or else Tristan would have gone home to Kurnow when his father died and taken other wives. Who knows? How long did Mark live? Igraine asked me. Just another year, I said. He died of the strangury. The what? I smiled. A foul disease, lady. Women, I think, are not subject to it. A nephew became king then, and I can't even remember his name. Igraine grimaced. But you can remember Isolde running from the sea, she said accusingly, because her dress was wet. I smiled. Like it was yesterday, lady. The Sea of Galilee, Igraine said brightly. For St. Tudwal had suddenly come into our room. Tudwal is now 10 or 11 years old, a thin boy with black hair and a face that reminds me of Cerdic. A rat face. He shares both Sansom's cell and his authority. How lucky we are to have 2 saints in our small community. The saint wishes you to decipher these parchments, Tudwal demanded, putting them on my table. He ignored Igraine. Saints, it seems, can be rude to queens. What are they? I asked him. A merchant wants to sell them to us, Tudwal said. He claims they're psalms, But the saints' eyes are too dim to read them.
Of course, I said. The truth, of course, is that Sansom cannot read at all, and Tudwell is much too lazy to learn, though we have all tried to teach him, and we all now pretend that he can. I carefully uncurled the parchment that was old, cracking, and feeble. The language was Latin, a tongue I can barely understand, but I did see the word Christus. They aren't psalms, I said, but they are Christian. I suspect they're gospel fragments.
The merchant wants 4 pieces of gold.
2 pieces, I said, though I did not really care whether we bought them or not. I let the parchments curl up. Did the man say where he got them? I asked. Tudwell shrugged.
The Saxons.
We should certainly preserve them, I said dutifully, handing them back. They should be in the treasure store. Where, I thought, Halbane rested with all the other small treasures I had brought from my old life. All but for Kynwyn's little gold brooch that I keep hidden from the older saint. I humbly thanked the younger saint for consulting me, and bowed my head as he left.
"Spotty little toad," Igraine said when Tudwell had gone.
She spat towards the fire.
"Are you a Christian, Derfel?"
"Of course I am, lady," I protested. "What a question!" She frowned quizzically at me.
"I ask it," she said, "because it seems to me that you are less of a Christian today than you were when you began writing this tale."
That, I thought, was a clever observation, and a true one, too. But I dared not confess it openly, for Sansom would love to have an excuse to accuse me of heresy and burn me to death. He wouldn't stint on that firewood, I thought, even if he did ration what we could burn in our hearths. I smiled. "You make me remember the old things, lady," I said. "That is all." It was not all. The more I recall of the old years, the more some of those old things come back to me. I touched an iron nail in my wooden writing desk to avert the evil of Sansom's hatred. "I long ago abandoned paganism," I said.
"I wish I was a pagan,"
Igraine said wistfully, drawing the beaver pelt cloak tight about her shoulders. Her eyes are still bright, and her face is so full of life that I am sure that she must be pregnant.
"Don't tell the saints I said that," she added swiftly. "And Mordred?" she asked. "Was he a Christian?"
"No, but he knew that was where his support in Dumnonia was, so he did enough to keep them happy. He let Sansom build his great church."
"Where?"
"On Caer Cadern." I smiled, remembering it. It was never finished, but it was supposed to be a great big church in the form of a cross. He claimed the church would welcome the second coming of Christ in the year 500, and he pulled down most of the feasting hall and used its timbers to build the wall and the stone circle to make the church's foundations. He left the royal stone, of course. Then he took half the lands that belonged to Lindinis's palace and used their wealth to pay for the monks on Caer Cadern.
"Your land?"
I shook my head. It was never my land, always Mordred's. And of course Mordred wanted us evicted from Lindinis.
"So he could live in the palace?"
"So Sansom could. Mordred moved into Uther's winter palace. He liked it there."
"So where did you go?"
"We found a home," I said. It was Ermid's old hall, south of Issa's Mere. The mere was not named for my Issa, of course, but for an old chieftain, and Ermid had been another chief who had lived on its southern bank. When he died, I had bought his lands, and after Sansom and Morgan took over Lindinis, I moved there. The girls missed Lindinis's open corridors and echoing rooms, but I liked Ermid's hall. It was old, thatched, shadowed by trees and full of spiders that made Morwenna scream, and, for my oldest daughter's sake, I became Lord Derfel Cadern, the slayer of spiders.
"Would you have killed Killuck?"
Igraine asks me. "Of course not."
"I hate Mordred," she said.
"You are not alone in that, lady." She stared at the fire for a few moments.
Did he really have to become king?
So long as it was in Arthur's hands, yes. If it had been me, no. I would have killed him with Howlbane, even if it did mean breaking my oath. He was a sad boy.
It all seems so sad, Igraine said.
Well, there was plenty of happiness in those years, I answered, and even afterwards sometimes. We were happy enough back then. I still remember the girls' shouts echoing in Lindinus, the rush of feet and their excitement at some new game or some strange discovery. Kynwyn was always happy. She had a gift for it, and those around her caught the happiness and passed it on. And Dumnonia, I suppose, was happy. It prospered, certainly, and the hard workers made themselves wealthy. And the Christians seethed with discontent, but even so, those were the glory years, the time of peace, the time of Arthur. Igraine shuffled the new sheets of parchment to find one particular passage.
About the Round Table, she began.
Please, I said, holding up my one hand to still what I knew would be a protest.
Derfel, she said sternly. Everyone knows that it was a serious thing, an important thing. All the best warriors of Britain all sworn to Arthur, and all of them friends. Everyone knows it.
It was a cracked stone table that by the day's end was cracked even more and smeared with vomit. They all got very drunk. She sighed.
I expect you've just forgotten the truth, she said,
dismissing the subject much too easily, which makes me think that Dafydd, the clerk who translates my words into the British tongue, will come up with something altogether more to Igraine's liking. I even heard one tale not so long ago which claimed that the table was a vast wooden circle around which the whole Brotherhood of Britain sat and looked solemn. But there never was such a table, nor could there have been, unless we had cut down half the woods of Dumnonia to build it. The Brotherhood of Britain, I said patiently, was an idea of Arthur's that never really worked. It couldn't. Men's royal oaths took preference over the Round Table oath. And besides, no one except Arthur and Galahad ever really believed in it. By the end, believe me, even he was embarrassed if anyone even mentioned it.
I'm sure you're right, she said,
meaning that she was utterly sure I was wrong.
And I want to know, she went on, what happened to Merlin?
I will tell you, I promise.
Now, she insisted. Tell me now. Did he just fade away?
No, I said. His time did come. Nimue was right, you see. At Lindinnis he was just waiting. He always liked to pretend, remember, and in those years he pretended to be an old, dying man. But underneath, when none of us saw it, the power was always there. But he was old, and he did have to hoard his power. He was waiting, you see, for the time when the cauldron would be unveiled. He knew he would need his power then, but till it was needed, he was happy to let Nimue guard the flame.
So what happened?
Igraine demanded excitedly. I wrapped the sleeve of my cowl about the stump of my wrist. If God lets me live, my lady, I will tell you, I said, and I would not tell her more then. I was close to tears, remembering that last savage instance of Merlin's power in Britain. But that moment lies a long, long way ahead in this story, long past the time when Nimue's prophecy about the kings coming to Cadern came true.
If you won't tell me, Igraine said, then I won't tell you my news.
You're pregnant, I said, and I am so very happy for you.
You beast devil, she protested. I wanted to surprise you.
You have prayed for this, lady, and I have prayed for you. And how could God not answer our prayers? She grimaced.
God sent Nuach the pox. That's what God did. She was all spots and sores and weeping pus, so the king sent her away.
I'm very glad. She touched her belly.
I just hope he lives to rule, Derfel.
He? I asked.
He,
she said firmly. Then I will pray for that too. I said piously. Though whether I will pray to Sansom's god or to the wilder gods of Britain, I do not know. So many prayers have been said in my lifetime. So very many. And where did they bring me? To this damp refuge in the hills, while our old enemies sing in our ancient halls. But that ending is also far ahead, and Arthur's story is far from done. It is hardly begun in some ways. For now, as he discarded his glory and gave his power to Mordred, the times of testing came, and they were to prove the trials of Arthur, my lord of oaths, my hard lord, but my friend till death. At first nothing happened. We held our breath, expected the worst, and nothing happened. We made hay, then cut the flax and laid the fibrous stems in the retting ponds so that our villages stank for weeks. We reaped the fields of rye, barley, and wheat, then listened to the slaves singing their songs around the threshing floor, or the endlessly turning millstones. The harvest straw was used to repair the thatch, so that for a time patches of roof gold shone in the late summer sun. We picked the orchards clean, cut the winter firewood, and harvested willow rods for the basket makers. We ate blackberries and nuts, smoked the bees out of their hives, and pressed their honey in sacks that we hung in front of the kitchen fires, where we left food for the dead on Semaine Eve. The Saxons stayed in Chogir. Justice was done in our courts. Maids were given in marriage, children were born, and children died. The waning year brought mists and frost. The cattle were slaughtered, and the stink of the retting ponds gave way to the nauseous smell of the tanning pits. The newly woven linen was bucked in vats filled with wood ash, rainwater, and the urine we had collected all year. The winter taxes were paid, and at the solstice we Mithraists killed a bull at our annual festival that honoured the sun, while on the same day the Christians celebrated their god's birth. At Imbolc, the great feast of the cold season, we fed 200 souls in our hall, made sure 3 knives were laid on the table for the use of the invisible gods, and offered sacrifices for the New Year's crops. Newborn lambs were the first sign of that awakening year. Then came the time for ploughing and sowing, and of new green shoots on old bare trees. It was the first new year of Mordred's rule. And that rule had brought some changes. Mordred demanded to be given his grandfather's winter palace, and that surprised no one. But I was surprised when Sansom demanded Lindinis's palace for himself. He made the demand in council, saying he needed the palace's space for his school and for Morgan's community of holy women, and because he wanted to be close to the church he was building on Caer Cadern's summit. Mordred waved his assent, and so Cynwyn and I were summarily evicted. But Ermid's hall was empty, and we moved to its mist-haunted compound beside the mere. Arthur argued against letting Sansom into Lindinis, just as he opposed Sansom's demand that the royal treasury pay for the repair of the damage done to the palace by, Sansom claimed, too many ill-disciplined children. But Mordred overruled Arthur. Those were Mordred's only decisions, for he was usually content to let Arthur manage the kingdom's affairs. Arthur, though he was no longer Mordred's protector, was now the senior counsellor, and the king rarely came to council, preferring to hunt. It was not always deer or wolves that he hunted, and Arthur and I became accustomed to taking gold to some peasant's hut to recompense the man for his daughter's virginity or his wife's shame. It was not a pleasant duty, but it was a rare and lucky kingdom where it was not necessary. Diane, our youngest daughter, fell ill that summer. It was a fever that would not go away. Or rather, it came and went, but with such ferocity that 3 times we thought she was dead, and 3 times Merlin's concoctions revived her, though nothing the old man did seemed able to shake the affliction clean away. Diane promised to be the liveliest of our 3 daughters, Morwenna, the oldest, was a sensible child who loved to mother her younger sisters and was fascinated by the workings of the household. Ever curious about the kitchens, or the retting ponds, or the linen vats. Seren, the star, was our beauty. A child who had inherited all her mother's delicate looks, but had added to them a wistful and enchanting nature. She spent hours with the bards, learning their songs and playing their harps. But Diane, Cynwyn always said, was my daughter. Diane had no fear. She could shoot with a bow and arrow, loved to ride horses, and even at 6 years old could handle a coracle as well as any of the Mere's fishermen. She was in her 6th year when the fever gripped her, and if it had not been for that fever, we would probably all have travelled to Powys together, for it was a month short of the first anniversary of Mordred's acclamation, when the king suddenly demanded that Arthur and I travel to Keenaglas's realm. Mordred made the demand at one of his rare appearances at the Royal Council. The suddenness of the demand surprised us, as did the need for the errand he proposed, but the king was determined. There was, of course, an ulterior motive, though neither Arthur nor I saw it at the time, and nor did anyone else on the council, except Sansom, who had proposed the idea, and it took us all a long time to smoke out the Mouse Lord's reasons for the suggestion. Nor was there any obvious reason why we should be suspicious of the king's proposal, for it seemed reasonable enough, though neither Arthur nor I understood why we should both be dispatched to Powys. The matter sprang from an old story. Norwenna, Mordred's mother, had been murdered by Gundlius, the king of Siluria, and though Gundlius had received his punishment, the man who had betrayed Norwenna still lived. His name was Legesak, and he had been the chief of Mordred's guard when the king was just a baby. But Legesak had taken Gundlius's bribes and opened the gates of Merlin's Tor to the Silurian king's murderous intent. Mordred had been snatched to safety by Morgan, but his mother had died. Legesak, whose treachery had caused Norwenna's death, had survived the war that followed the murder, just as he had survived the battle at Lug Vale. Mordred had heard the tale, of course, and it was only natural that he should take an interest in Legesak's fate. But it was Bishop Sansom who fanned that interest into an obsession. Sansom somehow discovered that Legesak had taken refuge with a band of Christian hermits in a remote and mountainous area of northern Siluria that was now under Keenaglas's rule. "It hurts me to betray a fellow Christian," the Mouse Lord announced sanctimoniously in the council meeting. "But it hurts just as much that a Christian should have been guilty of so foul a treachery. Legesak still lives, Lord King," he said to Mordred, "and shall be brought to your justice." Arthur suggested that Keenaglas be asked to arrest the fugitive and send him back to Dumnonia. But Sansom shook his head at that proposal, and said it was surely discourteous to ask another king to initiate a vengeance that touched so closely on Mordred's honour. "This is Dumnonian business," Sansom insisted, "and Dumnonian's Lord King should be the agents of its success." Mordred nodded agreement, and then insisted that both Arthur and I go to capture the traitor. Arthur, surprised as always when Mordred asserted himself at council, demurred. Why, he wanted to know, should 2 lords go on an errand that could be safely left to a dozen spearmen? Mordred smirked at that question. "You think, Lord Arthur, that Dumnonia will fall if you and Derfel are absent?" "No, Lord King," Arthur said, "but Legesak must be an old man now, and it won't need 2 war bands to capture him." The king thumped the table with his fist. "After my mother's murder," he accused Arthur, "you let Legesak escape. At Lug Vale, Lord Arthur, you again let Legesak escape. You owe me Legesak's life." Arthur stiffened momentarily at this accusation, but then inclined his head to acknowledge the obligation. "But Derfel," he pointed out, "was not responsible." Mordred glanced at me. He still disliked me for all the beatings he had taken as a child, But I hoped that the blows he had given me at his acclamation and his petty triumph in evicting us from Lindinis had slaked his thirst for revenge. "Lord Derfel," he said, as ever making the title sound mocking, "knows the traitor. Who else would recognize him? I insist you both go. And you don't need to take 2 whole war bands either." He reverted to Arthur's earlier objection. "Just a few men will do." He must have been embarrassed at giving Arthur such military advice, for his voice tailed weakly away, and he looked shiftily at the other councillors before recovering what little poise he did possess. "I want Ligesac here before Semaine," he insisted, "and I want him here alive." When a king insists, men obey. So Arthur and I both rode north with 30 men apiece. Neither of us believed we would need so many, but it was an opportunity to give some underemployed men the exercise of a long march. My remaining 30 spearmen stayed behind to guard Kynwyn, while Arthur's other men either stayed in Durnavaria or else went to reinforce Sagramore, who still guarded the northern Saxon frontier. The usual Saxon warbands were active on that frontier, not trying to invade us, but rather attempting to snatch cattle and slaves as they had through all the years of peace. We made similar raids, but both sides were careful not to let the raids turn into full-scale war. The makeshift peace we had forged at London had lasted remarkably well, though there had been little peace between Ael and Cerdic. Those two had fought each other to a standstill, and their squabbles had largely left us unmolested. We had, indeed, grown accustomed to peace. My men walked north, while Arthur's rode, or at least led their horses, on the good Roman roads that took us first to Muirig's kingdom of Gwent. The king gave us a grudging feast, at which our men were outnumbered by priests, and after that we made a detour to the Wye Valley to see old Tudric, whom we found living in a humble thatched hut that was half the size of the building where he kept his collection of Christian parchments. His wife, Queen Enid, grumbled at the fate that had driven her from Gwent's palaces to this mice-ridden life in the woods. But the old king was happy. He had taken Christian orders and blithely ignored Enid's scoldings. He gave us a meal of beans, bread, and water, and rejoiced at the news of Christianity's spread in Dumnonia. We asked him about the prophecies which foretold the return of Christ in 4 years' time, and Tudric said he prayed they were true, but suspected it was much more likely that Christ would wait a full 1,000 years before returning in glory.
"But who knows?" he asked. "It's possible he will come in 4 years' time. What a glorious thought."
"I just wish your fellow Christians would be content to wait in peace," Arthur said.
"They have a duty to prepare the earth for his coming," Tudric said sternly. "They must make converts, Lord Arthur, and cleanse the land of sin."
"They'll make a war between themselves and the rest of us if they aren't careful," Arthur grumbled. He told Tudric how there had been riots in every Dumnonian town as Christians tried to pull down or defile pagan temples. The things we had seen in Iska had just been the beginnings of those troubles, and the unrest was spreading fast. And one of the symptoms of that burgeoning trouble was the sign of the fish, a simple scrawl of 2 curving lines that the Christians painted on pagan walls or carved into the trees of druidic groves. Killuck had been right. The fish was a Christian symbol.
"It's because the Greek word for fish is ichthus," Tudric told us, "and the Greek letters spell Christ's name, Iosios Christos, Theou Ios Soter, Jesus Christ, Son of God's Saviour. Very neat indeed."
He chuckled with pleasure at his explanation, and it was easy to see from where Muirig had inherited his annoying pedantry.
"Of course," Tudric went on, "if I were still a ruler, then I'd be concerned by all this turmoil. But as a Christian, I must welcome it. The Holy Fathers tell us there will be many signs and portents of the last days, Lord Arthur, and civil disturbances are merely one of those signs. So maybe the end is near."
Arthur crumbled a piece of bread into his dish. You truly welcome these riots? He asked. You approve of attacks on pagans, of shrines burned and defaced? Tudrick stared out of the open door at the green woods that pressed hard about his small monastery.
I suppose they must be hard for others to understand, he said,
evading a direct answer to Arthur's question.
You must see the riots as symptoms of excitement, Lord Arthur, not signs of our Lord's grace.
He made the sign of the cross and smiled at us.
Our faith, he said earnestly, is a faith of love. The Son of God humbled himself to save us from our sins, and we are enjoined to imitate him in all that we do or think. We are encouraged to love our enemies, and to do good to those who hate us. But those are hard commandments. Too hard for most folk. And you must remember what it is that we pray for most fervently, and that is for the return to this earth of our Lord Jesus Christ.
He made the sign of the cross again.
Folk pray and long for his second coming, and they fear that if the world is still ruled by pagans, then he might not come, and so they feel impelled to destroy heathenism.
Destroying paganism, Arthur observed tartly, hardly seems proper to a religion that preaches love.
Destroying paganism is an act full of love, Tudrick insisted. If you pagans refuse to accept Christ, then you will surely go to hell. It will not matter that you have lived a virtuous life, for you will still burn for all eternity. We Christians have a duty to save you from that. And is that duty not an act of love?
Not if I don't want to be saved, Arthur said.
Then you must endure the enmity of those that love you, Tudrick said. Or at least you must endure it until the excitement dies down. It will. These enthusiasms never last long, and if our Lord Jesus Christ does not return in 4 years, then the excitement will surely wane until the millennium comes.
He stared again at the deep woods.
How glorious it would be, he said in a voice full of wonder, if I could live to see my Saviour's face in Britain.
He turned back to Arthur.
And the portents of his return will be disturbing, I fear. Doubtless the Saxons will be a nuisance. Are they much trouble these days?
No, Arthur said, but their numbers grow every year. I fear they won't be quiet for much longer.
I shall pray that Christ returns before they do, Tudrick said. I don't think I could bear to lose land to the Saxons. Not that it's my business any longer, of course, he added hastily. I leave all those things to Murig now.
He stood as a horn sounded from the nearby chapel.
Time for prayers, he said happily. You'll join me, perhaps?
We excused ourselves, and next morning climbed the hills away from the old king's monastery and crossed into Powys. 2 nights later we were in Caersus, where we were reunited with Kilhuch, who was prospering in his new kingdom. That night we all drank too much mead, and next morning, when Keenaglas and I rode to Cum Isaf, my head was sore. I found the king had kept our little house intact. "I never know when you might need it again, Derfel," he told me. "Maybe soon," I admitted glumly. "Soon? I do hope so." I shrugged. "We are not truly welcome in Dumnonia. Mordred resents me."
"Then ask to be released from your oath."
"I did ask," I said, "and he refused me. I had asked him after the acclamation, when the shame of the 2 blows was still keen in me, and then I had asked him again 6 months later, and still he had refused me. I think he was clever enough to know that the best way to punish me was to force me to serve him."
"Is it your spearmen he wants?"
Keenaglas asked, sitting on the bench under the apple tree by the house door. "Just my grovelling loyalty," I said bitterly. "He doesn't seem to want to fight any wars."
"So, he's not a complete fool,"
Keenaglas said dryly. Then we spoke of Cynwyn and the girls, and Keenaglas offered to send Mullane, his new chief druid, to Diane's side.
"Mullane has a remarkable skill with herbs," he said. "Better than old Iorweth. Did you know he died?"
"I heard. And if you can spare Mullane, Lord King, I would be glad."
"He'll leave tomorrow. I can't have my nieces sick. Doesn't your Nimue help?"
"No more and no less than Merlin," I said, touching the tip of an old sickle blade that was embedded in the apple tree's bark. The touch of iron was to ward off the evil that threatened Dian. "And the old gods," I said bitterly, "have abandoned Dumnonia." Keenaglass smiled. "It never does, Derfel, to underestimate the gods. They'll have their day in Dumnonia again." He paused. "The Christians like to call themselves sheep, don't they? Well, just you listen to them bleat when the wolves come." "What wolves?" "The Saxons," he said unhappily. "They've given us 10 years of peace, but their boats still land on the eastern shores, and I can feel their power growing. If they start fighting us again, then your Christians will be glad enough of pagan swords." He stood and laid a hand on my shoulder. "The Saxons are unfinished business, Derfel. Unfinished business." That night he gave us a feast, and next morning, with a guide given us by Keenaglass, we travelled south into the bleak hills that lay across the old frontier of Siluria. We were going to a remote Christian community. Christians were still few in Powys, for Keenaglass ruthlessly ejected Sansom's missionaries from his kingdom whenever he discovered their presence. But some Christians lived in the kingdom, and there were many in the old lands of Siluria. This one group in particular was famous among Britain's Christians for their sanctity, and they displayed that sanctity by living in extreme poverty in a wild, hard place. Legesac had found his refuge among these Christian fanatics, who, as Tudric had told us, mortified their flesh, by which he meant that they competed with each other to see which could lead the most miserable lives. Some lived in caves, some refused shelter altogether, others ate only green things, some eschewed all clothes, others dressed in hair shirts with brambles woven into the fabric. Some wore crowns made of thorns, and others beat themselves bloody day after day like the flagellants we had seen in Iska. To me, it seemed that the best punishment for Legesac was to leave him in such a community. But we were ordered to fetch him out and take him home, which meant we would have to defy the community's leader, a fierce bishop named Caddoc, whose belligerence was famous. That reputation persuaded us to don our armour as we approached Caddoc's squalid fastness in the high hills. We did not wear our best armour, at least those of us who had a choice did not, for that finery would have been wasted on a half-crazed pack of holy fanatics. But we were all helmeted and wore mail or leather and carried shields. If nothing else, we thought, the war gear might overawe Caddoc's disciples, who, our guide assured us, did not number more than 20 souls. "And all of them are mad," our guide told us. "One of them stood dead still for a whole year. Didn't move a muscle, they say, just stood like a beanpole, while they shovelled food into one end of him and dung away from the other. Funny sort of god who asked that of a man." The road to Caddoc's refuge had been beaten into the earth by pilgrims' feet, and it twisted up the flanks of wide, bare hills, where the only living things we saw were sheep and goats. We saw no shepherds, but they undoubtedly saw us. "If Legesac has any sense," Arthur said, "he'll be long gone. They must have seen us by now." "And what will we tell Mordred?" "The truth, of course," Arthur said bleakly. His armour was a spearman's plain helmet and a leather breastcoat, yet even such humble things looked neat and clean on him. His vanity was never flamboyant like Lancelot's, but he did pride himself on cleanliness, and somehow this whole expedition into the raw uplands offended his sense of what was clean and proper. The weather did not help, for it was a bleak, raw summer's day, with rain whipping out of the west on a chill wind. Arthur's spirits might have been low, but our spearmen were cheerful. They made jokes about assaulting the stronghold of mighty King Caddoc, and boasted of the gold, warrior rings, and slaves they would capture in the assault. And the jokes' extravagant claims made them laugh, when at last we breasted the final saddle in the hills, and could look down into the valley where Legesac had found his refuge. It was indeed a squalid place, a sea of mud, in which a dozen round stone huts surrounded a small square stone church. There were some ragged vegetable gardens, a small dark lake, some stone pens for the community's goats, but no palisade. The only defence the valley boasted was a great stone cross, carved with intricate patterns and an image of the Christian God enthroned in glory. The cross, which was a marvellous piece of stonework, marked the saddle where Cadoc's land began, and it was beside the cross, in plain sight of the tiny settlement that lay only a dozen spear throws away, that Arthur halted our warband. "We shan't trespass," he told us mildly, "till we've had a chance to talk with them." He rested his spear butt on the ground beside his horse's front hoofs, and waited. A dozen folk were visible in the compound, and, on seeing us, they fled to the church, from which, a moment later, a huge man appeared and strode up the road towards us. He was a giant of a man, as tall as Merlin, and with a massive chest and big, capable hands. He was also filthy, with an unwashed face and a brown robe caked with mud and dirt, while his grey hair, as dirty as his robe, seemed never to have been cut. His beard grew wild to below his waist, while behind his tonsure his hair sprang in dirty tangles like a great grey, freshly sheared fleece. His face was tan dark, and he had a wide mouth, a jutting forehead, and angry eyes. It was an impressive face. He carried a staff in his right hand, while at his left hip, unscabbarded, there hung a huge rusty sword. He looked as if he had once been a useful spearman, and I did not doubt that he could still deal a hard blow or two. "You are not welcome here," he shouted as he drew nearer to us, "unless you come to lay your miserable souls before God." "Our souls are already laid before our gods," Arthur answered pleasantly. "Heathen!" the big man, whom I assumed had to be the famous Cadoc, spat at us. "You come in iron and steel to a place where Christ's children play with the Lamb of God?" "We come in peace," Arthur insisted. The bishop spat a great yellow gob of sputum towards Arthur's horse. "You are Arthur ap Uther ap Satan," he said, "and your soul is a rag of filth." "And you, I assume, are Bishop Cadoc," Arthur answered courteously. The bishop stood beside the cross and scratched a line in the road with the butt of his staff. "Only the faithful and the penitent can cross this line," he declared, "for this is God's holy ground." Arthur gazed for a few heartbeats at the muddy squalor ahead, then smiled gravely at the defiant Cadoc. "I have no wish to enter your God's ground, Bishop," he said, "but I do ask you in peace to bring us the man called Legesac." "Legesac?" Cadoc boomed at us, as though he was addressing a congregation of thousands. "Is God's blessed and holy child. He has been given sanctuary here, and neither you nor any other so-called lord can invade that sanctuary." Arthur smiled. "A king rules here, Bishop, not your God. Only Keenaglass can offer sanctuary, and he has not." "My king, Arthur," Cadoc said proudly, "is the King of Kings, and he has commanded me to refuse you entrance." "You will resist me?" Arthur asked with polite surprise in his voice. "To death!" Cadoc shouted. Arthur shook his head sadly. "I am no Christian, Bishop," he said mildly. "But do you not preach that your other world is a place of utter delights?" Cadoc made no answer, and Arthur shrugged. "So I do you a favour, do I not, by hurrying you to that destination?" He asked the question, then drew Excalibur. The bishop used his staff to deepen the line he had scratched across the muddy track. "I forbid you to cross this line," he shouted. "I forbid it in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." Then he raised the staff and pointed it at Arthur. He held the staff still for a heartbeat, then swept its tip to encompass the rest of us, and I confess that I felt a chill at that moment. Cadoc was no Merlin, and his god, I thought, had no power like Merlin's gods, but I still shuddered as that staff pointed my way,
and my fear made me touch my iron mail and spit onto the road.
"I'm going to my prayers now, Arthur," Caddoc said. "And you, if you wish to live, will turn and go from this place. For if you pass this holy cross, then I swear to you, by the sweet blood of the Lord Jesus Christ, that your souls will burn in torment. You will know the fire everlasting. You will be cursed from the beginning of time till its ending, and from the vaults of heaven to the bottommost pits of hell."
And with that heavy curse delivered, he spat one more time, then turned and walked away. Arthur used the tail of his cloak to wipe the rain off Excalibur, then scabbarded the sword.
"It seems we're not welcome," he said with some amusement.
Then he turned and beckoned to Balin, who was the oldest cavalryman present.
"Take the horsemen," Arthur ordered him, "and get behind the village. Make sure no one can escape. Once you're in place, I'll bring Derfel and his men to search the houses. And listen!" He raised his voice so that all 60 men could hear him. "These folk will resist. They'll taunt and fight us, but we have no quarrel with any of them, only with Legesac. You will not steal from them, and you will not hurt any of them unnecessarily. You will remember that you are soldiers, and they are not. You will treat them with respect, and return their curses with silence." He spoke sternly, and then, when he was sure that all our men had understood him, he smiled at Balin and gestured him forward. The 30 armoured horsemen rode ahead, streaming off the road to gallop around the valley's edge to reach the far slope beyond the village. Caddoc, who was still walking towards his church, glanced at them but showed no alarm. "I wonder," Arthur said, "how he knew who I was."
"You're famous, Lord," I said. I still called him Lord, and always would.
"My name is known, perhaps, but not my face. Not here."
He shrugged the mystery off.
"Was Legesac always a Christian?"
"Since first I knew him, but never a good one." He smiled.
"The virtuous life becomes easier when you're older. At least I think it does."
He watched his horsemen gallop past the village, their horses' hooves kicking up great spouts of water from the soaking grass. Then he hefted his spear and looked back at my men. "Remember now, no theft." I wondered what there could possibly be to steal in such a drab place, but Arthur knew that all spearmen will usually find something as a keepsake. "I don't want trouble," Arthur told them. "We just look for our man, then leave." He touched Cramray's flanks, and the black mare started obediently forward. We foot soldiers followed, our boots obliterating Caddoc's scratched line in the muddy road beside the intricately carved cross. No fire came from heaven. The bishop had reached his church now, and he stopped at its entrance, turned, saw us coming, and ducked inside.
"They knew we were coming," Arthur said to me. "So we'll not find Legesac here. I fear it's a waste of our time, Derfel."
A lame sheep hobbled over the road, and Arthur checked his horse to give it passage. I saw him shudder, and I knew he was offended by the settlement's dirt that almost rivaled the squalor of Nimui's tor. Caddoc reappeared at the church door when we were just 100 paces away. By now our horsemen were waiting behind the village, but Caddoc did not bother to look to see where they were. He just raised a big ram's horn to his lips and blew a call that echoed hollowly in the bare bowl of hills. He sounded the horn once, paused to take a deep breath, then sounded it again. And suddenly we had a battle on our hands. They had known we were coming right enough, and they had been ready for us. Every Christian in Powys and Siluria must have been summoned to Caddoc's defence, and those men now appeared on the crests all around the valley, while others ran to block the road behind us. Some carried spears, some had shields, and some hefted nothing but reaping hooks or hay forks, but they looked confident enough. Many, I knew, would once have been spearmen who served in the war levy, but what gave these Christians real confidence, apart from their faith in their God, was that they numbered at least 200 men.
"The fools!" Arthur said angrily.
He hated unnecessary violence, and he knew that some killing was now unavoidable.
He knew, too, that we would win, for only fanatics who believed their god would fight for them would take on 60 of Dumnonia's finest warriors. "Fools!" he spat again, then glanced at the village to see more armed men coming from the huts. "You stay here, Derfel," he said. "Just hold them, and we'll see them off." He kicked back his spurs and galloped alone about the village's edge towards his horsemen. "Shield ring," I said quietly. We were only 30 men, and our double-ranked ring made a circle so small that it must have looked like an easy target to those howling Christians, who now ran down the hills or out of the village to annihilate us. The shield ring is never a popular formation with soldiers, because the splay of the spears out of the circle means that their points are spread far apart, and the smaller the ring, the wider those gaps between the spear heads. But my men were well trained. The front rank knelt, their shields touching and the butts of their long spears jammed into the ground behind them. We, in the second rank, laid our shields over the first-rank shields, propping them on the ground so that our attackers faced a double thick wall of leather-covered timber. Then each of us stood behind a kneeling man and levelled our spears over their heads. Our job was to protect the front rank, and their job was to stay staunch. It would be hard, bloody work, but so long as the kneeling men held their shields high and kept their spears firm, and so long as we protected them, the shield ring should be safe enough. I reminded the kneeling men of their training, told them they were there just as an obstacle and to leave the killing to the rest of us. "Bel is with us," I said. "So is Arthur," Issa said enthusiastically. For it was Arthur who would do the day's real killing. We were the lure, and he was the executioner, and Cadoc's men took that lure like a hungry salmon rising to a mayfly. Cadoc himself led the charge from the village, carrying his rusty sword and a big round shield that was painted with a black cross, behind which I could just see the ghostly outline of Siluria's fox that betrayed his previous allegiance as a spearman in Gunlius's ranks. That Christian horde did not come as a shield wall. That might have brought them victory, but instead they attacked in the old manner that the Romans had beaten out of us. In the old days, when the Romans were new in Britain, the tribes would charge them in one glorious, howling, mead-fueled rush. Such a charge was fearsome to see, but easy for disciplined men to defeat. And my spearmen were wonderfully disciplined. They doubtless felt fear. I felt fear, for the howling charge is a terrible thing to see. Against ill-disciplined men, it works because of the terror it provokes. And this was the first time I had ever seen that old way of Britain's battles. Cadoc's Christians rushed fanatically at us, competing to see who could be first onto our spears. They shrieked and hurled curses, and it seemed as though each one of them wanted to be a martyr or else a hero. Their wild rush even included women who screamed as they swung wooden clubs or reaping knives. There were even children among that howling rabble. "Bel!" I shouted, as the first man tried to leap the kneeling men of the front rank, and so died on my spear. I spitted him clean as a hare ready to be roasted, then threw him, spear and all, out of the circle, so that his dying body would form an obstacle to his comrades. Howlbane killed the next man, and I could hear my spearmen keening their dreadful battle chant as they ripped and lunged and cut and stabbed. We were all so good, so fast and so thoroughly trained. Hours of dull training had gone into that shield ring, and though it had been years since most of us had fought in a battle, we discovered that our old instincts were as quick as ever. And it was instinct and experience that kept us alive that day. The enemy was a shrieking, milling press of fanatics who crammed themselves about our ring and thrust their spears towards us. But our outer shield ring stayed firm as a rock, and the mound of dead and dying attackers that grew so swiftly in front of our shields hindered the other attackers. For the first minute or two, when the ground about our shield ring was still free of obstacles, and the bravest of the enemy could still get close, it was a frantic fight. But once the ring of dead and dying protected us,
Then only the bravest attackers tried to reach us, and we 15 of the inner rank could then pick our targets and use them for spear or sword practice. We fought fast, we cheered each other, and we killed without mercy. Caddoc himself came early to the fight. He came swinging the huge rusty sword so vigorously that it whistled in the air. He knew his business well enough, and he tried to batter down one of the kneeling men, for he knew that once that outer ring was broken, then the rest of us would die quickly enough. I parried the great blow on Howlbane, back-cut him with a quick swing that wasted itself in his filthy thatch of hair. Then Eacon, the tough little Irish spearman who still served me despite Mordred's threats, rammed his spear shaft at the bishop's face. Eacon's spearhead had vanished, torn off by a sword blow, but he cracked the iron tip of the staff's butt onto Caddoc's forehead. The bishop looked cross-eyed for a heartbeat, his mouth gaped, rotten teeth. Then he just sank to the mud. The last attacker to try and breach the shield ring was a straggle-haired woman who climbed over the ring of dead and shrieked a curse at me as she tried to jump over the kneeling men of the front rank. I seized her hair, let her reaping knife blunt itself on my mail coat, then dragged her inside the ring, where Issa stamped hard on her head. It was just then that Arthur struck. 30 horsemen with long spears slashed into the Christian rabble. We, I suppose, had been defending ourselves for all of 3 minutes, but once Arthur arrived, the fight was over in an eye blink. His horsemen came with couched spears, galloping hard, and I saw a terrible misting spray of blood as one of the spears slammed home, and then our attackers were fleeing in panic, and Arthur, his spear discarded and with Excalibur shining in his hand, was shouting at his men to stop the killing. "Just drive them away!" he shouted. "Drive them away!" His horsemen split into small groups that scattered the terrified survivors and chased them back up the road towards the Guardian Cross. My men relaxed. Issa was still sitting on the straggle-haired woman, and Eachern was searching for his lost spearhead. 2 men in the shield ring had taken nasty wounds, and 1 man of the second rank had a broken and bloody jaw, but otherwise we were unhurt, while around us were 23 corpses and at least as many badly wounded men. Caddoc, groggy from Eachern's blow, still lived, and we tied his hands and feet, and then, despite Arthur's instructions to show our enemy respect, we cut off his hair and beard to shame him. He spat and cursed at us, but we stuffed his mouth with cut hanks of his greasy beard, then walked him back to the village. And it was there I discovered the Jessak. He had not fled, after all, but had simply waited beside the little altar in the church. He was an old man now, thin and grey-haired, and he yielded himself meekly, even when we cut off his beard and wove a crude rope from its hair that we leashed around his neck to show that he was a condemned traitor. He even seemed quite pleased to meet me again after all the years. "I told them they wouldn't beat you," he said. "Not Derfel Cadern." "They knew we were coming?" I asked him. "We've known for a week now," he said, quietly holding out his hand so that Issa could lash his wrists with rope. "We even wanted you to come. We thought this was our chance to rid Britain of Arthur." "Why would you want to do that?" I asked him. "Because Arthur's an enemy of the Christians, that's why," the Jessak said. "He is not," I said scornfully. "And what do you know, Derfel?" the Jessak asked me. "We're readying Britain for Christ's return, and we have to scour the heathen from the land." He made that proclamation in a loud, defiant voice. Then he shrugged and grinned. "But I told them this was no way to kill Arthur and Derfel. I told Caddoc you were too good." He stood and followed Issa out of the church, but then turned back to me in the doorway. "I suppose I'm to die now?" he asked. "In Dumnonia," I said. He shrugged. "I shall see God face to face," he said. "So what is there to fear?" I followed him out of the church.
Arthur had unplugged the bishop's mouth, and Caddoc was now cursing us with a stream of filthy language. I tickled the bishop's newly shaved chin with Howlbane. "He knew we were coming," I told Arthur, "and they planned to kill us here." "He failed," Arthur said, jerking his head aside to avoid a gob of the bishop's spittle. "Put the sword away," he ordered me. "You don't want him dead?" I asked. "His punishment is to live here," Arthur decreed, "instead of in heaven." We took Legesac and walked away, and none of us really reflected on what Legesac had revealed in the church. He had said they had known we were coming for a whole week, but a week before we had been in Dumnonia, not in Powys, and that meant someone in Dumnonia had sent the warning of our approach. But we never thought to connect anyone in Dumnonia with that muddy massacre in the squalid hills. We ascribed the slaughter to Christian fanaticism, not to treachery. But that ambush was plotted. To this day, of course, there are Christians who tell a different story. They say that Arthur surprised Caddoc's refuge, raped the women, killed the men, and stole all Caddoc's treasures. But I saw no rape. We killed only those who tried to kill us, and I found no treasure to steal. But even if there had been, Arthur would not have touched it. A time would come, and not far off either, when I did see Arthur kill wantonly. But those dead were all to be pagans. Yet the Christians still insisted he was their enemy, and the story of Caddoc's defeat only increased their hatred for him. Caddoc was elevated into a living saint, and it was about that time that the Christians began to taunt Arthur as the enemy of God. That angry title stuck to him for the rest of his days. His crime, of course, was not the breaking of a few Christian heads in Caddoc's Valley, but rather his toleration of paganism during the time he governed Dumnonia. It never occurred to the more rabid Christians that Arthur was himself a pagan and tolerated Christianity. They just condemned him because he had the power to obliterate heathenism and did not do it. And that sin made him the enemy of God. They also remembered, of course, how he had rescinded Uther's exemption of the church from forced loans. Not all Christians hated him. At least a score of the spearmen who fought alongside us in Caddoc's Valley were themselves Christians. Galahad loved him, and there were many others, like Bishop Emrys, who were his quiet supporters. But the Church, in those unquiet days at the end of the first 500 years of Christ's rule on earth, was not listening to the quiet, decent men. It was listening to the fanatics, who said that the world must be cleansed of pagans if Christ were to come again. I know now, of course, that the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ is the only true faith, and that no other faith can exist in the glorious light of its truth. But it still seems strange to me, and does to this day, that Arthur, the most just and lawful of rulers, was called the enemy of God. Whatever. We gave Caddoc a headache, tied Legesac's throat with a leash made from his beard, and walked away. Arthur and I parted company beside the stone cross at the head of Caddoc's Valley. He would take Legesac north and then go east to find the good roads that led back to Dumnonia, while I had decided to travel deeper into Siluria to find my mother. I took Issa and 4 other spearmen and let the rest march home with Arthur. We 6 men circled Caddoc's Valley, where a woeful band of bruised and bloody Christians had gathered to chant prayers for their dead, and then we walked across the high bare hills and down into the steep green valleys that led to the Severn Sea. I did not know where Ersi lived, but I suspected she would not be hard to find, for Tanabers, the druid I had killed at Lug Vale, had sought her out to work a dreadful spell on her, and surely the Saxon slave woman so wickedly cursed by the druid would be well enough known. And she was. I found her living by the sea, in a tiny village where the women made salt and the men caught fish. The villagers shrank away from my men's unfamiliar shields, but I ducked into one of the hovels where a child fearfully pointed me towards the Saxon woman's house, that proved to be a cottage high up on a ragged bluff above the beach. It was not even a cottage, but rather a crude shelter made of driftwood and roofed with a ragged thatch of seaweed and straw. A fire burned on the small space outside the shelter, and a dozen fish were smoking above its flames, while still more choking smoke drifted up from the coal fires that simmered the salt pans at the base of the low cliff. I left my spear and shield at the foot of the bluff and climbed the steep path. A cat bared its teeth and hissed at me as I crouched to look into the dark hut. "Ursie!" I called. "Ursie!" Something heaved in the shadows. It was a monstrous dark shape that shed layers of skins and ragged cloth to peer back at me. "Ursie?" I said. "Are you Ursie?" What did I expect that day? I had not seen my mother in over 25 years, not since the day I was torn from her arms by Gunlius's spearmen and given to Taniburs for the sacrifice in the death pit. Ursie had screamed as I was snatched away from her, and then she had been taken away to her new slavery in Siluria, and she must have supposed me dead, until Taniburs had revealed to her that I still lived. In my nervous mind, as I had walked south through Siluria's steep valleys, I had foreseen an embrace, tears, forgiveness, and happiness. But instead, a huge woman, her blonde hair turned into a dirty grey, crawled out from the jumble of skins and blankets to blink at me suspiciously. She was a vast creature, a great heap of decaying flesh, with a face as round as a shield and blotched by disease and scars, and with eyes that were small and hard and bloodshot.
"I was called Ursie once,"
she said in a hoarse voice. I backed out of the hut, repelled by its stench of urine and rot. She followed me, crawling heavily on all fours to blink in the morning sunlight. She was dressed in rags. "You are Ursie?" I asked her.
"Once,"
she said, and yawned to show a ravaged, toothless mouth.
"Long ago. Now they call me Enna."
She paused.
"Mad Enna,"
she added sadly, then peered at my fine clothes and rich sword belt and tall boots.
"Who are you, Lord?"
"My name is Derfel Cadern," I said, "a lord of Dumnonia." The name meant nothing to her. "I am your son," I added. She showed no reaction to that, but just settled back against the driftwood wall of her hut that sagged dangerously under her weight. She thrust her hand deep inside the rags and scratched at her breast.
"All my sons are dead,"
she said. "Taniburs took me," I reminded her, "and threw me into the death pit." The story seemed to mean nothing to her. She lay slumped against the wall, her huge body heaving with the effort of each laboured breath. She toyed with the cat and stared out across the Severn Sea to where, dim in the distance, the Dumnonian coast was a dark line under a row of rain clouds.
"I did have a son once," she said at last, "who was given to the gods in the death pit. Wigger, his name was. Wigger. A fine boy."
Wigger? Wigger? That name, so raw and ugly, stilled me for a few heartbeats. "I am Wigger," I finally said, hating the name. "I was given a new name after I was rescued from the pit," I explained to her. We spoke in Saxon, a language in which I was now more fluent than my mother, for it had been many years since she had spoken it.
"Oh, no,"
she said, frowning. I could see a louse crawling along the edge of her hair.
"No,"
she insisted again.
"Wigger was just a little boy. Just a little boy. My firstborn, he was.
and they took him away.
I lived, Mother, I said. I was revolted by her, fascinated by her, and regretting that I had ever come to find her. I survived the pit, I told her, and I remember you. And so I did. But in my memory she was as slim and lithe as Kynwyn.
Just a little boy,
Ersie said dreamily. She closed her eyes, and I thought she was sleeping, but it seemed she was passing urine, for a trickle appeared at the edge of her clothes and dripped down the rock towards the struggling fire. "Tell me about Wigger," I said.
I was heavy with him, she said, when Uther captured me. A big man, Uther, with a great dragon on his shield.
She scratched at the louse, which disappeared into her hair.
He gave me to Madoc, she went on, and it was at Madoc's holding that Wigger was born. We were happy with Madoc, she said. He was a good lord, kind to his slaves. But Gunliers came, and they killed Wigger.
They didn't, I insisted. Didn't Tanabers tell you? At the mention of the druid's name she shuddered, and pulled her tattered shawl tighter about her mountainous shoulders. She said nothing, but after a while tears showed at the corners of her eyes. A woman climbed the path towards us. She came slowly and suspiciously, glancing warily towards me as she sidled onto the rock platform. When at last she felt safe, she scuttled past me and crouched beside Ersie. "My name," I told the newcomer, "is Derfel Cadern, but I was once called Wigger."
"My name is Lena,"
the woman said in the British tongue. She was younger than me, but the hard life of this shore had put deep lines on her face, bowed her shoulders and stiffened her joints, while the hard business of tending the salt-pan fires had left her skin blackened by coal. "You're Ersie's daughter," I guessed.
"Enna's daughter,"
she corrected me. "Then I am your half-brother," I said. I do not think she believed me. And why should she? No one came from a death pit alive. Yet I had, and thereby I had been touched by the gods and given to Merlin. But what could that tale mean to these two tired and ragged women?
"Tanabers!"
Ersie suddenly said, and raised both hands to ward off evil.
"He took away Wigger's father."
She wailed and rocked to and fro.
"He went inside me and took away Wigger's father. He cursed me, and he cursed Wigger, and he cursed my womb."
She was weeping now, and Lena cradled her mother's head in her arms and looked at me reproachfully. "Tanabers," I said, "had no power over Wigger. Wigger killed him because he had power over Tanabers. Tanabers could not take away Wigger's father." Maybe my mother heard me, but she did not believe me. She rocked in her daughter's arms, and the tears ran down her pock-marked, dirty cheeks as she half-remembered the half-understood scraps of Tanabers's curse.
"Wigger would kill his father," she told me. "That's what the curse said, that the son will kill the father."
"So Wigger does live," I insisted. She stopped her rocking motion suddenly and peered at me. She shook her head.
"The dead come back to kill. Dead children. I see them, Lord, out there."
She spoke earnestly and pointed at the sea.
"Oh, the little dead going to their revenge."
She rocked in her daughter's arms again.
"And Wigger will kill his father."
She was crying heavily now.
"And Wigger's father was such a fine man, such a hero, so big and strong. And Tanabers has cursed him."
She sniffed, then sighed a lullaby for a moment, before talking more about my father, saying how his people had sailed across the sea to Britain, and how he had used his sword to make himself a fine house. Ersie, I gathered, had been a servant in that house, and the Saxon lord had taken her to his bed, and so given me life. The same life that Tanabers had failed to take at the death pit.
"He was a lovely man,"
Ersie said of my father.
Such a lovely, handsome man. Everyone feared him, but he was good to me. We used to laugh together.
And what was his name? I asked. And I think I knew the answer even before she gave it.
A.L.,
she said in a whisper.
Lovely, handsome A.L.
A.L. The smoke whirled about my head, and my brains for a moment were as addled as my mother's wits. A.L. I was A.L.'s son.
A.L.,
Ersie said dreamily.
Lovely, handsome A.L.
I had no other questions, and so I forced myself to kneel before my mother and give her an embrace. I kissed her on both cheeks, then held her tight, as if I could give back to her some of the life she had given to me. And though she succumbed to the embrace, she still would not acknowledge that I was her son. I took Lice from her. I drew Lena down the steps and discovered she was married to one of the village fishermen and had 6 children living. I gave her gold. More gold, I think, than she had ever expected to see, and more gold, probably, than she even suspected existed. She stared at the little bars in disbelief. "Is our mother still a slave?" I asked her. "We all are," she said, gesturing at the whole miserable village. "That will buy your freedom," I said, pointing to the gold, "if you want it." She shrugged, and I doubted that being free would make any difference to their lives. I could have found their lord and bought their freedom myself, but doubtless he lived far away, and the gold, if it was wisely spent, would ease their hard life whether they were slave or free. One day, I promised myself, I would come back and try to do more. "Look after our mother," I told Lena. "I will, Lord," she said dutifully. But I still did not think she believed me. "You don't call your own brother Lord," I told her. But she would not be persuaded. I left her and walked down to the shore where my men waited with the baggage. "We're going home," I said. It was still morning, and we had a long day's march ahead. A march towards home. Home to Kynwyn. Home to my daughters, who were sprung from a line of British kings, and from their Saxon enemies' royal blood. For I was A.L.'s son. I stood on a green hill above the sea, and wondered at the extraordinary weave of life. But I could make no sense of it. I was A.L.'s son. But what difference did that make? It explained nothing, and it demanded nothing. Fate is inexorable. I would go home. It was Issa who first saw the smoke. He always had eyes like a hawk, and that day, as I stood on the hill trying to find some meaning in my mother's revelations, Issa spied smoke across the sea. "Lord," he said, and at first I did not respond, for I was too dazed by what I had learned. I was to kill my father. And that father was A.L. "Lord," Issa said more insistently, waking me from my thoughts. "Look, Lord, smoke." He was pointing south towards Dumnonia, and at first I thought the whiteness was merely a paler patch among the rain clouds. But Issa was certain, and 2 of the other spearmen asserted that what we saw was smoke and not cloud or rain. "There's more, Lord," one of them said, pointing further west, where another small smear of whiteness showed against the grey. One fire might have been an accident, perhaps a hall burning or a dry field blazing. But in that wet weather, no field would have burned, and in all my life I had never seen 2 halls ablaze, unless an enemy had put them to the torch. "Lord," Issa prompted me, for he, like me, had a wife in Dumnonia. "Back to the village," I said. "Now." Lena's husband agreed to take us over the sea. The voyage was not long, for the sea here was only 8 or so miles wide, and it offered us our swiftest route home. But like all spearmen, we preferred a long, dry journey to a short, wet one, and that crossing was an ordeal of sodden, cold misery. A brisk wind had sprung from the west to bring more clouds and rain,
and with it came a short rising sea that splashed over the boat's low gunwales. We bailed for our lives, while the ragged sail bellied and slapped and dragged us southwards. Our boatman, who was called Ballig, and was my brother-in-law, declared that there was no joy like a good boat in a brisk wind, and he roared his thanks to Manawyddan for sending us such weather. But Issa was sick as a dog. I was retching dry, and we were all glad when, in the middle of the afternoon, he ran us ashore on a Dumnonian beach, no more than 3 or 4 hours from home. I paid Ballig. Then we struck inland through a flat, damp country. There was a village not far from the beach, but the folk there had seen the smoke and were frightened, and they mistook us for enemies and ran to their huts. The village possessed a small church, merely a thatched hut with a wooden cross nailed to a gable, but the Christians had all gone. One of the remaining pagan villagers told me that the Christians had all gone eastwards.
"They followed their priest, Lord," he told me.
"Why?" I asked. "Where?"
"We don't know, Lord."
He glanced at the distant smoke.
"Are the Saxons back?"
"No," I reassured him, and hoped I was right. The thinning smoke looked to be no more than 6 or 7 miles away, and I doubted that either Ael or Cerdic could have reached this far into Dumnonia. If they had, then all Britain was lost. We hurried on. At that moment all we wanted was to reach our families, and once we knew they were safe, the time would come to find out what was happening. We had a choice of 2 routes to Ermid's Hall. One, the longer, lay inland, and would take us 4 or 5 hours, much of it in darkness, but the other lay across the great sea marshes of Avalon, a treacherous swamp of creeks, willow-edged bogs and sedge-covered wastes, where, when the tide was high and the wind from the west, the sea could sometimes seep and fill and flood the levels and drown unwary travellers. There were routes through that great swamp, and even wooden walkways that led to where the willow pollards grew and the eel and fish traps were set, but none of us knew the marsh paths. Yet still we chose those treacherous paths, for they offered the swiftest way home. As evening fell, we found a guide. Like most of the marsh folk, he was a pagan, and once he knew who I was, he gladly offered his services. In the middle of the marsh, rising black in the falling light, we could see the Tor. We would have to go there first, our guide said, and then find one of Iniswydran's boatmen to take us in a reed punt across the shallow waters of Issa's Mere. It was still raining as we left the marsh village, the drops pattering on the reeds and dappling the pools, but it lifted within the hour, and gradually a wan, milky moon glowed dimly behind the thinning clouds that scudded from the west. Our path crossed black ditches on plank bridges, passed by the intricate woven wickerwork of willow eel traps, and snaked incomprehensibly across blank, shining morasses, where our guide would mutter incantations against the marsh spirits. Some nights, he said, strange blue lights glimmered in the wet wastes. The spirits, he thought, of the many folk who had died in this labyrinth of water, mud, and sedge. Our footfalls startled screeching wildfowl up from their nests, their panicked wings dark against the cloud-racked sky. Our guide talked to me as we went, telling me of the dragons that slept under the marsh and the ghouls that slithered through its muddy creeks. He wore a necklace made from the spine of a drowned man, the only sure charm, he claimed, against those fearsome things that haunted our path. It seemed to me that the Tor came no closer. But that was just our impatience, and yard by yard, creek by creek, we did get nearer. And as the great hill loomed higher and higher in the ragged sky, we saw a bright smear of light show at its foot. It was a great flame light, and at first we thought the shrine of the Holy Thorn must be burning. But as we drew still nearer, the flames grew no brighter, and I guessed the light came from bonfires, perhaps lit to illuminate some Christian rite that sought to keep the shrine from harm. We all made the sign against evil. Then at last we reached an embankment that led straight from the wetland to Iniswydran's higher ground. Our guide left us there. He preferred the dangers of the marsh to the perils of firelit Iniswydran. So he knelt to me, and I rewarded him with the last of my gold, then raised him up and thanked him. The 6 of us walked on through the small town of Iniswydran, a place of fishermen and basket-makers. The houses were dark, and the alleyways deserted, except for dogs and rats. We were heading towards the wooden palisade that surrounded the shrine, and though we could see the glowing smoke of the fires churning above the fence, we still could not see anything that happened inside. But our path took us past the shrine's main gate, and as we drew closer, I saw there were 2 spearmen standing guard at the entrance. The flame light, coming through the open gate, illuminated one of their shields, and on that shield was the last symbol I had ever expected to see in Iniswydran. It was Lancelot's sea-eagle, with the fish in its claws. Our own shields were slung on our backs, and so their white stars were invisible. And though we all wore the grey wolf-tail, the spearmen must have thought we were friends, for they made no challenge as we approached. Instead, thinking that we wanted to enter the shrine, they moved aside, and it was only when I was halfway through the gate, drawn there by my curiosity about Lancelot's part in this night's strange events, that the 2 men realized we were not their comrades. One tried to bar my way with a spear. "Who are you?" he challenged me. I pushed his spear aside, and then, before he could shout a warning, I shoved him backwards out of the gate, while Isser dragged his comrade away. A huge crowd was gathered inside the shrine, but they all had their backs to us, and none saw the scuffle at the main gate. Nor could they hear anything, for the crowd was chanting and singing, and their confused babble drowned the small noise we made. I dragged my captive into the shadows by the road, where I knelt beside him. I had dropped my spear when I had pushed him out of the gateway, so now I pulled out the short knife I wore at my belt. "You're Lancelot's man?" I asked him. "Yes," he hissed. "Then what are you doing here?" I asked. "This is Mordred's country." "King Mordred is dead," he said, frightened of the knife blade that I was holding against his throat. I said nothing, for I was so astonished by his answer that I could find nothing to say. The man must have thought my silence presaged his death, for he became desperate. "They're all dead," he exclaimed. "Who?" "Mordred, Arthur, all of them." For a few heartbeats it seemed as if my world lurched in its foundations. The man struggled briefly, but the pressure of my knife quietened him. "How?" I hissed at him. "I don't know." "How?" I demanded more loudly. "We don't know," he insisted. "Mordred was killed before we came, and they say Arthur died in Powys." I rocked back, gesturing at one of my men to keep the 2 captives quiet with his spear blade. Then I counted the hours since I had seen Arthur. It was only days since we had parted at Cadoc's Cross, and Arthur's route home was much longer than mine. If he had died, I thought, then the news of his death would surely not have reached Iniswydran before me. "Is your king here?" I asked the man. "Yes." "Why?" I asked. His answer was scarcely above a whisper. "To take the kingdom, Lord." We cut strips of woolen cloth from the 2 men's cloaks, bound their arms and legs, and rammed handfuls of wool into their mouths to keep them silent. We pushed them into a ditch, warned them to stay still, and then I led my 5 men back to the gate of the shrine. I wanted to look inside for a few moments, learn what I could, and only then would I hurry home. "Cloaks over your helmets," I ordered my men, "and shields reversed." We hoisted the cloaks up over our helmet crests, so that their wolf-tails were hidden. Then we held our shields with their faces low against our legs, so that their stars would be obscured. And so disguised, we filed quietly into the now unguarded shrine. We moved in the shadows, circling around the back of the excited crowd, until we reached the stone foundations of the shrine Mordred had started to build for his dead mother. We climbed onto the unfinished sepulchre's highest course of stones, and from there we could watch over the heads of the crowd and see what strange thing happened between the twin rows of fire that lit Iniswydran's night. At first I thought it was another Christian rite, like the one I had witnessed in Isker, because the space between the rows of fire was filled with dancing women, swaying men, and chanting priests. The noise they made was a cacophony of shrieks and screams and wails.
Monks with leather flails were wandering among the ecstatics and lashing their naked backs, and each hard stroke only provoked more screams of joy. One woman was kneeling by the holy thorn. "Come, Lord Jesus!" she shrieked. "Come!" A monk beat her in a frenzy, beat her so hard that her naked back was a lurid sheet of blood. But every new blow only increased the fervour of her desperate prayer. I was about to jump down from the sepulchre and go back to the gate when spearmen appeared from the shrine's buildings and pushed the worshippers roughly aside to clear a space between the fires that lit the holy thorn. They dragged the screaming woman away. More spearmen followed, 2 of them carrying a litter, and behind that litter Bishop Sansom led a group of brightly clothed priests. Lancelot and his attendants walked with the priests. Bors, Lancelot's champion, was there, and Amhar and Loholt were with the Belgic king, but I could not see the dread twins Lavaine and Dinas. The crowd shrieked even louder when they saw Lancelot. They stretched their hands towards him, and some even knelt as he passed. He was arrayed in his white enamelled scale armour that he swore had been the war gear of the ancient hero Agamemnon, and he was wearing his black helmet with its crest of spread swan's wings. His long black hair that he oiled so it shone fell down his back beneath the helmet to lie smooth against a red cloak that hung from his shoulders. The Christ blade was at his side, and his legs were clad in tall red leather war boots. His Saxon guard came behind, all of them huge men in silver mailcoats and carrying broad-bladed war axes that reflected the leaping flames. I could not see Morgan, but a choir of her white-clad holy women were vainly trying to make their song heard above the wails and shouts of the excited crowd. One of the spearmen carried a stake that he placed in a hole that had been prepared beside the holy thorn. For a moment I feared we were about to see some poor pagan burned at that stake, and I spat to avert evil. The victim was being carried on the litter, for the men carrying it brought their burden to the holy thorn and then busied themselves tying their prisoner to the stake. But when they stepped away, and we could at last see properly, I realized that it was no prisoner, and no burning. Indeed, it was no pagan tied to that stake, but a Christian, and it was no death we were watching, but a marriage. And I thought of Nimue's strange prophecy. The dead would be taken in marriage. Lancelot was the groom, and he now stood beside his bride, who was roped to the stake. She was a queen, the one-time Princess of Powys who had become a Princess of Dumnonia, and then the Queen of Siluria. She was Norwenna, daughter-in-law of High King Uther, the mother of Mordred, and she had been dead these 14 years. She had lain in her grave for all those years, but now she had been disinterred, and her remains were lashed to the post beside the votive-hung holy thorn. I stared in horror, then made the sign against evil, and stroked the iron mail of my armour. Issa touched my arm, as though to reassure himself that he was not in the throes of some unimaginable nightmare. The dead queen was little more than a skeleton. A white shawl had been draped on her shoulders, but the shawl could not hide the ghastly strips of yellowing skin and thick hanks of white fatty flesh that still clung to her bones. Her skull, that canted from one of the ropes pinioning her to the stake, was half covered with stretched skin. Her jawbone had fallen away to one side and dangled from her skull, while her eyes were nothing but black shadows in the firelit death mask of her face. One of the guards had placed a wreath of poppies on the dome of her skull, from which dank strands of hair fell ragged to the shawl. "What's happening?" Issa asked me in a soft voice. "Lancelot is claiming Dumnonia," I whispered back, "and by marrying Norwenna he marries into Dumnonia's royal family." There could be no other explanation. Lancelot was stealing Dumnonia's throne, and this grisly ceremony among the great fires would give him a thin legal excuse. He was marrying the dead to make himself Uther's heir. Sansom signalled for silence, and the monks who carried the flails shouted at the excited crowd that slowly calmed down from their frenzy. Every now and then a woman would scream, and the crowd would give a nervous shudder, but at last there was silence. The choir's voices tailed away, and Sansom raised his arms and prayed that Almighty God would bless this union of a man and a woman, this king and his queen, and then he instructed Lancelot to take the bride's hand. Lancelot reached down with his gloved right hand and lifted the yellow bones. The cheek pieces of his helmet were open, and I could see he was grinning. The crowd shouted for joy, and I remembered Tudric's words about signs and portents, and I guessed that in this unholy marriage the Christians were seeing proof that their God's return was imminent. "By the power invested in me, by the Holy Father, and by the grace given to me by the Holy Ghost," Sansom shouted, "I pronounce you man and wife." "Where's our king?" Issa asked me. "Who knows?" I whispered back. "Dead, probably." Then I watched as Lancelot lifted the yellow bones of Norwenna's hand and pretended to give her fingers a kiss. One of the fingers dropped away as he let the hand go. Sansom, never able to resist a chance to preach, began to harangue the crowd, and it was then that Morgan accosted me. I had not seen her approach, and the first I knew of her presence was when I felt a hand tugging at my cloak, and I turned in alarm to see her gold mask glinting in the firelight. "When they find the guards missing from the gate," she hissed, "they'll search this compound and you'll be dead men. Follow me, fools." We jumped guiltily down and followed her humped black figure as it scuttled behind the crowd into the shadows of the shrine's big church. She stopped there and stared up into my face. "They said you were dead," she told me. "Killed with Arthur at Cadoc's shrine." "I live, lady." "And Arthur?" "He lived 3 days ago, lady," I answered. "None of us died at Cadoc's shrine." "Thank God," she breathed. "Thank God." Then she gripped my cloak and hauled my face down close to her mask. "Listen," she said urgently. "My husband had no choice in this thing." "If you say so, lady," I said, not believing her for one moment, but understanding that Morgan was doing her best to straddle both sides of this crisis that had come so suddenly to Dumnonia. Lancelot was taking the throne, and someone had conspired to make sure Arthur was out of the country when he did it. Worse, I thought, someone had sent Arthur and me to Cadoc's High Valley and arranged for men to ambush us there. Someone wanted us dead, and it had been Sansom who had first revealed Legesac's refuge to us, and Sansom who had argued against allowing Keenaglass's men to make the arrest, and Sansom who now stood before Lancelot and a corpse in the light of this night's fires. I smelt the Mouse Lord's paws all over this wicked business, though I doubted Morgan knew half of what her husband had done or planned. She was too old and wise to be infected by religious frenzy, and she at least was trying to pick a safe path through the cascading horrors. "Promise me Arthur lives," she appealed to me. "He did not die in Cadoc's Valley," I said. "That much I can promise you." She was silent for a while, and I think she was crying beneath the mask. "Tell Arthur we had no choice," she said. "I will," I promised her. "What can you tell me of Mordred?" "He's dead," she hissed. "Killed while he was hunting." "But if they lied about Arthur," I said, "then why not about Mordred?" "Who knows?" She crossed herself and plucked at my cloak. "Come," she said abruptly, and led us down the side of the church towards a small wooden hut. Someone was trapped inside the hut, for I could hear fists beating on its door that was secured by the knotted loops of a leather leash. "You should go to your woman, Derfel," Morgan told me, as she fumbled at the knot with her one good hand. "Dinas and Lavaine rode south to your hall after nightfall. They took spearmen." Panic whipped inside me, making me use my spear point to slash at the leather leash. The moment the binding was cut, the door flew open, and Nimue leapt out, hands hooked like claws. But then she recognized me, and stumbled against my body for support. She spat at Morgan. "Go, you fool!"
Morgan snarled at her. "And remember, it was I who saved you from death today." I took Morgan's 2 hands, the burned and the good, and put them to my lips. "For this night's deeds, lady," I said, "I am in your debt." "Go, you fool," she said, "and hurry." And we ran through the back parts of the shrine, past storehouses and slave huts and granaries, then out through a wicket gate to where the fishermen kept their reed punts. We took 2 of the small craft and used our long spear shafts as quant poles. And I remembered that far-off day of Norwenna's death, when Nimue and I had escaped from Innis Widron in just this fashion. Then, as now, we had headed for Ermid's Hall, and then, as now, we had been hunted fugitives in a land overrun by enemies. Nimue knew little of what had happened to Dumnonia. Lancelot, she said, had come and declared himself king, but of Mordred she could only repeat what Morgan had said, that the king had been killed while hunting. She told us how spearmen had come to the Tor and taken her captive to the shrine where Morgan had imprisoned her. Afterwards, she heard, a mob of Christians had climbed the Tor, slaughtered whoever they found there, pulled down the huts and begun to build a church out of the salvaged timbers. "So Morgan did save your life," I said. "She wants my knowledge," Nimue said. "How else will they know what to do with the cauldron? That's why Dinas and Lavain have gone to your hall, Derfel. To find Merlin." She spat into the mere. "It's as I told you," she finished. "They've unleashed the cauldron, and they don't know how to control its power. 2 kings have come to Cadern. Mordred was one, and Lancelot was the second. He went there this afternoon and stood upon the stone. And tonight, the dead are being taken in marriage." "And you also said," I reminded her bitterly, "that a sword would be laid at a child's throat." And I thrust my spear down into the shallow mere in my desperate hurry to reach Ermid's Hall, where my children lay, where Cynwyn lay, and where the Silurian druids and their spearmen had ridden not 3 hours before. Flames lit our homeward path, not the flames that illuminated Lancelot's marriage to the dead, but new flames that sprang red and high from Ermid's Hall. We were halfway across the mere when that fire flared up to shiver its long reflections on the black water. I was praying to Gofannon, to Cloclu, to Bel, to Cernunnos, to Tyrannus, to all the gods, wherever they were, that just one of them would stoop from the realm of stars and save my family. The flames leapt higher, spewing sparks of burning thatch into the smoke that blew east across poor Dumnonia. We travelled in silence once Nimue had finished her tale. Issa had tears in his eyes. He was worrying about Scarach, the Irish girl he had married, and he was wondering, as I was, what had happened to the spearmen we had left to guard the hall. There had been enough men, surely, to hold up Dinas and Lavain's raiders. Yet the flames told another tale, and we thrust the spear shafts down to make the punts go even faster. We heard the screams as we came closer. There were just 6 of us spearmen, but I did not hesitate or try to make a circuitous approach, but simply drove the punts hard into the tree-shadowed creek that lay alongside the hall's palisade. There, next to Diane's little coracle that Gwilithin, Merlin's servant, had made for her, we leapt ashore. Later, I put together the tale of that night. Gwilym, the man who commanded the spearmen, who had stayed behind while I marched north with Arthur, had seen the distant smoke to the east and surmised there was trouble brewing. He had placed all his men on guard, then debated with Cynwyn whether they should take to the boats and hide in the marshes that lay beyond the mere. Cynwyn said no. Merlin, her brother's druid, had given Diane a concoction of leaves that had lifted the fever, but the child was still weak, and besides, no one knew what the smoke meant, nor had any messengers come with a warning. So instead, Cynwyn sent 2 of the spearmen east to find news, and then waited behind the wooden palisade. Nightfall brought no news, but it did bring a measure of relief, for few spearmen marched at night, and Cynwyn felt safer than she had in daylight. From inside the palisade they saw the flames across the mere at Innis Widron, and wondered what they meant. But no one heard Dinas and Lavain's horsemen come into the nearby woods. The horsemen dismounted a long way from the hall, tied their beasts' reins to trees, and then,
Under the pale, cloud-misted moon, they had crept towards the palisade. It was not till Dinas and Levein's men attacked the gate that Gwillem even realized the hall was under attack. His 2 scouts had not returned. There were no guards in the woods, and the enemy was already within feet of the palisade's gate when the alarm was first raised. It was not a formidable gate, no more than the height of a man, and the first rank of the enemy rushed it without armour, spears, or shields, and succeeded in climbing over before Gwillem's men could assemble. The gate guards fought and killed, but enough of those first attackers survived to lift the bar of the gate, and so open it to the charge of Dinas and Levein's heavily armoured spearmen. 10 of those spearmen were Lancelot's Saxon guards, while the rest were Belgic warriors sworn to their king's service. Gwillem's men rallied as best they could, and the fiercest fight took place at the hall's door. It was there that Gwillem himself lay dead, with another 6 of my men. 6 more were lying in the courtyard, where a storehouse had been set on fire, and those were the flames that had lit our path across the lake, and which now, as we reached the open gate, showed us the horror inside. The battle was not over. Dinas and Levein had planned their treachery well, but their men had failed to get through the hall door, and my surviving spearmen were still holding the big building. I could see their shields and spears blocking the door's arch, and I could see another spear showing from one of the high windows that let the smoke out from the gable end. 2 of my huntsmen were in that window, and their arrows were preventing Dinas and Levein's men carrying the fire from the burning storehouse to the hall thatch. Cynwyn, Morwenna, and Seren were all inside the hall, together with Merlin, Melaine, and most of the other women and children who lived inside the compound. But they were surrounded and outnumbered, and the enemy druids had found Diane. Diane had been sleeping in one of the huts. She often did, liking to be in the company of her old wet-nurse, who was married to my blacksmith. And maybe it was her golden hair that had given her away, or maybe, being Diane, she had spat defiance at her captors and told them her father would take his revenge. And now, Levein, robed in black and with an empty scabbard hanging at his hip, held my Diane against his body. Her small, grubby feet were sticking out from beneath the little white robe she wore, and she was struggling as best she could. But Levein had his left arm tight about her waist, and in his right hand he held a naked sword against her throat. Issa clutched my arm to stop me charging madly at the line of armoured men who faced the beleaguered hall. There were 20 of them. I could not see Dinas, but he, I suspected, was with the other enemy's spearmen at the rear of the hall, where they would be cutting off the escape of all the souls trapped inside.
"Cynwyn!"
Levein called in his deep voice.
"Come out! My king wants you!"
I laid the spear down and drew Halbane. Her blade hissed softly on the scabbard's throat.
"Come out!"
Levein called again. I touched the strips of pig bone on the sword hilt, then prayed to my gods that they would make me terrible this night.
"You want your whelp dead?"
Levein called, and Diane screamed as the sword blade tightened on her throat.
"Your man's dead,"
Levein shouted.
"He died in Powys with Arthur, and he won't come to help you."
He pressed the sword harder, and Diane screamed again. Issa kept his hand on my arm. "Not yet, Lord," he whispered. "Not yet." The shields parted at the hall door, and Cynwyn stepped out. She was dressed in a dark cloak that was clasped at her throat. "Put the child down," she told Levein calmly.
"The child will be released when you come to me," Levein said. "My king demands your company."
"Your king?" Cynwyn asked. "What king is that?" She knew well enough whose men had come here this night, for their shields alone told that tale, but she would make nothing easy for Levein.
"King Lancelot," Levein said, "King of the Belgi, and King of Dumnonia."
Cynwyn pulled her dark cloak tighter about her shoulders. "So what does King Lancelot want of me?" she asked. Behind her, in the space at the back of the hall, and dimly lit by the burning storehouse, I could see more of Lancelot's spearmen. They had taken the horses from my stables, and now they watched the confrontation between Cynwyn and Levein.
"This night, lady,"
Levane explained. "My king has taken a bride." Kynwyn shrugged. "Then he does not need me." "The bride, lady, cannot give my king the privileges that a man demands on his wedding night. You, lady, are to be his pleasure instead. It is an old debt of honor that you owe him. Besides," Levane added, "you are a widow now. You need another man." I tensed, but Issa again gripped my arm. One of the Saxon guards close to Levane was restless, and Issa was mutely suggesting we wait until the man relaxed again. Kynwyn dropped her head for a few seconds, then looked up again. "And if I come with you," she said in a bleak voice, "you will let my daughter live?" "She will live," Levane promised. "And all the others too?" she asked, gesturing to the hall. "Those two," said Levane. "Then release my daughter," Kynwyn demanded. "Come here first," Levane retorted, "and bring Merlin with you." Diane kicked at him with her bare heels, but he tightened the sword again, and she went still. The storehouse roof collapsed, exploding sparks and burning scraps of straw into the night. Some of the flames landed on the hall's thatch, where they flickered feebly. The rainwater in the thatch was protecting the hall for the moment, but soon I knew the hall roof must catch the blaze. I tensed, ready to charge, but then Merlin appeared behind Kynwyn. His beard, I saw, was bound in plaits again. He carried his great staff, and he stood straighter and grimmer than I had seen him stand in years. He placed his right arm about Kynwyn's shoulders. "Let the child go," he ordered. Levane shook his head. "We made a spell with your beard, old man, and you have no power over us. But tonight we shall have the pleasure of your conversation, while our king has the pleasure of the Princess Kynwyn. Both of you," he demanded. "Come here." Merlin lifted the staff and pointed it at Levane. "At the next full moon," he said, "you will die beside the sea. You and your brother shall both die, and your screams will journey the waves through all time. Let the child go." Nimue hissed softly behind me. She had plucked up my spear and lifted the leather patch from her ghastly empty eye socket. Levane was unmoved by Merlin's prophecy. "At the next full moon," he said, "we shall boil your beard scraps in bull's blood and give your soul to the worm of Anwin," he spat. "Both of you," he snapped. "Come here." "Release my daughter," Kynwyn demanded. "When you reach me," Levane said, "she will be freed." There was a pause. Kynwyn and Merlin spoke together softly. Morwenna cried out from inside the hall, and Kynwyn turned and spoke to her daughter. Then she took Merlin's hand and began to walk towards Levane. "Not like that, lady," Levane called to her. "My Lord Lancelot demands that you come to him naked. My lord will have you taken naked through the countryside, and naked through the town, and naked to his bed. You shamed him, lady, and this night he will return his shame on you 100-fold. Kynwyn stopped and glared at him, but Levane simply pressed his sword blade against Diane's throat. The child gasped with the pain, and Kynwyn instinctively tore at the brooch that clasped her cloak and let the garment drop to reveal a simple white dress. "Take the gown off, lady," Levane ordered her harshly. "Take it off, or your daughter dies." I charged then. I screamed Belle's name, and I charged like a mad thing. My men came with me, and more men came from the hall when they saw the white stars on our shields and the grey tails on our helms. Nimue charged with us, shrieking and wailing, and I saw the line of enemy spearmen turn with horror on their faces. I ran straight at Levane. He saw me, recognized me, and froze in terror. He had disguised himself as a Christian priest by hanging a crucifix around his neck. This was no time for men to ride Dumnonia dressed as druids, but it was time for Levane to die, and I screamed my god's name as I charged at him. Then a Saxon guard ran in front of me, his bright axe glittering reflected flamelight as he swung his heavy blade at my skull. I parried it with the shield, and the force of the blow jarred down my arm.
Then I slid Howlbane forward, twisted her blade in his belly, and dragged it free in a rush of spilling Saxon guts. Issa had killed another Saxon, and Scarach, his fiery Irish wife, had come from the hall to slash at a wounded Saxon with a boar spear, while Nimue was driving her spear into a man's belly. I parried another spear blow, put the spearman down with Howlbane, and looked desperately around for Lavaine. I saw him running with Diane in his arms. He was trying to reach his brother behind the hall, when a rush of spearmen cut him off, and he turned, saw me, and fled towards the gate. He held Diane like a shield. "I want him alive!" I roared, and plunged towards him through the firelit chaos. Another Saxon came at me, roaring the name of his god, and I cut the god's name out of his throat with a lunge of Howlbane. Then Issa shouted a warning, and I heard the hoofs and saw that the enemy who had been guarding the back of the hall were charging on horseback to their comrade's rescue. Dinas, who was dressed like his brother in the black robes of a Christian priest, led the charge with a drawn sword. "Stop them!" I shouted. I could hear Diane screaming. The enemy was panicking. They outnumbered us, but the eruption of spearmen from the Black Knight had torn their hearts to ribbons, and one-eyed Nimue, shrieking and wild with her bloody spear, must have appeared to them as a ghastly night ghoul come for their souls. They fled in terror. Lavaine waited for his brother close to the burning storehouse, and still held his sword at Diane's throat. Scarach, hissing like Nimue, stalked him with her spear, but she dared not risk my daughter's life. Others of the enemy scrambled over the palisade. Some ran for the gate, some were cut down in the shadows between the huts, and some escaped by running alongside the terrified horses that pounded past us into the night. Dinas rode straight for me. I raised my shield, hefted Howlbane, and shouted a challenge. But at the very last moment he swerved his white-eyed horse aside and hurled the sword at my head. He rode towards his twin brother instead, and as he neared Lavaine, he leaned down from the saddle and extended his arm. Scarach flung herself out of the path of the charging horse, just as Lavaine leapt up into Dinas's saving embrace. He dropped Diane, and I saw her sprawl away from him as I ran after the horse. Lavaine was clinging desperately to his brother, who clung just as desperately to the saddle-bar as the horse galloped away. I shouted at them to stay and fight, but the twins just galloped into the black trees, where the enemy's other survivors had fled. I cursed their souls. I stood in the gate and called them vermin, cowards, creatures of evil.
"Derfel!"
Kynwyn called from behind me.
"Derfel!"
I abandoned my curses and turned to her. "I live," I said. "I live."
"Oh, Derfel!"
she wailed. And it was then that I saw that Kynwyn was holding Diane, and that Kynwyn's white dress was white no longer, but red. I ran to their side. Diane was cradled tight in her mother's arms, and I dropped my sword, tore the helmet from my head, and fell to my knees beside them.
"Diane," I whispered. "My love?"
I saw the soul flicker in her eyes. She saw me. She did see me. And she saw her mother before she died. She looked at us for an instant, and then her young soul flew away, as soft as a wing in darkness, and with as little fuss as a candle flame blown out by a wisp of wind. Her throat had been cut as Lavaine leapt for his brother's arm, and now her small heart just gave up the struggle. But she did see me first. I know she did. She saw me, then she died. And I put my arms around her and around her mother, and I cried like a child for my little, lovely Diane. I wept. We had taken 4 unwounded prisoners. 1 was a Saxon guard, and 3 were Belgic spearmen. Merlin questioned them, and when he had finished, I hacked all 4 to pieces. I slaughtered them. I killed in a rage, sobbing as I killed, blind to anything but Howlbane's weight and the empty satisfaction of feeling her blade bite into their flesh. One by one, in front of my men, in front of Cynwyn, in front of Morwenna and Seren, I butchered all 4 men. And when it was done, Howlbane was wet and red from tip to hilt, and still I hacked at their lifeless bodies. My arms were soaked in blood. My rage could have filled the whole world, and still it would not bring little Dian back. I wanted more men to kill, but the enemy's wounded had already had their throats cut, and so, with no more revenge to take, and bloody as I was, I walked to my terrified daughters and held them in my arms. I could not stop crying, nor could they. I held them as though my life depended on theirs, and then I carried them to where Cynwyn still cradled Dian's corpse. I gently unfolded Cynwyn's arms and placed them about her living children. Then I took Dian's little body and carried it to the burning storehouse. Merlin came with me. He touched his staff on Dian's forehead, then nodded to me. It was time, he was saying, to let Dian's soul cross the Bridge of Swords. But first I kissed her. Then I laid her body down and used my knife to cut away a thick strand of her golden hair that I placed carefully in my pouch. That done, I raised her up, kissed her one last time, and threw her corpse into the flames. Her hair and her little white dress flared bright. "Feed the fire," Merlin snapped at my men. "Feed it!" They tore down a hut to make the fire into a furnace that would burn Dian's body into nothing. Her soul was already going to its shadow body in the other world, and now her balefire roared into the dark, while I knelt in front of the flames with an empty, ravaged soul. Merlin lifted me up. "We must go, Derfel." "I know." He embraced me, holding me in his long, strong arms like a father. "If I could have saved her," he said softly. "You tried," I said, and cursed myself for lingering in Inniswydren. "Come," Merlin said. "We must be a long way off by dawn." We took what little we could carry. I discarded the bloody armour I was wearing and took my good coat of mail that was trimmed with gold. Seren took 3 kittens in a leather bag, Morwenna a distaff and a bundle of clothes, while Cynwyn carried a bag of food. There were 80 of us altogether, spearmen, families, servants and slaves. All of them had thrown some small token into the balefire, a scrap of bread mostly, though Gwilithin, Merlin's servant, had tossed Dian's coracle into the flames, so that she could paddle it through the lakes and creeks of the other world. Cynwyn, walking with Merlin and Melaine, her brother's druid, asked what happened to children in the other world. "They play," Merlin said, with all his ancient authority. "They play beneath the apple trees and wait for you." "She will be happy," Melaine reassured her. He was a tall, thin, stooped young man who carried Iorwith's old staff. He seemed shocked by the night's horror, and he was plainly nervous of Nimue in her filthy, blood-spattered robe. Her eye patch had disappeared, and her ghastly hair hung lank and draggled. Cynwyn, once she had satisfied herself of Dian's fate, came and walked beside me. I was still in agony, blaming myself for pausing to watch Lancelot's ceremony of marriage. But Cynwyn was calmer now. "It was her fate, Derfel," she said, "and she's happy now." She took my arm. "And you're alive. They told us you were dead, both you and Arthur." "He lives," I promised her. I walked in silence, following the white robes of the 2 druids. "One day," I said after a while,
I shall find Dinas and Lavain, and their deaths will be terrible.
Kynwyn squeezed my arm. "We were all so happy," she said. She had begun crying again, and I tried to find words to console her, but there could be no explanation of why the gods had snatched Dian away. Behind us, bright in the night sky, the flames and smoke of Ermid's hall boiled towards the stars. The hall thatch had at last caught the fire, and our old life was being burned to ashes. We followed a twisting path beside the mere. The moon had slid from behind its clouds to cast a silver light on the rushes and willows and on the shallow, wind-rippled lake. We walked towards the sea, but I had scarcely thought what we should do when we reached the shore. Lancelot's men would search for us, that much was certain, and somehow we would need to find safety. Merlin had questioned our prisoners before I killed them, and he now told Kynwyn and me what he had learned. Much of it we already knew. Mordred was said to have been killed while hunting, and one of the prisoners had claimed that the king had been murdered by the father of a girl he had raped. Arthur was rumoured to be dead, and so Lancelot had declared himself the king of Dumnonia. The Christians had welcomed him in the belief that Lancelot was their new John the Baptist, a man who had presaged the first coming of Christ, just as Lancelot now presaged the second. "Arthur didn't die," I said bitterly. "He was meant to, and I was meant to die with him, but they failed." "And how," I asked, "if I saw Arthur just 3 days ago, did Lancelot hear of his death so soon?"
"He hasn't heard of it," Merlin said calmly. "He's just hoping for it."
I spat. "It's Sansom and Lancelot," I said angrily. "Lancelot probably arranged for Mordred's death, and Sansom arranged ours. Now Sansom has his Christian king, and Lancelot has Dumnonia."
"Except that you live," Kynwyn said quietly.
"And Arthur lives," I said. "And if Mordred's dead, then the throne is Arthur's."
"Only if he defeats Lancelot," Merlin said dryly.
"Of course he'll defeat Lancelot," I said scornfully.
"Arthur's weakened," Merlin warned me gently. "Scores of his men have been killed. All Mordred's guards are dead, and so are all the spearmen at Caer-Codern. Kai and his men are dead in Isca, or if they're not dead, they're fugitives. The Christians have risen, Derfel. I hear they marked their houses with the sign of the fish, and any house that didn't carry the mark had its inhabitants slaughtered."
He paced in gloomy silence for a while.
"They're cleansing Britain for the coming of their god."
"But Lancelot hasn't killed Sagramor," I said, hoping that what I said was true. "And Sagramor leads an army."
"Sagramor lives," Merlin assured me.
"And then delivered the worst news of that terrible night."
"But he's been attacked by Cerdic. It seems to me," he went on, "that Lancelot and Cerdic might well have agreed to divide Dumnonia between them. Cerdic will take the frontier lands, and Lancelot will rule the rest."
I could find nothing to say. It seemed incomprehensible. Cerdic was loose in Dumnonia, and the Christians had risen to make Lancelot their king. And it had all happened so swiftly, within days, and there had been no sign of it before I left Dumnonia.
"There were signs," Merlin said, reading my mind. "There were signs. It was just that none of us took them seriously. Who cared if a few Christians painted the fish on their house walls? Who took any notice of their frenzies? We became so used to their priests ranting that we no longer listened to what they were saying. And which of us believes that their god will come to Britain in 4 years' time? There were signs all around us, Derfel, and we were blind to them. But that's not what caused this horror."
"Sansom and Lancelot caused it," I said.
"The cauldron brought it," Merlin said. "Someone has used it, Derfel, and its power is loose in the land. I suspect Dinas and Lavain have it, but they don't know how to control it, and so they've spilt its horror."
I walked on in silence.
The Seven Sea was visible now, a crawling flood of silver-black beneath a sinking moon. Kynwyn was crying softly, and I took her hand. "I discovered," I said to her, trying to distract her from her grief, "who my father is. Just yesterday I found it out." "Your father is Ael," Merlin said placidly. I gazed at him. "How did you know?" "It's in your face, Derfel. In your face. Tonight, when you came through the gate, you only needed a black bear cloak to be him." He smiled at me. "Yeah, I remember you as an earnest little boy, all questions and frowns. Then tonight you came like a warrior of the gods, a terrifying thing of iron and steel and plume and shield." "Is it true?" Kynwyn asked me. "Yes," I admitted, and feared what her reaction might be. I need not have feared. "Then Ael must be a very great man," she said firmly, and gave me a sad smile. "Lord Prince." We reached the sea and turned north. We had nowhere else to go except towards Gwent and Powys, where the madness had not spread. But our path ended at a place where the sand of the beach petered out into a spit, where the incoming tide broke white on a rippled expanse of mud. To our left was the sea. To our right were the marshes of Avalon, and it seemed to me that we were trapped there. But Merlin told us we should not worry. "Rest," he said, "for help will come soon." He looked east to see a glimmer of light showing above the hills beyond the marsh. "Dawn," he announced, "and when the sun is full up, our help will come." He sat and played with Seren and her kittens, while the rest of us lay on the sand, our bundles beside us, as Peerlig, our bard, sang the love song of Rhiannon that had always been Diane's favourite song. Kynwyn, one arm around Morwenna, wept, while I just stared at the fretting grey sea and dreamed of revenge. The sun rose, promising another lovely summer's day in Dumnonia. Only on this day, the ironclad horsemen would be spreading across the countryside to find us. The cauldron had at last been used. The Christians had flocked to Lancelot's banner. Horror was spilling across the land, and all Arthur's work was under siege. Lancelot's men were not the only ones who searched for us that morning. The marsh villages had heard the news of Ermid's Hall, just as they had heard that the ghoulish ceremony in Inniswydran had been a Christian wedding, and any enemy of the Christians was a friend of the marsh folk. So their boatmen and trackers and hunters ranged wide across the swamps in search of us. They found us 2 hours after sunrise, and led us north through the marsh paths, where no enemy would dare intrude. By nightfall, out of the marshes now, we were close to the town of Abona, where ships sailed for the Silurian coast, with cargoes of grain, pottery, tin, and lead. A band of Lancelot's men guarded the Roman-built wharfs that lined the river port, but his army was thinly scattered, and there were no more than 20 spearmen watching the ships, and most of those spearmen were half drunk from a looted cargo of mead. We killed them all. Death had already come to Abona, for the bodies of a dozen pagans lay on the mud above the river's tide line. The fanatical Christians who had slaughtered the pagans had already left, gone to join Lancelot's army, and the folk who remained in the town were fearful. They told us what had happened in the town, swore their own innocence in the killings, then barred their doors that all bore the mark of the fish. Next morning, on a rising tide, we sailed for Silurian Iska, the fort on the Usk, where Lancelot had once made his palace when he had sulked on Siluria's inadequate throne. Kynwyn sat next to me in the boat's scuppers. "It's strange," she said, "how wars come and go with kings." "How?" I asked. She shrugged. "Uther died, and there was nothing but fighting till Arthur killed my father. Then we had peace.
And now Mordred comes to the throne, and we have war again. It's like the seasons, Derfel. War comes and it goes.
She leaned her head on my shoulder.
So what will happen now? She asked.
You and the girls will go north to Kersus, I said, and I shall stay and fight.
Will Arthur fight? She asked.
If Guinevere's been killed, I said, he'll fight till there isn't an enemy left alive. We had heard nothing of Guinevere, but with Christians marauding throughout Dumnonia, it seemed unlikely that she would have been left unmolested.
Poor Guinevere, Cynwyn said, and poor Gwyndra.
She was very fond of Arthur's son. We landed in the River Usk, safe at last on territory ruled by Murig, and from there we walked north to Gwent's capital, Buriam. Gwent was a Christian country, but it had not been infected by the madness that had swept Dumnonia. Gwent already had a Christian king, and maybe that circumstance had been sufficient to keep its people calm. Murig blamed Arthur.
He should have suppressed paganism, he told us.
Why, Lord King? I asked. Arthur's a pagan himself.
Christ's truth is blindingly obvious, I should have thought, Murig said. If a man cannot read the tides of history, then he only has himself to blame. Christianity is the future, Lord Derfel, and paganism is its past.
Not much of a future, I said scornfully, if history is to end in 4 years.
It doesn't end, Murig said. It begins. When Christ comes again, Lord Derfel, the days of glory arrive. We shall all be kings, all be joyful and all be blessed.
Except us pagans.
Naturally. Hell must be fed. But there is still time for you to accept the true faith.
Both Cynwyn and I declined his invitation of baptism, and next morning she left for Powys with Morwenna, Seren, and the other wives and children. We spearmen embraced our families, then watched them walk north. Murig gave them an escort, and I sent 6 of my own men with orders to come back south as soon as the women were safe under Keenaglas's guard. Mullane, Powys's druid, went with them, but Merlin and Nimue, whose quest for the cauldron was suddenly burning as hot as ever it had on the dark road, stayed with us. King Murig travelled with us to Gleavham. That town was Dumnonian, but right on the border of Gwent, and its earth and timber walls guarded Murig's land, so, sensibly enough, he had already garrisoned it with his own spearmen to make sure that the tumults of Dumnonia did not spread north into Gwent. It took us a half-day to reach Gleavham, and there, in the great Roman hall where Uther's last high council had been held, I found the rest of my men, Arthur's men, and Arthur himself. He saw me come into the hall, and the look of relief on his face was so heartfelt that tears came to my eyes. My spearmen, those who had stayed with Arthur when I went south to find my mother, cheered, and the next few moments were a bluster of reunions and news. I told them of Ermid's Hall, told them the names of the men who had died, assured them that their women still lived, then looked at Arthur. "But they killed Diane," I said. "Diane?" I think he did not believe me at first. "Diane," I said, and the wretched tears came again. Arthur eased me out of the hall, and walked with his right arm about my shoulders to Gleavham's ramparts, where Murig's red-cloaked spearmen now manned every fighting platform. He made me tell him the whole tale again, right from the moment I had left him until the moment we took ship from Abona. Dinas and Lavain. He spoke the names bitterly. Then he drew Excalibur and kissed the grey blade. "Your vengeance is mine," he said formally, then slid the sword back into her scabbard. For a time we said nothing, but just leaned on the top of the wall and stared at the wide valley south of Gleavham. It looked so peaceful. The hay crop was nearly ready for cutting, and there were bright poppies in the growing corn. "Do you have news of Guinevere?" Arthur broke the silence, and I heard something close to desperation in his voice. "No, Lord." He shuddered, then regained control of himself. The Christians hate her, he said softly.
And then, uncharacteristically, he touched the iron of Excalibur's hilt to avert evil. "Lord," I tried to reassure him, "she has guards, and her palace is by the sea. She would have escaped if there was danger."
To where? Brociliand? But suppose Cerdic sent ships?
He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then shook his head.
We can only wait for news.
I asked him about Mordred, but he had heard nothing more than the rest of us.
I suspect he is dead, he said bleakly. For if he had escaped, then he should have reached us here by now.
He did have news of Sagramore, and that news was bad.
Cerdic hurt him hard. Caer Ambra's fallen. Khaleva's gone, and Corinium is under siege. It should hold out a few days yet, for Sagramore managed to add 200 spears to its garrison. But their food will be gone by the month's end. It seems we have war again.
He gave a short, harsh bark of laughter.
You were right about Lancelot, weren't you? And I was blind. I thought him a friend.
I said nothing, but just glanced at him, and saw to my surprise that there were grey hairs at his temples. To me he still seemed young, but I suppose that if any man were to meet him now for the first time, they would think him on the edge of his middle years.
How could Lancelot have brought Cerdic into Dumnonia? He asked angrily. Or encouraged the Christians in their madness?
Because he wants to be king of Dumnonia, I said, and he needs their spears. And Sansom wants to be his chief counsellor, his royal treasurer, and everything else too. Arthur shuddered.
You think Sansom really planned our deaths at Cadoc's shrine?
Who else? I asked.
It was Sansom, I believed, who had first linked the fish on Lancelot's shield with the name of Christ, and Sansom who had whipped the excited Christian community into a fervour that would sweep Lancelot onto Dumnonia's throne. I doubted that Sansom put much faith in his Christ's imminent coming, but he did want to hold as much power as he could, and Lancelot was Sansom's candidate for Dumnonia's kingship. If Lancelot succeeded in holding the throne, all the reins of power would lead back to the Mouse Lord's paws. He's a dangerous little bastard, I said vengefully. We should have killed him 10 years ago. Poor Morgan, Arthur sighed.
Then he grimaced.
What did we do wrong? He asked me.
We, I said indignantly. We did nothing wrong.
We never understood what the Christians wanted, he said. But what could we have done if we had? They were never going to accept anything less than utter victory.
It's nothing we did, I said. Only what the calendar does to them. The year 500 has made them mad.
I had hoped, he said softly, that we had weaned Dumnonia away from madness.
You gave them peace, Lord, I said, and peace gave them the chance to breed their madness. If we'd been fighting the Saxons all those years, their energies would have gone into battle and survival. But instead, we gave them the chance to foment their idiocies. He shrugged.
But what do we do now?
Now, I said, we fight.
With what? He asked bitterly. Sagramore has his hands full with Cerdic. Keenaglas will send us spears, I'm sure, but Murig won't fight.
He won't? I asked, alarmed. But he swore the Round Table oath. Arthur smiled sadly.
These oaths, Derfel, how they haunt us. And these sad days, it seems, men take them so lightly. Lancelot swore the oath too, did he not? But Murig says that, with Mordred dead, there is no casus belli.
He quoted the Latin bitterly, and I remembered Murig using the same words before Lugvale, and how Killuch had mocked the king's erudition by twisting the Latin into cow's belly.
Killuch will come, I said. To fight for Mordred's land? Arthur asked. I doubt it.
To fight for you, Lord, I said. For if Mordred is dead, you're king.
He smiled bitterly at that statement. King of what? Of Gleavum? He laughed. I have you, I have Sagramore, I have whatever Keenaglass gives me. But Lancelot has Dumnonia, and he has Cerdic." He walked in silence for a short while, then gave me a crooked smile. "And we do have one other ally, though hardly a friend. Ael has taken advantage of Cerdic's absence to retake London. Maybe Cerdic and he will kill each other." "Ael," I said, "will be killed by his son, not by Cerdic." He gave me a quizzical glance. "What son?" "It's a curse," I said. "And I am Ael's son." He stopped and gazed at me to see if I was jesting. "You?" he asked. "Me, Lord." "Truly?" "Upon my honour, Lord. I am your enemy's son." He still stared at me, then began to laugh. The laughter was genuine and extravagant, ending in tears that he wiped away as he shook his head in amusement. "Dear Derfel, if only Uther and Ael knew. Uther and Ael, the great enemies whose sons had become friends. Fate is inexorable." "Maybe Ael does know," I said, remembering how gently he had reprimanded me for ignoring Ersi. "He's our ally now," Arthur said, "whether we want him or not, unless we choose not to fight." "Not to fight?" I asked in horror. "There are times," Arthur said softly, "and all I want is to have Guinevere and Gwyddra back, and a small house where we can live in peace. I'm even tempted to make an oath, Derfel, that if the gods give me back my family, then I'll never trouble them again. I'll go to a house like the one you had in Powys, remember?" "Cum Isaf," I said, and wondered how Arthur could ever believe that Guinevere might be happy in such a place. "And just like Cum Isaf," he said wistfully. "A plough, some fields, a son to raise, a king to respect, and songs by the evening hearth." He turned and gazed south again. To the east of the valley, great green hills rose steep, and Cerdic's men were not so very far away from those summits. "I'm tired of it all," Arthur said. For a moment he looked close to tears. "Think of all we achieved, Derfel. All the roads and law courts and bridges, and all the disputes we settled, and all the prosperity we made. And all of it is turned to nothing by religion. Religion!" He spat across the ramparts. "Is Dumnonia even worth fighting for?" "Diane's soul is worth fighting for," I said. "And while Dinas and Lavain live, then I am not at peace. And I pray you, Lord, that you won't have such deaths to revenge. But still you must fight. If Mordred's dead, then you're king. And if he lives, we have our oaths." "Our oaths," he said resentfully. And I am sure he was thinking of the words we had spoken above the sea, beside which Iseult was to die. "Our oaths," he said again. But oaths were all we had now. For oaths were our guide in times of chaos. And chaos was now thick across Dumnonia. For someone had spilt the cauldron's power, and its horror threatened to engulf us all. Dumnonia in that summer was like a giant throwboard, and Lancelot had thrown his pieces well, taking half the board with his opening throw. He had surrendered the valley of the Thames to the Saxons, but the rest of the country was now his, thanks to the Christians who had blindly fought for him because his shield displayed their mystical emblem of a fish. I doubted that Lancelot was any more of a Christian than Mordred had been, but Sansom's missionaries had spread their insidious message, and, as far as Dumnonia's poor, deceived Christians were concerned, Lancelot was the harbinger of Christ. Lancelot had not won every point. His plot to kill Arthur had failed, and while Arthur lived, Lancelot was in danger. But on the day after I arrived in Gleavham, he tried to sweep the throwboard clean. He tried to win it all. He sent a horseman with an upturned shield and a sprig of mistletoe tied to his spear point. The rider carried a message that summoned Arthur to Dun Kynak, an ancient earth fortress that reared its summit just a few miles south of Gleavham's ramparts. The message demanded that Arthur go to the ancient fort that very same day. It swore his safety, and it allowed him to bring as many spearmen as he wished. The message's imperious tone almost invited refusal, but it finished by promising Arthur news of Guinevere, and Lancelot must have known that promise would bring Arthur out of Gleavham. He left an hour later. 20 of us rode with him, all of us in full armour beneath a blazing sun. Great white clouds sailed above the hills that rose steep from the eastern side of Severn's wide valley. We could have followed the tracks that twisted up into those hills, but they led through too many places where an ambush might be set, and so we took the road south along the valley, a Roman road that ran between fields where poppies blazed among the growing rye and barley. After an hour we turned east, and cantered beside a hedge that was white with hawthorn blossom, then across a hay meadow almost ready for the sickle, and so we reached the steep grassy slope that was topped by the ancient fort. Sheep scattered as we climbed the slope, which was so precipitous that I preferred to slide off my horse's back and lead it by the reins. Bee orchids blossomed pink and brown among the grass. We stopped 100 paces below the summit, and I climbed on alone to make sure that no ambush waited behind the fort's long, grassy walls. I was panting and sweating by the time I gained the wall summit, but no enemy crouched behind the bank. Indeed, the old fort seemed deserted, except for 2 hares that fled from my sudden appearance. The silence of the hilltop made me cautious, but then a single horseman appeared among some low trees that grew in the northern part of the fort. He carried a spear that he ostentatiously threw down, turned his shield upside down, then slid off his horse's back. A dozen men followed him out of the trees, and they too threw down their spears as if to reassure me that their promise of a truce was genuine. I waved Arthur up. His horses breasted the wall, then he and I walked forward. Arthur was in his finest armour. He did not appear here as a supplicant, but as a warrior in a white-plumed helmet and a silvered coat of scale armour. 2 men walked to meet us. I had expected to see Lancelot himself, but instead it was his cousin and champion, Bors, who approached us. Bors was a tall, black-haired man, heavily bearded, broad-shouldered, and a capable warrior who thrust through life like a bull, where his master slid like a snake. I had no dislike of Bors, nor he of me, but our loyalties dictated that we should be enemies. Bors nodded a curt greeting. He was in armour, but his companion was dressed in priest's robes. It was Bishop Sansom. That surprised me, for Sansom usually took good care to disguise his loyalties, and I thought our little mouse lord must be very confident of victory if he displayed his allegiance to Lancelot so openly. Arthur gave Sansom a dismissive glance, then looked at Bors. "You have news of my wife," he said curtly. "She lives," Bors said, "and she is safe. So is your son." Arthur closed his eyes. He could not hide his relief. Indeed, for a moment he could not even speak. "Where are they?" he asked when he had collected himself. "At her sea palace," Bors said. "Under guard." "You keep women prisoners?" I asked scornfully. "They are under guard, Derfel," Bors answered just as scornfully, "because Dumnonia's Christians are slaughtering their enemies. And those Christians, Lord Arthur, have no love for your wife. My lord, King Lancelot, has your wife and son under his protection." "Then your lord, King Lancelot," Arthur said with just a trace of sarcasm, "can have them brought north under escort." "No," Bors said. He was bareheaded, and the heat of the sun was making the sweat run down his broad, scarred face. "No?" Arthur asked dangerously. "I have a message for you, lord," Bors said defiantly, "and the message is this. My lord king, grants you the right to live in Dumnonia with your wife. You will be treated with honor, but only if you swear an oath of loyalty to my king." He paused and glanced up into the sky. It was one of those portentous days when the moon shared the sky with the sun, and he gestured towards the moon that was swollen somewhere between the half and the full. "You have," he said, "until the moon is full to present yourself to my Lord King at Kirkadern. You may come with no more than 10 men. You will swear your oath, and you may then live under his dominion in peace." I spat to show my opinion of his promise, but Arthur held up a hand to still my anger. "And if I do not come?" he asked. Another man might have been ashamed to deliver the message, but Bors showed no qualms. "If you do not come," he said, "then my Lord King will presume that you are at war with him, in which case he will need every spear he can collect, even those who now guard your wife and child." "So his Christians," Arthur jerked his chin towards Sansom, "can kill them."
"She can always be baptized,"
Sansom put in. He clutched the cross that hung over his black robe.
"I will guarantee her safety if she is baptized."
Arthur stared at him. Then very deliberately he spat full in Sansom's face. The bishop jerked back. Bors, I noticed, was amused, and I suspected little affection was lost between Lancelot's champion and his chaplain. Arthur looked again at Bors. "Tell me of Mordred," he demanded. Bors looked surprised at the question. "There's nothing to tell," he said after a pause. "He's dead." "You've seen his body?" Arthur asked. Bors hesitated again, then shook his head. "He was killed by a man whose daughter he had raped. Beyond that I know nothing, except that my Lord King came into Dumnonia to quell the riots that followed the killing." He paused as if he expected Arthur to say something more, but when nothing was said, he just looked up at the moon. "You have till the full," he said, and turned away. "1 minute," I called, turning Bors back. "What of me?" I asked. Bors' hard eyes stared into mine. "What of you?" he said scornfully. "Does the killer of my daughter demand an oath of me?" I asked. "My Lord King wants nothing of you," Bors said. "Then tell him," I said, "that I want something of him. Tell him I want the souls of Dinas and Lavain, and if it is the last thing I do on this earth, I shall take them." Bors shrugged as though their deaths meant nothing to him, then looked back to Arthur. "We shall be waiting at Kirkadern, Lord," he said, then walked away. Sansom stayed to shout at us, telling us that Christ was coming in his glory, and that all pagans and sinners would be wiped clean from the earth before that happy day. I spat at him, then turned and followed Arthur. Sansom dogged us, shouting at our heels, but then suddenly called my name. I ignored him. "Lord Derfel!" he called again. "You whoremaster! You whore-lover!" He must have known those insults would draw me back to him in anger, and though he did not want my anger, he did want my attention. "I mean nothing, Lord," he said hastily as I hurried back towards him. "I must talk with you, quickly." He glanced behind to make sure Bors was out of earshot, then gave another bellow, demanding my repentance, just to make certain that Bors thought he was harassing me. "I thought you and Arthur were dead," he said in a low voice. "You arranged our deaths," I accused him. He blanched. "On my soul, Derfel, no. No." He made the sign of the cross. "May the angels tear out my tongue and feed it to the devil if it lies to you. I swear by Almighty God, Derfel, that I knew nothing." That lie told, he glanced round again, then looked back to me. "Dinas and Lavain," he said softly, "stand guard over Guinevere at the Sea Palace. Remember it was I, Lord, who told you that." I smiled. "You don't want Bors to know you betrayed that knowledge to me, do you?" "No, Lord, please." "Then this should convince him of your innocence," I said, and gave the Mouse Lord a box round his ears that must have had his head ringing like the great bell at his shrine. He spun down to the turf, from where he shrieked curses at me as I walked away. I understood now why Sansom had come to this high fortress beneath the sky. The Mouse Lord could see clearly enough that Arthur's survival threatened Lancelot's new throne, and no man could blithely keep his faith in a master who was opposed by Arthur. Sansom, just like his wife, was making sure I owed him thanks. "What was that about?" Arthur asked me when I caught up with him. "He told me Dinas and Lavain are at the Sea Palace. They guard Guinevere." Arthur grunted, then looked up at the sun-blanched moon hanging above us. "How many nights till the full, Derfel?" 5, I guessed. 6. Merlin will know. 6 days to decide, he said, then stopped and stared at me. "Will they dare kill her?" "No, Lord," I said, hoping I was right. "They daren't make an enemy out of you. They want you to come to take their oath, and then they'll kill you. After that, they might kill her." "And if I don't come," he said softly, "they'll still hold her. And so long as they hold her, Derfel, I'm helpless." "You have a sword, Lord, and a spear and a shield. No man would call you helpless." Behind us, Bors and his men clambered into their saddles and rode away. We stayed a few moments longer to gaze west from Dun Kynach's ramparts. It was one of the most beautiful views in all Britain, a hawk's-eye view west across the Severn and deep into distant Siluria. We could see for miles and miles, and from this high place it looked so sunlit, green and beautiful. It was a place to fight for. And we had 6 nights till the moon was full.
7 nights,
Merlin said. "You're sure?" Arthur asked.
"Maybe 6, Merlin allowed. I do hope you don't expect me to make the computation. It's very tedious business. I did it often enough for Uther and almost always got it wrong. 6 or 7 near enough. Maybe 8.
"Mullane will work it out," Keenaglass said. We had returned from Dun Kynach to find that Keenaglass had come from Powys. He had brought Mullane with him, after meeting the druid who had been accompanying Cynwyn and the other women northwards. The King of Powys had embraced me and sworn his own revenge on Dinas and Lavain. He had brought 60 spearmen in his entourage, and told us another 100 were already following him southwards. More would come, he said, for Keenaglass expected to fight, and he was generously providing every warrior he commanded. His 60 warriors now squatted with Arthur's men around the edges of Gleevam's great hall, as their lords talked in the hall's centre. Only Sagramor was not there, for he was with his remaining spearmen harrying Cerdic's army near Corinium. Murig was present, and unable to hide his annoyance that Merlin had taken the large chair at the head of the table. Keenaglass and Arthur flanked Merlin. Murig faced Merlin down the table's length, and Killock and I had the other 2 places. Killock had come to Gleevam with Keenaglass, and his arrival had been like a gust of fresh, clean air in a smoky hall. He could not wait to fight. He declared that with Mordred dead, Arthur was king of Dumnonia, and Killock was ready to wade through blood to protect his cousin's throne. Keenaglass and I shared that belligerence. Murig squeaked about prudence. Arthur said nothing, while Merlin appeared to be asleep. I doubted he was sleeping, for a small smile showed on his face, but his eyes were closed as he pretended to be blissfully unaware of all we said. Killock scorned Bor's message. He insisted Lancelot would never kill Guinevere, and that all Arthur needed to do was ride south at the head of his men, and the throne would fall into his hands. "Tomorrow," Killock told Arthur. "We'll ride tomorrow. It'll all be over in 2 days." Keenaglass was slightly more cautious, advising Arthur that he should wait for the rest of his Powisian spearmen to arrive. But once those men had come, he was sure we should declare war and go southwards. "How big is Lancelot's army?" he asked. Arthur shrugged. "Not counting Cerdic's men. Maybe 300. "Nothing!" Killock roared. "Have them dead before breakfast!" "And a lot of fiery Christians," Arthur warned him. Killock offered an opinion of Christians that had the Christian Murig spluttering with indignation. Arthur calmed the young King of Gwent. You're all forgetting something, he said mildly. I never wanted to be king. I still don't. There was a momentary silence around the table, though some of the warriors at the hall's edge muttered a protest at Arthur's words. Whatever you might want, Keenaglass broke our silence, does not matter any more. The gods, it seems, have made that decision for you. If the gods wanted me to be king, Arthur said, they would have arranged for my mother to have been married to Uther. So what do you want? Killock bellowed in despair. I want Guinevere and Gwydrabak, Arthur said softly, and Cerdic defeated, he added, before staring down at the table's scarred top for a moment. I want to live, he went on, like an ordinary man, with a wife and a son and a house and a farm. I want peace. And for once he was not talking of all Britain, but just of himself. I don't want to be tangled in oaths. I don't want to be forever dealing with men's ambitions. And I don't want to be the arbiter of men's happiness any more. I just want to do what King Tudric did. I want to find a green place and live there. And rot away? Merlin gave up his pretence of sleep. Arthur smiled. Oh, there is so much to learn, Merlin. Why does a man make two swords from the same metal in the same fire, and one blade will be true, and the other will bend in its first battle? There is so much to find out. He wants to be a blacksmith, Merlin said to Killock. What I want is Guinevere and Gwydrabak, Arthur declared firmly. Then you must take Lancelot's oath, Murig said. If he goes to Caer-Cedern to take Lancelot's oath, I said bitterly, he'll be met by 100 armed men and cut down like a dog. Not if I take kings with me, Arthur said gently. We all stared at him, and he seemed surprised that we had been nonplussed by his words. Kings? Killock finally broke the silence. Arthur smiled. If my Lord King Keenaglass and my Lord King Murig were to ride with me to Caer-Cedern, then I doubt that Lancelot would dare to kill me. If he's faced by the kings of Britain, he will have to talk, and if he talks, we shall come to an agreement. He fears me, but if he discovers there is nothing to fear, he will let me live, and he will let my family live. There was another silence while we digested that. Then Killock roared a protest. You'd let that bastard Lancelot be king? Some of the spearmen at the hall's edge growled their agreement. Cousin, Arthur soothed Killock. Lancelot is not an evil man. He's weak, I think, but not evil. He doesn't make plans. He has no dreams, but only a greedy eye and quick hands. He snatches things as they appear, then hoards them and waits for another thing to snatch. He wants me dead now because he fears me. But when he discovers the price of my death is too high, then he'll accept what he can get. He'll accept your death, you fool! Killock hammered the table with his fist. He'll tell you 1,000 lies, protest his friendship, and slide a sword between your ribs the moment your kings have gone home. He'll lie to me, Arthur agreed placidly. All kings lie. No kingdom could be ruled without lies, for lies are the things we use to build our reputations. We pay the bards to make our squalid victories into great triumphs, and sometimes we even believe the lies they sing to us. Lancelot would love to believe all those songs, but the truth is that he's weak, and he desperately craves strong friends. He fears me now, for he assumes my enmity, but when he discovers I am not an enemy, then he will also find that he needs me. He will need every man he can find if he's to rid Dumnonia of Cerdic. And who invited Cerdic into Dumnonia? Killock protested. Lancelot did. And he'll regret it soon, Arthur said calmly. He used Cerdic to snatch his prize, and he'll find Cerdic is a dangerous ally. You'd fight for Lancelot? I asked, horrified. I will fight for Britain, Arthur said firmly. I can't ask men to die to make me what I don't want to be. But I can ask them to fight for their homes and their wives and their children. And that's what I fight for. For Guinevere. And to defeat Cerdic, And once he is defeated, what does it matter if Lancelot rules Dumnonia? Someone has to, and I dare say he'll make a better king than Mordred ever did." Again there was silence. A hound whined at the edge of the hall, and a spearman sneezed. Arthur looked at us and saw we were still bemused. "If I fight Lancelot," he told us, "then we go back to the Britain we had before Lug Vale. A Britain in which we fight each other instead of the Saxons. There is only one principle here, and that is Uther's old insistence that the Saxons must be kept from the Severn Sea. And now," he said vigorously, "the Saxons are closer to the Severn than they've ever been. If I fight for a throne I don't want, I give Cerdic the chance to take Corinium and then this city. And if he does take Glevum, then he has split us into two parts. If I fight Lancelot, then the Saxons will win everything. They'll take Dumnonia and Gwent, and after that they'll go north into Powys."
"Exactly,"
Murig applauded Arthur. "I won't fight for Lancelot," I said angrily, and Killick applauded me. Arthur smiled at me. "My dear friend, Derfel, I would not expect you to fight for Lancelot, though I do want your men to fight Cerdic. And my price for helping Lancelot defeat Cerdic is that he gives you Dinas and Lavain." I stared at him. I had not understood till that moment just how far ahead he had been thinking. The rest of us had seen nothing but Lancelot's treachery, but Arthur was thinking only of Britain, and of the desperate need to keep the Saxons away from the Severn. He would brush Lancelot's hostility aside, force my revenge on him, then go on with the work of defeating Saxons.
"And the Christians?"
Killock asked derisively.
"You think they'll let you back into Dumnonia? You think those bastards won't build a bonfire for you?"
Murig squawked another protest that Arthur stilled. "The Christian fervour will spend itself," Arthur said. "It's like a madness. And once it's exhausted, they'll go home to pick up the pieces of their lives. And once Cerdic is defeated, Lancelot can pacify Dumnonia. I shall just live with my family, which is all I want." Keenaglass had been leaning back in his chair to stare at the remaining patches of Roman paintings on the hall ceiling. Now he straightened and looked at Arthur. "Tell me again what you want?" he asked softly. "I want the Britons at peace," Arthur said patiently. "And I want Cerdic pushed back, and I want my family." Keenaglass looked at Merlin. "Well, Lord?" He invited the old man's judgment. Merlin had been tying two of his beard braids into knots, but now he looked mildly startled and hastily untangled the strands.
"I doubt that the gods want what Arthur wants," he said. "You are all forgetting the cauldron."
"This has nothing to do with the cauldron," Arthur said firmly.
"It has everything to do with it,"
Merlin said with a sudden and surprising harshness.
"And the cauldron brings chaos. You desire order, Arthur, and you think that Lancelot will listen to your reason, and that Cerdic will submit to your sword. But your reasonable order will no more work in the future than it worked in the past. Do you really think men and women thanked you for bringing them peace? They just became bored with your peace, and so brewed their own trouble to fill the boredom. Men don't want peace, Arthur. They want distraction from tedium, while you desire tedium like a thirsty man seeks mead. Your reason won't defeat the gods, and the gods will make sure of that. You think you can crawl away to a homestead and play at being a blacksmith? No."
Merlin gave an evil smile and picked up his long black staff.
"Even at this moment," Merlin said, "the gods are making trouble for you."
He pointed the staff at the hall's front doors.
"Behold your trouble, Arthur ap Uther."
We all turned to see Galahad standing in the doorway. He was clothed in mail armour, had a sword at his side and spatters of mud up to his waist, and with him was a miserable, club-footed, squashed-nosed, round-faced, skimpy-bearded brush-head. For Mordred still lived. There was an astonished silence. Mordred limped into the hall, and his small eyes betrayed his resentment for the lack of welcome. Arthur just stared at his Oathlord, and I knew he was undoing in his head all the careful plans he had just described to us. There could be no reasonable peace with Lancelot, for Arthur's Oathlord still lived. Dumnonia still possessed a king, and it was not Lancelot. It was Mordred, and Mordred had Arthur's oath. Then the silence broke, as men gathered round the king to discover his news. Galahad stepped aside to embrace me. "Thank God you live," he said with heartfelt relief. I smiled at my friend. "Do you expect me to thank you for saving my king's life?" I asked him. "Someone should, for he hasn't. He's an ungrateful little beast," Galahad said. "God knows why he lives and so many good men died. Clearwach, Bedwyr, Dacone, Blaise, all gone." He was naming those of Arthur's warriors who had been killed in Durnovaria. Some of the deaths I had already known. Others were new to me. But Galahad did know more about the manner of their deaths. He had been in Durnovaria when the rumour of Mordred's death had sparked the Christians into riot. But Galahad swore there had been spearmen among the rioters. He believed Lancelot's men had infiltrated the town under the guise of pilgrims travelling to Iniswydran, and that those spearmen had led the massacre. "Most of Arthur's men were in the taverns," he said, "and they stood little chance. A few survived, but God alone knows where they are now." He made the sign of the cross. "This isn't Christ's doing, Derfel. You do know that, don't you? It's the devil at work." He gave me a pained, almost frightened look. "Is it true about Diane?" "True," I said. Galahad embraced me wordlessly. He had never married and had no children, but he loved my daughters. He loved all children. "Dinas and Lavain killed her," I told him, "and they still live." "My sword is yours," he said. "I know it," I said. "And if this was Christ's doing," Galahad said earnestly, "then Dinas and Lavain would not be serving Lancelot." "I don't blame your God," I told him. "I don't blame any god." I turned to watch the commotion around Mordred. Arthur was shouting for silence and order. Servants had been sent to bring food and clothes fit for a king, and other men were trying to hear his news. "Didn't Lancelot demand your oath?" I asked Galahad. "He didn't know I was in Durnovaria. I was staying with Bishop Emrys, and the bishop gave me a monk's robe to wear over this." He patted his mail coat. "Then I went north. Poor Emrys is distraught. He thinks his Christians have gone mad, and I think they have too. I suppose I could have stayed and fought, but I didn't. I ran. I had heard that you and Arthur were dead, but I didn't believe it. I thought I'd find you, but I found our king instead." He told me how Mordred had been hunting boar north of Durnovaria, and Lancelot, Galahad believed, had sent men to intercept the king as he returned to Durnovaria. But some village girl had taken Mordred's fancy, and by the time he and his companions were done with her, it was near dark, and so he had commandeered the village's largest house and ordered food. His assassins had waited at the city's northern gate, while Mordred feasted a dozen miles away, and sometime during that evening Lancelot's men must have decided to start the killing, even though the Dumnonian king had somehow escaped their ambush. They had spread a rumour of his death, and used that rumour to justify Lancelot's usurpation. Mordred heard of the troubles when the first fugitives arrived from Durnovaria. Most of his companions had melted away. The villagers were summoning the courage to kill the king who had raped one of their girls and stolen much of their food, and Mordred had panicked. He and his last friends fled north in villagers' clothes. "They were trying to reach Caer-Cadern," Galahad told me, reckoning they'd find loyal spearmen there. But they found me instead. I was aiming to reach your house, but we heard your folk had fled, so I brought him north." "Did you see Saxons?" He shook his head. "They're in the Thames Valley. We avoided it." He stared at the jostling crowd around Mordred. "So what happens now?" he asked. Mordred had firm ideas. He was robed in a borrowed cloak and sitting at the table where he crammed bread and salt beef into his mouth. He was demanding that Arthur march south immediately, and whenever Arthur tried to interrupt, the king would slap the table and repeat his demand.
"Are you denying your oath?"
Mordred finally shouted at Arthur, spewing half-chewed scraps of bread and beef.
"The Lord Arthur," Keenaglass answered acidly, "is trying to preserve his wife and child."
Mordred looked blankly at the Powisian king.
"Above my kingdom?"
he finally asked.
"If Arthur goes to war," Keenaglass explained to Mordred, "Guinevere and Gridra die."
"So we do nothing?"
Mordred screamed. He was hysterical.
"We give the matter thought," Arthur said bitterly.
"Thought?"
Mordred shouted, then stood up.
"You'll just think while that bastard rules my land? Do you have an oath?"
he demanded of Arthur.
"And what use are these men if you won't fight?"
He waved at the spearmen who now stood in a ring about the table.
"You'll fight for me! That's what you'll do! That's what your oath demands! You'll fight!"
He slapped the table again.
"You don't think, you fight!"
I had taken enough. Perhaps the dead soul of my daughter came to me at that moment, for almost without thinking I strode forward and unbuckled my sword belt. I stripped Halbane off the belt, threw the sword down, then folded the leather strap in two. Mordred watched me and spluttered a feeble protest as I approached him, but no one moved to stop me. I reached my king's side, paused, then struck him hard across the face with the doubled belt. "That," I said, "is not in return for the blows you gave me, but for my daughter. And this," I struck him again, much harder, "is for your failure to keep the oath to guard your kingdom." Spearmen bellowed approval. Mordred's lower lip was trembling, as it had been when he had taken all those beatings as a child. His cheeks were reddened from the blows, and a trickle of blood showed as a tiny cut under his eye. He touched a finger to that blood, then spat a gob of half-chewed beef and bread into my face.
"You'll die for that,"
he promised me. And then, in a swelling rage, he tried to slap me.
"How could I defend the kingdom?"
he shouted.
"You weren't there! Arthur wasn't there!"
He tried to slap me a second time, but again I parried his blow with my arm, then lifted the belt to give him another beating. Arthur, horrified at my behaviour, pushed down my arm and dragged me away. Mordred followed, flailing at me with his fists, but then a black staff struck his arm hard, and he turned in fury to assault his new attacker. But it was Merlin who now towered above the angry king.
"Hit me, Mordred," the druid said quietly, "and I shall turn you into a toad and feed you to the serpents of Anwin."
Mordred gazed at the druid but said nothing. He did try to push the staff away, but Merlin held it firm and used it to thrust the young king back towards his chair.
"Tell me, Mordred,"
Merlin said as he pushed Mordred back down into the chair,
"why you sent Arthur and Derfel so far away?"
Mordred shook his head. He was frightened of this new, straight-backed, towering Merlin. He'd only ever known the druid as a frail old man sunning himself in Lindinus's garden, and this reinvigorated Merlin, with his wrapped and plaited beard, terrified him. Merlin raised his staff and slammed it down on the table.
"Why?"
he asked gently, when the echo of the staff's blow had died away.
"To arrest Legisac,"
Mordred whispered.
"You squirming little fool,"
Merlin said.
"A child could have arrested Legisac. Why did you send Arthur and Derfel?"
Mordred just shook his head. Merlin sighed.
"It has been a long time, young Mordred, since I used the greater magic. I am sadly out of practice, but I think with Numui's help I can turn your urine into the black pus that stings like a wasp every time you piss. I can addle your brain, what there is of it, and I can make your manhood—"
The staff suddenly quivered at Mordred's groin.
"shrivel to the size of a dried bean. All that I can do, Mordred, and all that I will do, unless you tell me the truth."
He smiled, and there was more threat in that smile than in the poised staff.
"Tell me, dear boy, why you sent Arthur and Derfel to Cadoc's camp."
Mordred's lower lip was trembling. "Because Sansom told me to." "The Mouse Lord!" Merlin exclaimed, as though the answer surprised him. He smiled again, or at least he bared his teeth. "I have another question, Mordred," he continued, "and if you do not give me the truth, then your bowels will disgorge toads in slime. Your belly will be a nest of worms, and your throat will brim with their bile. I will make you shake incessantly, so that all your whole life, you will be a toad-shitting, worm-eaten, bile-spitting shudderer. I will make you—" He paused and lowered his voice. "Even more horrible than your mother did. So, Mordred, tell me what the Mouse Lord promised would happen if you sent Arthur and Derfel away." Mordred stared in terror at Merlin's face. Merlin waited. No answer came, so he raised the staff towards the hall's high roof. "In the name of Bel," he intoned sonorously, "and his toad lord, Calic, and in the name of Sukelos and his worm master Horthael, and in the name of— They would be killed!" Mordred squealed desperately. The staff was slowly lowered so that it pointed again at Mordred's face. "He promised you what, dear boy?" Merlin asked. Mordred squirmed in his chair, but there was no escape from that staff. He swallowed, looked left and right, but there was no help for him in the hall. "That they would be killed," Mordred admitted, "by the Christians." "And why would you want that?" Merlin inquired. Mordred hesitated, but Merlin raised the staff high again, and the boy blurted out his confession. "Because I can't be king while he lives." "You thought Arthur's death would free you to behave as you like?" "Yes." "And you believed Sansom was your friend?" "Yes." "And you never once thought that Sansom might want you dead too?" Merlin shook his head. "Oh, what a silly boy you are. Don't you know that Christians never do anything right? Even their first one got himself nailed to a cross. That's not the way efficient gods behave, not at all. Thank you, Mordred, for our conversation." He smiled, shrugged, and walked away. "Just trying to help," he said as he went past Arthur. Mordred appeared as if he already had the shakes, threatened by Merlin. He clung to the arms of the chair, quivering, and tears showed at his eyes for the humiliations he had just suffered. He did try to recover some of his pride by pointing at me and demanding that Arthur arrest me. "Don't be a fool," Arthur turned on him angrily. "You think we can regain your throne without Derfel's men?" Mordred said nothing, and that petulant silence goaded Arthur into a fury, like the one which had caused me to hit my king. "It can be done without you," he snarled at Mordred. "And whatever is done, you will stay here under guard." Mordred gaped up at him, and a tear fell to dilute the tiny trace of blood. "Not as a prisoner, Lord King," Arthur explained wearily, "but to preserve your life from the hundreds of men who would like to take it." "So what will you do?" Mordred asked, utterly pathetic now. "As I told you," Arthur said scornfully, "I will give the matter thought." And he would say no more. The shape of Lancelot's design was at least plain now. Sansom had plotted Arthur's death. Lancelot had sent men to procure Mordred's death, and then followed with his army in the belief that every obstacle to Dumnonia's throne had been eliminated, and that the Christians, whipped to fury by Sansom's busy missionaries, would kill any remaining enemies, while Cerdic held Sagramor's men at bay. But Arthur lived, and Mordred lived too. And so long as Mordred lived, Arthur had an oath to keep, and that oath meant we had to go to war. It did not matter that the war might open Severn's Valley to the Saxons. We had to fight Lancelot. We were oath-locked. Murig would commit no spearmen to the fight against Lancelot. He claimed he needed all his men to guard his own frontiers against a possible attack from Cerdic or Ael, and nothing anyone said could dissuade him. He did agree to leave his garrison in Glevum, thus freeing its Dumnonian garrison to join Arthur's troops, but he would give nothing more.
He's a yellow little bastard,
Killock growled.
He's a sensible young man, Arthur said. His aim is to preserve his kingdom.
He spoke to us, his war commanders, in a hall at Gleevam's Roman baths. The room had a tiled floor and an arched ceiling, where the painted remnants of naked nymphs were being chased by a faun through swirls of leaves and flowers. Keenaglass was generous. The spearmen he had brought from Caersus would be sent under Killock's command to help Sagramor's men. Killock swore he would do nothing to aid Mordred's restoration, but he had no qualms about fighting Cerdic's warriors, and that was still Sagramor's task. Once the Numidian was reinforced by the men from Powys, he would drive south, cut off the Saxons who were besieging Corinium, and so embroil Cerdic's men in a campaign that would keep them from helping Lancelot in Dumnonia's heartland. Keenaglass promised us all the help he could, but said it would take at least 2 weeks to assemble his full force and bring it south to Gleevam. Arthur had precious few men in Gleevam. He had the 30 men who had gone north to arrest Legesac, who now lay in chains in Gleevam, and he had my men, and to those he could add the 70 spearmen who had formed Gleevam's small garrison. Those numbers were being swollen daily by the refugees who managed to escape the rampaging Christian bands who still hunted down any pagans left in Dumnonia. We heard that many such fugitives were still in Dumnonia, some of them holding out in ancient earth forts or deep in the woodlands, but others came to Gleevam, and among them was Morfans the Ugly, who had escaped the massacre in Donavaria's taverns. Arthur put him in charge of the Gleevam forces, and ordered him to march them south towards Aquasulis. Galahad would go with him.
"Don't accept battle," Arthur warned both men. "Just goad the enemy. Harry them, annoy them. Stay in the hills, stay nimble, and keep them looking this way. When my Lord King comes," he meant Keenaglass, "you can join his army and march south on Caer-Cadern."
Arthur declared that he would fight with neither Sagramor nor Morfans, but would instead go to seek Ael's help. Arthur knew better than anyone that the news of his plans would be carried south. There were plenty enough Christians in Gleevam who believed Arthur was the enemy of God, and who saw in Lancelot the heaven-sent forerunner of Christ's return to earth. Arthur wanted those Christians to send their messages south into Dumnonia, and he wanted those messages to tell Lancelot that Arthur dared not risk Guinevere's life by marching against him. Instead, Arthur was going to beg Ael to carry his axes and spears against Cerdic's men.
"Derfel will come with me," he told us now.
I did not want to accompany Arthur. There were other interpreters, I protested, and my only wish was to join Morfans and so march south into Dumnonia. I did not want to face my father, Ael. I wanted to fight, not to put Mordred back on his throne, but to topple Lancelot, and to find Dinas and Lavain. Arthur refused me.
"You will come with me, Derfel," he ordered, "and we shall take 40 men with us."
40? Morfans objected. 40 was a large number to strip from his small war band that had to distract Lancelot. Arthur shrugged.
"I dare not look weak to Ael," he said. "Indeed, I should take more, but 40 men may be sufficient to convince him that I am not desperate."
He paused.
"There is one last thing."
He spoke in a heavy voice that caught the attention of men preparing to leave the bathhouse.
"Some of you are not inclined to fight for Mordred," Arthur admitted. "Killock has already left Dumnonia. Derfel will doubtless leave when this war is done, and who knows how many others of you will go. Dumnonia cannot afford to lose such men."
He paused. It had begun to rain, and water dripped from the bricks that showed between the patches of painted ceiling.
"I have talked to Keenaglass,"
Arthur said, acknowledging the King of Powys' presence with an inclination of his head.
"And I have talked with Merlin. And what we talked about are the ancient laws and customs of our people. What I do, I would do within the law, and I cannot free you of Mordred,
For my oath forbids it, and the ancient law of our people cannot condone it."
He paused again, his right hand unconsciously gripping Excalibur's hilt.
"But," he went on, "the law does allow one thing. If a king is unfit to rule, then his council may rule in his stead, as long as the king is accorded the honour and privileges of his rank. Merlin assures me this is so, and King Keenaglas affirms that it happened in the reign of his great-grandfather, Bricken."
"Mad as a bat," Keenaglas put in cheerfully.
Arthur half smiled, then frowned as he gathered his thoughts. "This is not what I ever wanted," he protested quietly, his sombre voice echoing in the dripping chamber. "But I shall propose to the Council of Dumnonia that it should rule in Mordred's place."
"Yes!"
Killick shouted.
Arthur hushed him.
"I had hoped," he said, "that Mordred would learn responsibility. But he has not. I don't care that he wanted me dead, but I do care that he lost his kingdom. He broke his acclamation oath, and I doubt now that he will ever be able to keep that oath."
He paused, and many of us must have reflected on how long it had taken Arthur to understand something that had seemed so obvious to the rest of us. For years he had stubbornly resisted acknowledging Mordred's unfitness to rule. But now, after Mordred had lost his kingdom, and, which was much worse in Arthur's eyes, he had failed to protect his subjects, Arthur was at last prepared to face the truth. Water dripped on his bare head, but he seemed oblivious of it.
"Merlin tells me,"
he went on in a melancholy voice,
"that Mordred is possessed of an evil spirit. I am not skilled in these things, but that verdict does not seem unlikely. And so, if the council agrees, I shall propose that after we have restored Mordred, then we shall pay him all the honours due to our king. He can live in the Winter Palace, he can hunt, he can eat like a king, and indulge all his appetites within the law. But he will not govern. I am proposing we give him all the privileges, but none of the duties of his throne."
We cheered. How we cheered! For now it seemed we had something to fight for. Not for Mordred, that wretched toad, but for Arthur. Because despite all his fine talk of the council ruling Dumnonia in Mordred's stead, we all knew what his words meant. They meant that Arthur would be Dumnonia's king in all but name, and for that good end we would carry our spears to war. We cheered, for now we had a cause to fight and die for. We had Arthur. Arthur chose 20 of his best horsemen, and insisted I choose 20 of my finest spearmen for our embassy to Ael.
"We must impress your father," he told me, "and you don't impress a man by arriving with broken and aging spearmen. We take our best men."
He also insisted that Nimue accompany us. He would have preferred Merlin's company, but the druid declared he was too old for the long journey, and proposed Nimue instead. We left Mordred guarded by Murig's spearmen. Mordred knew of Arthur's plans for him, but he had no allies in Gleevem and no defiance in his rotten soul, though he did have the satisfaction of watching Legesac being strangled in the forum. And after that slow death, Mordred stood on the terrace of the great hall and made a mumbling speech in which he threatened an equal fate to all the other traitors in Dumnonia. Then he went sullenly back to his quarters, while we followed Killick eastwards. Killick had gone to join Sagramor and help launch the attack that we all hoped would save Corinium. Arthur and I marched into the high, fine countryside that was Gwent's rich eastern province. It was a place of lavish villas, vast farms, and great wealth, most of it grown on the backs of the sheep that grazed the rolling hills. We marched beneath 2 banners, Arthur's bear and my own star, and we stayed well north of the Dumnonian frontier,
so that all the news going to Lancelot would tell him that Arthur was offering his stolen throne no threat. Nimue walked with us. Merlin had somehow persuaded her to wash and find clean clothes, and then, in despair at ever untangling the matted filth of her hair, he had cut it short and burned the dirt-encrusted tresses. The short hair looked good on her. She wore an eye patch again, and carried a staff but no other baggage. She walked barefoot, and she walked reluctantly, for she had not wanted to come. But Merlin had persuaded her, though Nimue still claimed her presence was wasteful. "Any fool can defeat a Saxon wizard," she told Arthur as we neared the end of the first day's march. "Just spit on him, roll your eyes, and wave a chicken bone. That's all it needs."
"We won't see any Saxon wizards,"
Arthur answered calmly. We were in open country now, far from any villas, and he stopped his horse, raised his hand, and waited for the men to gather around him.
"We won't see any wizards," he told us, "because we're not going to see A.L. We're going south, into our own country, a long way south."
"To the sea," I guessed. He smiled.
"To the sea."
He folded his hands on his saddlebar.
"We are few," he told us, "and Lancelot has many. But Nimue can make us a charm of concealment, and we shall march by night, and we shall march hard."
He smiled and shrugged.
"I can do nothing while my wife and son are prisoners. But if we free them, then I am free too. And when I am free, I can fight against Lancelot. But you should know that we will be far from help and deep in a Dumnonia that is held by our enemies. Once I have Guinevere and Gwyndra, then I do not know how we shall escape. But Nimue will help us. The gods will help us. But if any of you fear the task, then you may go back now." None did, and he must have known that none would. These 40 were our best men, and they would have followed Arthur into the serpent's pit. Arthur, of course, had told no one but Merlin what he planned, so that no hint of it could reach Lancelot's ears. Now he gave me a regretful shrug, as though apologizing for deceiving me. But he must have known how pleased I was, for we were not just going to where Guinevere and Gwyndra were being held hostage, but to where Diane's 2 killers believed they were safe from all revenge. "We go tonight," Arthur said, "and there'll be no rest till dawn. We go south, and by morning I want to be in the hills beyond the Thames." We put cloaks over our armour, muffled the horses' hooves with layers of cloth, and then journeyed south through the gathering night. The horsemen led their beasts, and Nimue led us, using her strange ability to find her way across unknown country in the darkness. Sometime in that dark night we crossed into Dumnonia, and as we dropped from the hills down into the valley of the Thames, we saw, far off to our right, a glow in the sky that showed where Cerdic's men were encamped outside Corinium. Once out of the hills, our path inevitably took us through small, dark villages where dogs barked at our passing, but no one questioned us. The inhabitants were either dead or else they feared we were Saxons, and so, like a band of ghosts, we passed them by. One of Arthur's horsemen was a native of the Riverlands, and he led us to a ford that came up to our chests. We held our weapons and bags of bread high, then forced our way through the strong current, and so reached the far bank, where Nimue hissed a spell of concealment towards a nearby village. By dawn, we were in the southern hills, safe inside one of the old people's earth fortresses. We slept under the sun, and at dark went south again. Our way led through a fine rich land, where no Saxon had yet set foot, but still no villager challenged us, for no one but a fool questioned armed men who travelled by night in times of trouble. By daybreak we had reached the great plain, and the rising sun cast the shadows of the old people's death mounds long across the pale grass. Some of the mounds still had treasures guarded by grave ghouls, and those we avoided as we sought a grassy hollow where the horses could eat and we could rest.
In the next moonlight, we passed the stones, that great mysterious ring, where Merlin had given Arthur his sword, and where, so many years before, we had yielded the gold to Ael before marching to Lug Vale. Nimue glided among the great capped pillars, touching them with her staff, then standing in their centre with her eyes staring up at the stars. The moon was almost full, and its light gave the stones a pale luminosity. "Do they hold magic still?" I asked her, when she caught us up.
"Some," she said. "But it's fading, Derfel. All our magic is fading. We need the cauldron."
She smiled in the dark.
"It isn't far away now," she said. "I can feel it. It still lives, Derfel. And we're going to find it and restore it to Merlin."
There was a passion in her now, the same passion she had shown as we neared the end of the dark road. Arthur marched through the dark for his Guinevere, I for revenge, and Nimue to summon the gods with the cauldron. But still we were few, and the enemy was many. We were now deep inside Lancelot's new land, yet we saw no evidence of his warriors, nor any sign of the rabid Christian bands who were still said to be terrorizing the rural pagans. Lancelot's spearmen had no business in this part of Dumnonia, for they were watching the roads from Gleavum, while the Christians must have gone to support his army in the belief it did Christ's work. So we walked unmolested as we dropped down from the great plain onto the riverlands of Dumnonia's southern coast. We skirted the fortress town of Sorviodunum and smelt the smoke of the houses that had been burned there. Still no one challenged us, because we walked beneath the near full moon and were protected by Nimue's spells. We reached the sea on the 5th night. We had slipped past the Roman fortress of Vindocladia, where Arthur was sure a garrison of Lancelot's troops would be in place, and by dawn we were hidden in the deep woods above the creek where the sea palace stood. The palace was just a mile to our west, and we had reached it undetected, coming like night ghosts in our own land. And we would make our attack at night too. Lancelot was using Guinevere as a shield, and we would take his shield away, and, thus freed, carry our spears to his treacherous heart. But not for Mordred's sake, for now we fought for Arthur, and for the happy realm we saw beyond the war. As the bards now tell it, we fought for Camelot. Most of the spearmen slept that day, but Arthur, Issa, and I crawled to the edge of the wood and stared across the small valley at the sea palace. It looked so fine, with its white stone gleaming in the rising sun. We were gazing at its eastern flank from a crest that was slightly lower than the palace. Its eastern wall was broken by only 3 small windows, so that it looked to us like a great white fortress on a green hill, though that illusion was spoiled somewhat by the great sign of the fish that had been crudely smeared in pitch on the lime-washed wall, presumably to guard the palace against the anger of any itinerant Christians. The long southern facade, which overlooked the creek and the sea that lay beyond a sandy island on the creek's southern bank, was where the Roman builders had put their windows, just as they had relegated the kitchens and slave quarters and granaries to the northern ground behind the villa, where Gwenhwyvac's timber house stood. There was now a small village of thatched huts there as well, I guessed for the spearmen and their families, and a tangle of smoke trails rose from the huts' cooking fires. Beyond the huts were the orchards and vegetable fields, and beyond them again, bordered by the deep woods that grew thick in this part of the country, lay fields of partly cut hay. In front of the palace, and just as I remembered them from that distant day when I had taken Arthur's precious oath on the Round Table, the 2 embankments, topped by arcades, stretched towards the creek. The palace was all sunlit, so white and grand and beautiful. "If the Romans came back today," Arthur said proudly, "they would never know it had been rebuilt."
"If the Romans came back today," Issa said, "they'd have a proper fight on their hands."
I had insisted that he come to the tree's edge, for I knew of no one with better eyesight, and we needed to spend this day discovering just how many guards Lancelot had put in the Sea Palace. We counted no more than a dozen guards that morning. Just after dawn, 2 men climbed to a wooden platform that had been built onto the roof's summit, and from there they watched the road that led north. 4 other spearmen paced up and down the nearest arcade, and it seemed sensible to deduce that 4 more would be stationed on the western arcade that was hidden from us. The other guards were all on the land that lay between a stone balustraded terrace at the bottom of the gardens and the creek, a patrol that evidently guarded the paths that led along the coast. Issa, divested of his armour and helmet, made a reconnaissance in that direction, creeping through the woods in an attempt to see the villa's facade between the twin arcades. Arthur gazed fixedly at the palace. He was quietly elated, knowing that he was on the brink of a daring rescue that would send a shock through Lancelot's new kingdom. Indeed, I had rarely seen Arthur so happy as he was that day. By coming deep into Dumnonia, he had cut himself off from the responsibilities of government, and now, as in the long-ago past, his future depended only on the skill of his sword. "Do you ever think of marriage, Derfel?" he suddenly asked me. "No, Lord," I said. "Cynwyn has sworn never to marry, and I see no need to challenge her." I smiled and touched my lover's ring with its little scrap of the cauldron's gold. "Mind you," I went on, "I think we're more married than most couples who've ever stood before a druid or a priest." "I don't mean that," he said. "Do you ever think about marriage?" He stressed the word about. "No, Lord," I said. "Not really." "Dogged Derfel," he teased me. "When I die," he said dreamily, "I think I want a Christian burial." "Why?" I asked, horrified, and touching my mailcoat so that its iron would deflect evil. "Because I shall lie with my Guinevere for all time," he said. "She and I, in one tomb together." I thought of Norwenna's flesh hanging off her yellowed bones and grimaced. "You'll be in the other world with her, Lord." "Our souls will, yes," he admitted, "and our shadow bodies will be there. But why can't these bodies lie hand in hand as well?" I shook my head. "Be burned," I said, "unless you want your soul to wander lost across Britain." "Maybe you're right," he said lightly. He was lying on his belly, hidden from the villa by a screen of ragwort and cornflowers. Neither of us was in our armour. We would don that war finery at dusk before we came out of the dark to slaughter Lancelot's guards. "What makes you and Cynwyn happy?" Arthur asked me. He had not shaved since we had left Cleveland, and the stubble of his new beard was growing grey. "Friendship," I said. He frowned. "Just that?" I thought about it. In the distance, the first slaves were going to the hayfields, their sickles catching the morning sun in bright glints. Small boys were running up and down the vegetable gardens to frighten the jays away from the pea plants and the rows of gooseberries, red currants, and raspberries, while nearer, where some convolvulus trailed pink on brambles, a group of greenfinches quarrelled noisily. It seemed that no Christian rabble had disturbed this place. Indeed, it seemed impossible that Dumnonia was at war at all. "I still feel a pang every time I look at her," I admitted. "Well, that's it, isn't it?" he said enthusiastically. "A pang, a quickness in the heart." "Love," I said dryly. "We're lucky, you and I," he said, smiling. "It's friendship, it's love, and it's still something more. It's what the Irish call Amcara, a soul friend. Who else do you want to talk to at the day's end? I love the evenings when we can just sit and talk and the sun goes down and moths come into the candles." "And we talk of children," I said, and wished I had not. "And of servants' quarrels, and whether the cross-eyed kitchen slave is pregnant again. And we wonder who broke the pot-hook, and whether the thatch needs repair, or whether it will last another year. And we try to work out what to do about the old dog that can't walk anymore, and what excuse Cadell will conjure up for not paying his rent again. And we discuss whether the flax is steeped enough, and if we should rub butterwort on the cow's udders to improve their yield. And that's what we talk of. He laughed. Guinevere and I talk of Dumnonia, of Britain, and of course about Isis. Some of his enthusiasm dissipated at the mention of that name, but then he shrugged. Not that we're together often enough. That's why I always hoped Mordred would take the burden. Then I would be here all my days. Talking of broken pothooks instead of Isis, I teased him. Of those and everything else, he said warmly. I'll farm this land one day, and Guinevere will go on with her work. Her work? He smiled wryly. To know Isis. She tells me that if she can just make contact with the goddess, then the power will flow back down to the world. He shrugged, sceptical as always of such extravagant religious claims. Only Arthur would have dared plunge Excalibur into the soil and challenge Gophanon to come to his aid, for he did not really believe Gophanon would ever come. We are to the gods, he once told me, like mice in a thatch, and we survive only so long as we are not noticed. But love alone demanded that he extend a wry tolerance to Guinevere's passion. I wish I could be more convinced of Isis, he admitted to me now. But of course men aren't part of her mysteries. He smiled. Guinevere even calls Guidra Horus. Horus? Isis's son, he explained. Ugly name. It's not as bad as Wigger, I said. Who? He asked, then suddenly stiffened. Look, he said excitedly. Look. I raised my head to peer over the flowery screen, and there was Guinevere. Even from a quarter-mile away, she was unmistakable, for her red hair sprang in an unruly mass above the long blue robe she wore. She was walking along the nearer arcade towards the small open pavilion at its seaward end. 3 maidservants walked behind with 2 of her deerhounds. The guards stepped aside and bowed as she passed. Once at the pavilion, Guinevere sat at a stone table, and the 3 maids served her breakfast. She'll be eating fruit, Arthur said fondly. In summer she'll eat nothing else in the morning. He smiled. If she just knew how close I was. Tonight, Lord, I assured him, you will be with her. He nodded. Well, at least they're treating her well. Lancelot fears you too much to treat her badly, Lord. A few moments later, Dinas and Lavaine appeared on the arcade. They wore their white druidical robes, and I touched Halbane's hilt when I saw them, and promised my daughter's soul that her killer's screams would make the whole other world cringe in fear. The 2 druids reached the pavilion, bowed to Guinevere, then joined her at the table. Guidra came running a few moments later, and we saw Guinevere ruffle his hair, then send him away in a servant's keeping. He's a good boy, Arthur said fondly. No deceit in him. Not like Amhar and Loholt. I failed them, didn't I? Well, they're still young, Lord, I said. But they serve my enemy now, he said bleakly. What shall I do with them? Killock would doubtless have advised that he kill them, but I just shrugged. Send them into exile, I said. The twins could join the unhappy men who had no Oathlord. They could sell their swords until at last they were killed in some unremembered battle against the Saxons, or the Irish, or the Scots. More women appeared on the arcade. Some were maids, while others were the attendants who served Guinevere as courtiers. Lunette, my old love, was probably one of those dozen women who were Guinevere's confidants, and also the priestesses of her faith. Sometime in the middle of the morning I fell asleep, with my head cradled in my arms and my body lulled by the warmth of the summer sun. When I woke, I found Arthur had gone, and that Issa had returned. Lord Arthur went back to the Spearman, Lord, he told me. I yawned. What did you see? Another sex man. All Saxon guards. Lancelot's Saxons? He nodded. All of them in the big garden, Lord, but only the 6. We've seen 18 men altogether, and some others must stand guard at night. But even so, there can't be more than 30 of them altogether. I guessed he was right. 30 men would be sufficient to guard this palace, and more would be superfluous, especially when Lancelot needed every spear to guard his stolen kingdom. I raised my head to see the arcade was now empty, except for the 4 guards who looked utterly bored. 2 were sitting with their backs to pillars, while the other 2 were chatting on the stone bench where Guinevere had taken her breakfast. Their spears were propped against the table. The 2 guards on the small roof platform looked equally lazy. The sea palace basked under a summer sun, and no one there believed an enemy could be within 100 miles. "You told Arthur about the Saxons?" I asked Issa. "Yes, Lord. He said it was only to be expected. Lancelot will want her guarded well." "Go and sleep," I told him. "I'll watch now." He went, and despite my promise, I fell asleep again. I'd walked all night and I was weary, and besides there seemed no danger threatening at the edge of that summer wood. And so I slept, only to be abruptly woken by a sudden barking and the scrabble of big paws. I woke in terror to discover a brace of slavering deerhounds standing over me. One of the 2 was barking and the other growling. I reached for my knife, but then a woman's voice shouted at the hounds. "Down!" she called sharply. "Drudwyn! Gwen! Down! Quiet!" The dogs reluctantly lay flat, and I turned to see Gwenhwyvarch watching me. She was dressed in an old brown gown, had a shawl over her head and a basket, in which she had been collecting wild herbs, on her arm. Her face was plumper than ever, and her hair, where it showed under the scarf, was untidy and tangled.
"The sleeping Lord Derfel," she said happily.
I touched a finger to my lips and glanced towards the palace.
"They won't watch me," she said. "They don't care about me. Besides, I often talk to myself. The mad do, you know."
"You're not mad, lady."
"I should like to be," she said. "I can't think why anyone would want to be anything else in this world."
She laughed, hitched up her gown, and sat heavily beside me. She turned as the dogs growled at a noise behind me, and watched with amusement as Arthur wriggled across the ground to join me. He must have heard the barking.
"On your belly like a snake, Arthur?" she asked.
Arthur, just like me, touched a finger to his lips.
"Oh, they don't care about me,"
Gwenhwyvarch said again. "Look!" And she vigorously waved her arms towards the guards, who simply shook their heads and turned away.
"I don't live," she said. "Not as far as they're concerned. I'm just the mad fat woman who walks the dogs."
She waved again, and again the sentries ignored her.
"Even Lancelot doesn't notice me," she added sadly.
"Is he here?" Arthur asked.
"Of course he isn't here. He's a long way away. So are you, I was told. Aren't you supposed to be talking to the Saxons?"
"I'm here to take Guinevere away," Arthur said. "And you too," he added gallantly.
"I don't want to be taken away,"
Gwenhwyvarch protested.
"And Guinevere doesn't know you're here."
"No one should know," Arthur said.
"She should. Guinevere should. She stares into the oil pot. She says she can see the future there. But she didn't see you, did she?"
She giggled, then turned and stared at Arthur as though she found his presence amusing.
"You're here to rescue her?"
"Yes."
"Tonight?"
Gwenhwyvarch guessed. "Yes."
"She won't thank you,"
Gwenhwyvarch said.
"Not tonight. No clouds, you see."
She waved at the almost cloudless sky.
"Can't worship Isis in cloud, you know, because the moon can't get into the temple, and tonight she's expecting the full moon, a big full moon just like a fresh cheese."
She ruffled the long hair of one of the hounds.
"This one's Drudwyn,"
she told us,
"and he's a bad boy. And this one's Gwen." "Plop," she said unexpectedly. "That's how the moon comes. Plop, right into her temple."
She laughed again.
"Right down the shaft and plop onto the pit."
"Will Gwydra be in the temple?" Arthur asked her.
"Not Gwydra. Men aren't allowed. That's what I'm told,
Gwynhyavac said in a sarcastic voice, and she seemed about to say something else, but then just shrugged.
Gridre will be put to bed, she said instead.
She stared at the palace, and a slow, sly smile showed on her round face.
How will you get in, Arthur? She asked. There are lots of bars on those doors, and all the windows are shuttered.
We shall manage, he said, as long as you don't tell anyone that you saw us.
As long as you leave me here,
Gwynhyavac said.
I won't even tell the bees, and I tell them everything. You have to, otherwise the honey goes sour. Isn't that right, Gwen?
She asked the bitch, ruffling its floppy ears. I'll leave you here if that's what you want, Arthur promised her.
Just me, she said. Just me and the dogs and the bees, that's all I want. Me and the dogs and the bees and the palace. Guinevere can have the moon.
She smiled again, then poked my shoulder with a plump hand.
You remember that cellar door I took you through, Derfel? The one that leads from the garden?
I think so, I said.
I'll make sure it's unbarred.
She giggled again, anticipating some enjoyment.
I'll hide in the cellar and unbar the door when they're all waiting for the moon. There are no guards there at night because the door's too thick. The guards are all in their huts or out the front.
She twisted to look at Arthur.
You will come?
She asked anxiously. I promise, Arthur replied.
Guinevere will be pleased,
Gwynhyavac said.
And so will I.
She laughed and lumbered to her feet.
Tonight, she said, when the moon comes plopping in.
And with that, she walked away with the two hounds. She chuckled as she walked, and even danced a pair of clumsy steps. Plop! She called aloud, and the hounds frisked about her as she capered down the grassy slope. Is she mad? I asked Arthur. Bitter, I think. He watched her rotund figure go clumsily down the hill. But she'll let us in, Derfel. She'll let us in. He smiled, then reached forward and picked a handful of cornflowers from the field's edge. He arranged them into a small bunch, then gave me a shy smile. For Guinevere, he explained. Tonight. At dusk, the haymakers, their work finished, came back from the fields, and the roof guards climbed down their long ladder. The braziers on the arcade were filled with fresh wood that was set alight, but I guess the fires were meant to illuminate the palace rather than to give warning of any enemy's approach. Gulls were flying to their inland roosts, and the setting sun made their wings as pink as the convolvulus entwined among the brambles. Back in the woods, Arthur pulled on his scale armour. He buckled Excalibur over the coat's gleaming shimmer of metal, then draped a black cloak about his shoulders. He rarely wore black cloaks, preferring his white, but at night the dark garment would help to conceal us. He would carry his shining helmet under the cloak to hide its lavish plume of tall white goose feathers. 10 of his horsemen would stay in the trees. Their task was to wait for the sound of Arthur's silver horn, and then to make a charge on the spearmen's sleeping huts. The big horses and their armoured riders, trampling huge and noisy out of the night, should serve to panic any guards who might interfere with our retreat. The horn, Arthur hoped, would not be sounded until we had found both Gwyndra and Guinevere and were ready to leave. The rest of us would make the long journey to the palace's western side, and from there we would creep through the shadows of the kitchen gardens to reach the cellar door. If Gwynhyavac failed in her promise, then we would have to go round to the front of the palace, kill the guards and break through one of the window shutters on the terrace. Once inside the palace, we were to kill every spearman we found. Nimue would come with us. When Arthur had finished speaking, she told us that Dinas and Lavain were not proper druids, not like Merlin or old Eorwith, but she warned us that the Silurian twins did possess some strange powers, and we should expect to face their wizardry. She had spent the afternoon searching the woods, and now raised a bundled cloak that seemed to twitch as she held it, and that weird sight made my men touch their spearheads. "I have things here to check their spells," she told us, "but be careful. And I want Dinas and Levane alive, I told my men. We waited, armoured and armed, 40 men in steel and iron and leather. We waited as the sun died, and as Isis's full moon crept up from the sea like a great round silver ball. Nimue made her spells, and some of us prayed. Arthur sat silent, but watched as I took from my pouch a little tress of golden hair. I kissed the unfaded hair, held it briefly against my cheek, then tied it around Howlbane's hilt. I felt a tear roll down my face as I thought of my little one in her shadow body. But tonight, with the help of my gods, I would give my Diane her peace. I pulled on my helmet, buckled its chin strap, and threw its wolf-hair plume back across my shoulders. We flexed our stiff leather gloves, then thrust our left arms into the shield loops. We drew our swords and held them out for Nimue's touch. For a moment it looked as if Arthur wanted to say something more, but instead he just tucked his little bouquet of cornflowers into the neck of his scale armour, then nodded to Nimue, who, cloaked in black and clutching her strange bundle, led us southwards through the trees. Beyond the trees was a short meadow that sloped down to the creek's bank. We crossed the dark meadow in single file, still out of sight of the palace. Our appearance startled some hares that had been feeding in the moonlight, and they raced panicking away as we pushed through some low bushes and scrambled down a steep bank to reach the creek's shingle beach. From there we walked west, hidden from the guards on the palace's arcades by the high bank of the creek. The sea crashed and hissed to the south, its sound drowning out any noise our boots made on the shingle. I peered over the bank just once to see the sea palace poised like a great white wonder in the moonlight above the dark land. Its beauty reminded me of Innistribes, that magical city of the sea that had been ravaged and destroyed by the Franks. This place had the same ethereal beauty, for it shimmered above the dark land as though it were built from moonbeams. Once we were well to the west of the palace, we climbed the bank, helping each other up with our spear-staffs, and then followed Nimue northwards through the woods. Enough moonlight filtered through the summer leaves to light our path, but no guards challenged us. The sea's unending sound filled the night, though once a scream sounded very close by, and we all froze, then recognized the sound of a hare being killed by a weasel. We breathed our relief and walked on. We seemed to walk a long way through the trees, but at last Nimue turned east, and we followed her to the edge of the wood to see the palace's lime-washed walls in front of us. We were not far from the circular timber moonshaft that ran down into the temple, and I could see that it would still be some time before the moon was high enough in the sky to cast its light down the shaft and into the black-walled cellar. It was while we were at the edge of the wood that the singing began. At first, so soft was the singing, I thought it was the wind moaning. But then the song became louder, and I realized that it was a women's choir that chanted some strange, eerie, and plangent music, like nothing I had ever heard before. The song must have been reaching us through the moonshaft, for it sounded very far away, a ghost song, like a choir of the dead singing to us from the other world. We could hear no words, but we knew it was a sad song, for its tune slid weirdly up and down by half-notes, swelled louder, then sank into a lingering softness that melded with the distant murmur of the breaking sea. The music was very beautiful, but it made me shiver and touch my spearhead. If we had moved out of the trees then, we would have been within sight of the guards who stood on the western arcade. So we moved up the wood a few paces, and from there we could make our way towards the palace through a dappled tangle of moon-cast shadows. There was an orchard, some rows of fruit bushes, and even a high fence that protected a vegetable garden from deer and hares. We moved slowly, one at a time, and all the time that strange song soared and fell and slid and wailed. A shimmer of smoke shivered above the moon shaft, and the smell of it wafted towards us on the night's small wind. The smell was a temple smell, pungent and almost sickly. We were now within yards of the spearmen's huts. A dog began barking, then another, but no one in the huts thought the barking meant trouble, for voices just shouted for quiet, and slowly the dogs subsided, to leave only the noise of the wind in the trees, the sea's moan, and the song's eerie, thin melody. I was leading the way, for I was the only one who had been to this small door before, and I was worried that I might miss it, but I found it easily enough. I stepped carefully down the old brick steps and pushed gently on the door. It resisted, and for a heartbeat I thought it must still be barred. But then, with a jarring squeal of a metal hinge, it swung open and drenched me in light. The cellar was lit by candles. I blinked, dazzled. Then Gwynhaievac's sibilant voice sounded. "Quick! Quick!" We filed inside. 30 big men with armour and cloaks and spears and helmets. Gwynhaivac hissed at us to be silent, then closed the door behind us and placed its heavy bar in place. "The temple's there," she whispered, pointing down a corridor of rush-light candles that had been placed to illuminate the path to the shrine's door. She was excited, and her plump face was flushed. The choir's haunting song was much quieter here, for it was muffled by the temple's inner curtains and its heavy outer door. "Where's Gwyndra?" Arthur whispered to Gwynhaivac. "In his room," Gwynhaivac said. "Are the guards?" he asked. "Just servants in the palace at night," she whispered. "Are Dinas and Lavain here?" I asked her. She smiled. "You'll see them, I promised you. You'll see them." She plucked Arthur's cloak to draw him towards the temple. "Come." "I'll fetch Gwyndra first," Arthur insisted, releasing his cloak. Then he touched 6 of his men on the shoulders. "The rest of you wait here," he whispered. "Wait here. Don't go into the temple. We'll let them finish their worship." Then, treading softly, he led his 6 men across the cellar floor and up some stone steps. Gwynhaivac giggled beside me. "I said a prayer to Clud," she murmured to me, "and she will help us." "Well, good," I said. "Clud is a goddess of light, and it would be no bad thing to have her help this night." "Guinevere doesn't like Clud," Gwynhaivac said disapprovingly. "She doesn't like any of the British gods. Is the moon high?" "Not yet, but it's climbing." "Then it isn't time," Gwynhaivac said to me. "Time for what, lady?" "You'll see," she giggled. "You'll see," she said again, then shrank fearfully back as Nimue pushed through the huddle of nervous spearmen. Nimue had taken off her leather eye patch, so that the empty, shriveled socket was like a dark hole in her face, and at the sight of that horror Gwynhaivac whimpered in terror. Nimue ignored Gwynhaivac. Instead, she looked about the cellar, then sniffed like a hound seeking a scent. I could only see cobwebs and wineskins and mead jars, and I could smell only the damp odour of decay. But Nimue scented something hateful. She hissed, then spat towards the shrine. The bundle in her hand shifted slowly. None of us moved. Indeed, a kind of terror overcame us in that rush-lit cellar. Arthur was gone. We were undetected, but the sound of the singing and the stillness of the palace were both chilling. Maybe that terror was caused by a spell cast by Dinas and Lavain, or maybe it was just that everything here seemed so unnatural. We were used to wood, thatch, earth, and grass, and this dank place of brick arches and stone floors was strange and unnerving. One of my men was shaking. Nimue stroked the man's cheek to restore his courage, and then crept on her bare feet towards the temple doors. I went with her, placing my boots carefully to make no noise. I wanted to pull her back. She was plainly intent on disobeying Arthur's orders that we were to wait for the rites to finish, and I feared she would do something rash that would alert the women in the temple, and thus provoke them to screams that would bring the guards from their huts. But in my heavy, noisy boots I could not move as fast as Nimue on her bare feet, and she ignored my hoarse whisper of warning. Instead, she took hold of one of the temple's bronze door handles. She hesitated a heartbeat, then tugged the door open, and the plangent ghost song was suddenly much louder. The door's hinges had been greased, and the door opened silently onto an utter blackness. It was a darkness as complete as any I had ever seen, and was caused by the heavy curtains that hung just a few feet inside the door. I motioned for my men to stay where they were, then followed Nimue inside. I wanted to draw her back, but she resisted my hand and instead pulled the temple door closed on its greased hinges. The singing was very loud now. I could see nothing, and I could hear only the choir, but the smell of the temple was thick and nauseous. Nimue groped her hand to find me, then pulled my head down towards hers.
"Eva," she breathed. "We shouldn't be here," I whispered.
She ignored that. Instead, she groped and discovered the curtain, and a moment later a tiny chink of light showed as she found the curtain's edge. I followed her, crouched and looked over her shoulder. At first, so small was the gap she had made that I could see almost nothing. But then, as my eyes made out what lay beyond, I saw too much. I saw the mysteries of Isis. To make sense of that night, I had to know the story of Isis. I learned it later, but at that moment, peering over Nimue's short-cropped hair, I had no idea what the ritual signified. I knew only that Isis was a goddess, and, to many Romans, a goddess of the highest powers. I knew, too, that she was a protectress of thrones, and that explained the low black throne that still stood on its dais at the far end of the cellar, though our view of it was misted by the thick smoke that writhed and drifted through the black room as it sought to escape up the moonshaft. The smoke came from braziers, and their flames had been enriched by herbs that gave off the pungent, heady scent we had smelt from the edge of the woods. I could not see the choir that went on singing, despite the smoke, but I could see Isis's worshippers, and at first I did not believe what I saw. I did not want to believe. I could see 8 worshippers kneeling on the black stone floor, and all 8 of them were naked. Their backs were towards us, but even so I could see that some of the naked worshippers were men. No wonder Gwenhwyvar had giggled in anticipation of this moment, for she must have known that secret already. Men, Guinevere always insisted, were not allowed into the temple of Isis. But they were here this night, and I suspected on every night that the full moon cast its cold light down through the hole in the cellar's roof. The flickering brazier's flames cast their lurid light on the worshippers' backs. They were all naked. Men and women, all naked, just as Morgan had warned me so many years before. The worshippers were naked, but not the 2 celebrants. Lavaine was one. He was standing to one side of the low black throne, and my soul exulted when I saw him. It had been Lavaine's sword that had cut Diane's throat, and my sword was now just a cellar's length away from him. He stood tall beside the throne, the scar on his cheek lit by the brazier's light, and his black hair oiled like Lancelot's to fall down the back of his black robe. He wore no druid's white robe this night, but just a plain black gown, and in his hand was a slender black staff tipped with a small golden crescent moon. There was no sign of Dinas. 2 flaming torches, becketed in iron, flanked the throne where Guinevere sat, playing the part of Isis. Her hair was coiled on her head and held in place by a ring of gold, from which 2 horns jutted straight up. They were the horns of no beast I had ever seen, and later we discovered they were carved from ivory. Around her neck was a heavy gold torque, but she wore no other jewels, just a vast, deep red cloak that swathed her whole body. I could not see the floor in front of her, but I knew the shallow pit was there, and I guessed they were waiting for the moonlight to come down the shaft and touch the pit's black water with silver. The far curtains, behind which Kynwyn had told me was a bed, were closed. A flicker of light suddenly shimmered in the drifting smoke, and made the naked worshippers gasp with its promise. The little sliver of light was pale and silvery, and it showed that the moon had at last climbed high enough to throw its first angled beam down to the cellar floor. Levane waited a moment as the light thickened, then beat his staff twice on the floor.
"It is time,"
he said in his harsh, deep voice.
"It is time."
The choir went silent. Then nothing happened. They just waited in silence as that smoke-shifting, moon-silvered column of light widened and crept across the floor. And I remembered that distant night when I had crouched in the summit of the knoll of stones beside Chryn Cerrig and watched the moonlight edge its way towards Merlin's body. Now I watched the moonlight slide and swell in Isis's silent temple. The silence was full of portent. One of the kneeling naked women uttered a low moan, then went quiet again. Another woman rocked to and fro. The moonbeam widened still further, its reflection casting a pale glimmer on Guinevere's stern and handsome face. The column of light was nearly vertical now. One of the naked women shivered, not with cold, but with the stirrings of ecstasy. And then Levane leaned forward to peer up the shaft. The moon lit his big beard and his hard, broad face with its battle scar. He peered upwards for a few heartbeats, then he stepped back and solemnly touched Guinevere's shoulder. She stood, so that the horns on her head almost touched the low arched ceiling of the cellar. Her arms and hands were inside the cloak that fell straight from her shoulders to the floor. She closed her eyes.
"Who is the goddess?" she asked.
Isis, Isis, Isis.
The women chanted the name softly.
Isis, Isis, Isis.
The column of moonlight was almost as wide as the shaft now, and it was a great smoky silver pillar of light that glowed and shifted in the cellar's centre. I had thought, when I had first seen this temple, that it was a tawdry place, but at night, lit by that shimmering pillar of white light, it was as eerie and mysterious as any shrine I had ever seen.
"And who is the god?"
Guinevere asked, her eyes still closed.
Osiris, the naked men answered in low voices. Osiris, Osiris, Osiris.
"And who shall sit on the throne?"
Guinevere demanded. Lancelot! Both the men and the women answered together. Lancelot! Lancelot! It was when I heard that name that I knew that nothing would be put right this night. This night would never bring back the old Dumnonia. This night would give us nothing but horror, for I knew that this night would destroy Arthur, and I wanted to back away from the curtain and go back into the cellar and take him away into the fresh air and the clean moonlight, then take him back through all the years and all the days and all the hours, so that this night would never come to him. But I did not move. Nimue did not move. Neither of us dared to move, for Guinevere had reached out with her right hand to take the black staff from Levane, and the gesture lifted her red cloak from the right side of her body, and I saw that under the cloak's heavy folds she was naked.
Isis, 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 the women sighed. Osiris, 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 the men breathed. Lancelot, 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 they all chanted together.
Guinevere took the gold-tipped staff and reached forward, the cloak falling again to shadow her right breast, and then, very slowly, with exaggerated gestures, she touched the staff against something that lay in the water pit right beneath the glistening, shimmering shaft of silvered smoke that now came vertically down from the heavens. No one else moved in the cellar. No one even seemed to breathe.
"Rise,"
Guinevere commanded.
"Rise."
And the choir began to sing their weird, haunting song again.
"Isis, Isis, Isis," they were singing,
and over the heads of the worshippers I saw a man climb up from the pool. It was Dinas, and his tall, muscled body and long black hair dripped water as he came slowly upright, and as the choir sang the goddess's name louder and ever louder. "Isis, Isis, Isis," they sang, until Dinas at last stood upright before Guinevere. His back to us, and he, too, was naked. He stepped up out of the pool, and Guinevere handed the black staff to Lavaine, then raised her hands and unclasped the cloak so that it fell back onto the throne. She stood there, Arthur's wife, naked but for the gold about her neck and the ivory on her head, and she opened her arms so that the naked grandson of Tanabers could step onto the dais and into her embrace. "Osiris! Osiris! Osiris!" the women in the cellar called. Some of them writhed to and fro like the Christian worshippers in Iska who had been overcome by a similar ecstasy. The voices in the cellar were becoming ragged now. "Osiris! Osiris! Osiris!" they chanted. And Guinevere stepped back as the naked Dinas turned round to face the worshippers and lifted his arms in triumph. Thus he displayed his magnificent naked body, and there could be no mistaking that he was a man, nor any mistaking what he was supposed to do next, as Guinevere, her beautiful, tall, straight body made magically silver-white by the moon's shimmer in the smoke, took his right arm and led him towards the curtain that hung behind the throne. Lavaine went with them, as the women writhed in their worship and rocked backwards and forwards and called out the names of their great goddess. "Isis! Isis! Isis!" Guinevere swept the far curtain aside. I had a brief glimpse of the room beyond, and it seemed as bright as the sun. And then the ragged chanting rose to a new pitch of excitement, as the men in the temple reached for the women beside them. And it was just then that the doors behind me were thrown wide open, and Arthur, in all the glory of his war gear, stepped into the temple's lobby. "No, Lord," I said to him. "No, Lord, please." "You shouldn't be here, Derfel," he spoke quietly, but in reproof. In his right hand he held the little bunch of cornflowers he had picked for Guinevere, while in his left he grasped his son's hand. "Come back out," he ordered me. But then Numui snatched the big curtain aside, and my lord's nightmare began. Isis is a goddess. The Romans brought her to Britain, but she did not come from Rome itself, but from a distant country far to Rome's east. Mithras is another god who comes from a country east of Rome, though not, I think, the same country. Galahad told me that half the world's religions begin in the East, where, I suspect, the men look more like Sagramor than like us. Christianity is another such faith brought from those distant lands, where, Galahad assured me, the fields grow nothing but sand, the sun shines fiercer than it ever does in Britain, and no snow ever falls. Isis came from those burning lands. She became a powerful goddess to the Romans, and many women in Britain adopted her religion that stayed on when the Romans left. It was never as popular as Christianity, for the latter threw its doors open to any who wanted to worship its god, while Isis, like Mithras, restricted her followers to those, and those alone, who had been initiated into her mysteries. In some ways, Galahad told me, Isis resembled the Holy Mother of the Christians, for she was reputed to be the perfect mother to her son Horus. But Isis also possessed powers that the Virgin Mary never claimed. Isis, to her adepts, was the goddess of life and death, of healing, and, of course, of mortal thrones. She was married, Galahad told me, to a god named Osiris. But in a war between the gods, Osiris was killed, and his body was cut into fragments that were scattered into a river. Isis found the scattered flesh and tenderly brought them together again, and then she lay with the fragments to bring her husband back to life. Osiris did live again, revived by Isis's power. Galahad hated the tale, and crossed himself again and again as he told it, and it was that tale, I suppose, of resurrection and of the woman giving life to the man that Nimue and I watched in that smoky black cellar. We had watched as Isis, the goddess, the mother, the giver of life, performed the miracle that gave her husband life, and turned her into the guardian of the living and the dead, and the arbiter of men's thrones. And it was that last power, the power that determined which men should sit on this earth's thrones, that was, for Guinevere, the goddess's supreme gift. It was for the power of the throne-giver that Guinevere worshipped Isis. Nimue snatched the curtain aside, and the cellar filled with screams. For one terrible second, Guinevere hesitated at the far curtain, and turned around to see what had disturbed her rights. She stood there, tall and naked, and so dreadful in her pale beauty, and beside her was a naked man. At the cellar's door, standing with his son in one hand and with flowers in the other, was her husband. The cheek pieces of Arthur's helmet were open, and I saw his face at that terrible moment, and it was as if his soul had just fled. Guinevere disappeared behind the curtain, dragging Dinas and Lavaine with her, and Arthur uttered an awful sound, half a battle shout and half the cry of a man in utter misery. He pushed Guidra back, dropped the flowers, then drew Excalibur and charged heedlessly through the screaming naked worshippers, who scrambled desperately out of his way. "Take them all!" I shouted to the spearmen who followed Arthur. "Don't let them escape! Take them!" Then I ran after Arthur, with Nimue beside me. Arthur leapt the black pool, pushed a torch over as he jumped across the dais, then swept the far black curtain aside with Excalibur's blade. And there he stopped. I stopped beside him. I had discarded my spear as I charged through the temple, and now had Howlbane bare in my hand. Nimue was with me, and she howled in triumph as she gazed into the small square room that opened up from the arched cellar. This, it seemed, was Isis's inner sanctuary, and here, at the goddess's service, was the cauldron of Clithno-Ethin. The cauldron was the first thing I saw, for it was standing on a black pedestal that stood as high as a man's waist, and there were so many candles in the room that the cauldron seemed to glow silver and gold as it reflected their brilliant light. The light was made even brighter because the room, all but for the curtained wall, was lined with mirrors. There were mirrors on the walls and even on the ceiling, mirrors that multiplied the candles' flames and reflected the nakedness of Guinevere and Dinas. Guinevere, in her terror, had leapt onto the wide bed that filled the room's far end, and there she clawed at a fur coverlet in an effort to hide her pale skin. Dinas was beside her, his hands clutched to his groin, while Lavaine faced us defiantly. He glanced at Arthur, dismissed Nimue with scarce a look, then held his slender black staff towards me. He knew I had come for his death, and now he would prevent it with the greatest magic at his disposal. He pointed his staff at me, while in his other hand he held the crystal-encased fragment of the true cross that Bishop Sansom had given to Mordred at his acclamation. He was holding the fragment suspended above the cauldron, which was filled with some dark, aromatic liquid. "Your other daughters will die too," he told me. "I only need to let go." Arthur raised Excalibur. "Your son, too," Lavaine said, and both of us froze. "You will go now," he said with calm authority. "You have invaded the goddess's sanctuary, and you will go now, and leave us in peace. Or else you, and all you love, will die." He waited. Behind him, between the cauldron and the bed, was Arthur's round table with its stone image of the winged horse, and on the horse, I saw, were a drab basket, a common horn, an old halter, a worn knife,
a whetstone, a sleeved coat, a cloak, a clay dish, a throw-board, a warrior ring, and a heap of decaying broken timbers. Merlin's scrap of beard was also there, still wrapped in its black ribbon. All the power of Britain was in that little room, and it was allied to a scrap of the Christians' most powerful magic. I lifted Howlbane, and Lavaine made as though to drop the piece of the true cross into the liquid, and Arthur put a warning hand against my shield. "You will go," Lavaine said. Guinevere said nothing, but just watched us, huge-eyed, above the pelt that now half covered her. Then Nimue smiled. She had been holding the bundled cloak in both her hands, but now she shook it at Lavaine. She screamed as she released the cloak's burden. It was an eldritch shriek that echoed high above the cries of the women behind us. Vipers flew through the air. There must have been a dozen of the snakes, all found by Nimue that afternoon and hoarded for this moment. They twisted in the air, and Guinevere screamed and dragged the fur to cover her face, while Lavaine, seeing a snake flying at his eyes, instinctively flinched and crouched. The scrap of true cross skittered across the floor, while the snakes, aroused by the heat in the cellar, twisted across the bed and over the treasures of Britain. I took one pace forward and kicked Lavaine hard in the belly. He fell, then screamed as an adder bit his ankle. Dina shrank from the snakes on the bed, then went utterly still as Excalibur touched his throat. Howlbane was at Lavaine's throat, and I used the blade to bring his face up towards mine. Then I smiled. "My daughter," I said softly, "watches us from the other world. She sends you greetings, Lavaine." He tried to speak, but no words came. A snake slid across his leg. Arthur stared at where his wife was hidden beneath the fur. Then, almost tenderly, he flicked the snakes off the black pelt with Excalibur's tip, then drew back the fur until he could see Guinevere's face. She stared at him, and all her fine pride had vanished. She was just a terrified woman. "Do you have any clothes here?" Arthur asked her gently. She shook her head. "There's a red cloak on the throne," I told him. "Would you fetch it, Nimue?" Arthur asked. Nimue brought the cloak, and Arthur held it towards his wife on Excalibur's tip. "Here," he said, still speaking softly. "For you." A bare arm emerged from the fur and took the cloak. "Turn round," Guinevere said to me in a small, frightened voice. "Turn, Derfel, please," Arthur said. "One thing first, Lord." "Turn," he insisted, still gazing at his wife. I reached for the cauldron's edge and tipped it off the pedestal. The precious cauldron clanged loud on the floor as its liquid spilt in a dark rush across the flagstones. That got his attention. He stared at me, and I hardly recognized his face. It was so hard and cold and empty of life. But there was one more thing to be said this night, and if my lord was to sup this dish of horrors, then he might as well drain it to the last bitter drop. I put Howlbane's tip back under Lavaine's chin. "Who is the goddess?" I asked him. He shook his head, and I pushed Howlbane far enough forward to draw blood from his throat. "Who is the goddess?" I asked him again. "Isis," he whispered. He was clutching his ankle where the snake had bitten him. "And who is the god?" I demanded. "Osiris," he said in a terrified voice. "And who," I asked him, "shall sit on the throne?" He shivered and said nothing. "These, Lord," I said to Arthur, my sword still on Lavaine's throat, "are the words you did not hear. But I heard them, and Nimue heard them. Who shall sit on the throne?" I asked Lavaine again. "Lancelot," he said, in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. But Arthur heard, just as he must have seen the great device that was embroidered white on the lavish black blanket that lay on the bed beneath the bear pelt in this room of mirrors. It was Lancelot's sea-eagle. I spat at Lavaine, sheathed Howlbane, then reached forward and took him by his long black hair.
Nimue already had hold of Dinas. We dragged them back into the temple, and I swept the black curtain back into place behind me, so that Arthur and Guinevere could be alone. Gwynhwyvac had been watching it all, and she now cackled with laughter. The worshippers and the choir, all naked, were crouching to one side of the cellar, where Arthur's men guarded them with spears. Gwyndra was crouching terrified at the cellar door. Behind us, Arthur cried one word. "Why?" And I took my daughter's murderers out to the moonlight. At dawn, we were still at the Sea Palace. We should have left, for some of the spearmen had escaped the huts when the horsemen had at last been summoned from the hill by Arthur's horn, and those fugitives would be spreading the alarm north into Dumnonia. But Arthur seemed incapable of decision. He was like a man stunned. He was still weeping as the dawn edged the world with light. Dinas and Lavaine died then. They died at the creek's edge. I am not, I think, a cruel man, but their deaths were very cruel and very long. Nimue arranged those deaths, and all the while, as their souls gave up the flesh, she hissed the name Dian in their ears. They were not men by the time they died, and their tongues had gone, and they had just one eye apiece, and that small mercy was only given them so they could see the manner of their next bout of pain. And see they did as they died. The last thing either saw was that bright piece of hair on Howlbane's hilt, as I finished what Nimue had begun. The twins were mere things by then, things of blood and shuddering terror, and when they were dead, I kissed the little scrap of hair, then carried it to one of the braziers on the palace's arcades, and tossed it into the embers, so that no fragment of Dian's soul was left wandering the earth. Nimue did the same with the cut plait of Merlin's beard. We left the twins' bodies lying on their left sides beside the sea, and in the rising sun, gulls came down to tear at the tortured flesh with their long hooked beaks. Nimue had rescued the cauldron and the treasures. Dinas and Lavaine, before they died, had told her the whole tale, and Nimue had been right all along. It had been Morgan who stole the treasures, and who had taken them as a gift to Sansom, so that he would marry her, and Sansom had given them to Guinevere. It was the promise of that great gift which had first reconciled Guinevere to the Mouse Lord, before Lancelot's baptism in the River Churn. I thought, when I heard the tale, that if only I had allowed Lancelot into the mysteries of Mithras, then maybe none of this would have happened. Fate is inexorable. The shrine's doors were closed now. None of those trapped inside had escaped, and once Guinevere had been brought out, and after Arthur had talked with her for a long time, he had gone back into the cellar alone, with just Excalibur in his hand, and he did not emerge for a full hour. When he came out, his face was colder than the sea, and as grey as Excalibur's blade, except that the precious blade was now red and thick with blood. In one hand he carried the horn-mounted circle of gold that Guinevere had worn as Isis, and in the other he carried the sword. "They're dead," he told me. "All?" "Everyone." He had seemed oddly unconcerned, though there was blood on his arms and on his scale armour, and even spattered on the goose feathers of his helmet. "The women too?" I asked, for Lunette had been one of Isis's worshippers. I had no love for her now, but she had once been my lover, and I felt a pang for her. The men in the temple had been the most handsome of Lancelot's spearmen, and the women had been Guinevere's attendants. "All dead," said Arthur, almost lightly. He had walked slowly down the pleasure garden's central gravel path. "This wasn't the first night they did this," he said, and sounded almost puzzled. "It seems they did it often. all of them, whenever the moon was right. And they did it with each other. All of them. Except Guinevere. She just did it with the twins. Or with Lancelot. He shuddered then, showing the first emotion since he had come so cold-eyed from the cellar. "It seems," he said, "that she used to do it for my sake. Who shall sit on the throne? Arthur, Arthur, Arthur. But the goddess can't have approved of me." He began to cry, or else I resisted the goddess too firmly. And so they changed the name to Lancelot. He gave the bloody sword a futile swing in the air. "Lancelot," he said in a voice filled with agony. "For years now, Derfel, she's been sleeping with Lancelot. And all for religion, she says. Religion. He was usually Osiris, and she was always Isis. What else could she have been?" He reached the terrace and sat on a stone bench from where he could stare at the moon-glossed creek. "I shouldn't have killed them all," he said after a long while. "No, Lord," I said. "You shouldn't. But what else could I do? It was filth, Derfel. Just filth." He began to sob then. He said something about shame, about the dead having witnessed his wife's shame and his own dishonour. And when he could say no more, he just sobbed helplessly, and I said nothing. He did not seem to care whether I stayed with him or not, but I stayed until it was time to take Dinas and Lavaine down to the sea's edge, so that Nimue could draw their souls inch by terrible inch from their bodies. And now, in a grey dawn, Arthur sat empty and exhausted above the sea. The horns lay at his feet, while his helmet and Excalibur's bare blade rested on the bench beside him. The blood on the sword had dried to a thick brown crust. "We must leave, Lord," I said, as the dawn turned the sea the colour of a spear blade. "Love," he said bitterly. I thought he had misheard me. "We must leave, Lord," I said again. "For what?" he asked. "To complete your oath." He spat, then sat in silence. The horses had been brought down from the wood, and the cauldron and the treasures of Britain were packed for their journey. The spearmen watched us and waited. "Is there any oath," he asked me bitterly, "that is unbroken? Just one?" "We must go, Lord," I told him. But he neither moved nor spoke, and so I turned on my heel. "Then we'll go without you," I said brutally. "Derfel!" Arthur called, real pain in his voice. "Lord?" I turned back. He stared down at his sword and seemed surprised to see it so caked with blood. "My wife and son are in an upstairs room," he said. "Fetch them for me, will you? They can ride on the same horse, then we can go." He was struggling so hard to sound normal, to sound as if this was just another dawn. "Yes, Lord," I said. He stood, and rammed Excalibur, blood and all, into its scabbard. "Then I suppose," he said sourly, "we must remake Britain." "Yes, Lord," I said. "We must." He stared at me, and I saw he wanted to cry again. "Do you know something, Derfel?" he asked me. "Tell me, Lord," I said. "My life will never be the same again, will it?" "I don't know, Lord," I said. "I just don't know." The tears spilled down his long cheeks. "I shall love her till the day I die. Every day I live I shall think of her. Every night before I sleep I will see her, and in every dawn I shall turn in my bed to find that she has gone. Every day, Derfel, and every night, and every dawn, until the moment that I die."
He picked up his helmet with its blood-draggled plume, left the ivory horns and walked with me. I fetched Guinevere and her son down from the bedchamber, and then we left. Gwynnheuairfach had the sea palace then. She lived in it alone, her wits wandering, and surrounded by hounds and by the gorgeous treasures that decayed all about her. She would watch from a window for Lancelot's coming, for she was sure that one day her lord would come to live with her beside the sea in her sister's palace. But her lord never did come, and the treasures were stolen, the palace crumbled, and Gwynnheuairfach died there, or so we heard. Or maybe she still lives there, waiting beside the creek for the man who never comes. We went away, and on the creek's muddy banks the gulls tore at offal. Guinevere, in a long black dress that was covered by a dark green cloak, and with her red hair combed severely back and tied with a black ribbon, rode Arthur's mare, Llanrhi. She sat side-saddle, gripping the saddle-bar with her right hand and keeping her left arm about the waist of her frightened and tearful son, who kept glancing at his father, who was walking doggedly behind the horse.
"I suppose I am his father,"
Arthur spat at her once. Guinevere, her eyes reddened by tears, just looked away. The motion of the horse rocked her back and forth, yet she managed to look graceful all the same. "No one else, Lord Prince," she said after a long time. "No one else." Arthur walked in silence after that. He did not want my company. He wanted no company but his own misery, and so I joined Nimue at the head of the procession. The horsemen came next, then Guinevere, and my spearmen escorted the cauldron at the rear. Nimue was retracing the same road that had led us to the coast, and which here was a rough track that climbed onto a bare heath, broken by dark stretches of yew and gorse.
"So, Gorfethid was right," I said after a while.
"Gorfethid?" Nimue asked, astonished that I should have dredged that old king's name from the past.
"At Lugvale,"
I reminded her. "He said Guinevere was a whore." "And you, Derfel Cadern," Nimue said scornfully, "are an expert on whores."
"What else is she?" I asked bitterly.
"No whore," Nimue said. She gestured ahead, pointing at the wisps of smoke above the distant trees that showed where the garrison of Vindicladia were cooking their breakfasts. "We'll need to avoid them," Nimue said, and turned off the road to lead us towards a thicker belt of trees that grew to the west. I suspected the garrison had already heard that Arthur had come to the sea palace, and had no wish to confront him, but I dutifully followed Nimue, and the horsemen dutifully followed us. "What Arthur did," she said after a while, "is marry a rival instead of a companion."
"A rival?"
"Guinevere could rule Dumnonia as well as any man," Nimue said, "and better than most. She's cleverer than he is, and every bit as determined. If she'd been born to Uther instead of that fool Leodegan, then everything would have been different. She'd be another Boudica, and there'd be dead Christians from here to the Irish Sea, and dead Saxons to the German Sea."
"Boudica," I reminded her, "lost her war."
"And so has Guinevere," Nimue said grimly.
"I don't see that she was Arthur's rival," I said after a time.
"She had power. I don't suppose he ever made a decision without talking to her." "And he talked to the council, which no woman can join," Nimue said tartly. "Put yourself in Guinevere's place, Derfel. She's quicker than all of you put together, but any idea she ever had was put before a pack of dull, ponderous men. You and Bishop Emrys and that fart Kithrin, who pretends to be so judicious and fair-minded, then goes home and beats his wife and makes her watch him take a dwarf girl to their bed. Councillors! You think Dumnonia would know the difference if you all drowned?"
"A king must have a council," I said indignantly.
"Not if he's clever," Nimue said. "Why should he? Does Merlin have a council? Does Merlin need a room full of pompous fools to tell him what to do?"
The only purpose a council serves is to make you all feel important.
It does more than that, I insisted. How does a king know what his people are thinking if there's no council?
Who cares what the fools think? Allow the people to think for themselves and half of them become Christians. There's a tribute to their ability to think. She spat. So just what is it that you do in council, Derfel? Tell Arthur what your shepherds are saying? And Kithryn, I suppose, represents the dwarf-topping men of Dumnonia. Is that it? She laughed. The people. The people are idiots. That's why they have a king, and why the king has spearmen.
Arthur, I said stoutly, has given the country good government, and he did it without using spears on the people.
And look what's happened to the country, Nimue retorted.
She walked in silence for a few moments. After a while, she sighed.
Guinevere was right all along, Derfel. Arthur should be king. She knew that. She wanted that. She would even have been happy with that. For with Arthur as king, she would have been queen, and that would have given her as much power as she needed. But your precious Arthur wouldn't take the throne. So high-minded. All those sacred oaths. And what did he want instead? To be a farmer. To live like you in Kynwyn. The happy home, the children, laughter.
She made these things sound risible.
How content, she asked me, do you think Guinevere would be in that life? The very thought of it bored her. And that's all that Arthur ever wanted. She is a clever, quick-witted lady, and he wanted to turn her into a milch cow. Do you wonder she looked for other excitements?
Whoredom?
Don't be a fool, Derfel. Am I a whore for having bedded you? Won't fool me.
We had reached the trees, and Nimue turned north to walk between the ash and the tall elms. The spearmen followed us dumbly, and I think that had we led them in circles they would have followed us without protest. So astonished and numbed were we all by the night's horrors.
So she broke her marriage oath, Nimue said. Do you think she's the first? Or do you think that makes her a whore? In which case, Britain's full to the rim with whores. She's no whore, Derfel. She's a strong woman who was born with a quick mind and good looks, and Arthur loved the looks and wouldn't use her mind. He wouldn't let her make him king, and so she turned to that ridiculous religion of hers. And all Arthur did was tell her how happy she'd be when he could hang up Excalibur and start breeding cattle.
She laughed at the thought.
And because it would never occur to Arthur to be unfaithful, he never suspected it in Guinevere. The rest of us did, but not Arthur. He kept telling himself the marriage was perfect, and all the while he was miles away, and Guinevere's good looks were drawing men like flies to carrion. And they were handsome men, clever men, witty men, men who wanted power. And one was a handsome man who wanted all the power he could get. So Guinevere decided to help him. Arthur wanted a cowshed, but Lancelot wants to be High King of Britain, and Guinevere finds that a more interesting challenge than raising cows or mopping up the shit of infants. And that idiotic religion encouraged her. The arbiter of thrones, she spat. She wasn't betting Lancelot because she was a whore, you great fool. She was betting him to get her man made High King.
And Dinas? I asked. Lavaine?
They were her priests. They were helping her. And in some religions, Derfel, men and women couple as part of worship. And why not?
She kicked at a stone and watched it skitter away through a patch of bindweed.
And believe me, Derfel, those two were beautiful-looking men. I know, because I took that beauty away from them. But not because of what they did with Guinevere. I did it for the insult they gave Merlin, and for what they did to your daughter.
She walked in silence for a few yards.
Don't despise Guinevere, she told me after a while. Don't despise her for being bored. Despise her, if you must, for stealing the cauldron, and be thankful Dinas and Lavaine never unlocked its power. It worked for Guinevere, though. She bathed in it weekly, and that's why she's never aged a week.
She turned as footsteps sounded behind us. It was Arthur, who was running to catch us up. He still looked dazed, but at some time in the last few moments it must have dawned on him that we had diverted from the road.
"Where are we going?"
he demanded.
You want the garrison to see us?
Nimue asked, pointing again to the smoke of their cooking fires. He said nothing, but just stared at the smoke as if he had never seen such a thing before. Nimue glanced at me and shrugged at his evident befuddlement. "If they wanted a fight," Arthur said, "they'd have been looking for us already." His eyes were red and puffy, and maybe it was my imagination, but his hair seemed greyer. "What would you do?" Arthur asked me, "if you were the enemy?" He did not mean the puny garrison at Vindocladia, but nor would he name Lancelot. "Try to trap us, Lord," I said. "How? Where?" he asked irritably. "North, yes? That's our fastest route back to friendly spearmen, and they'll know that. So we won't go north." He looked at me, and it was almost as though he did not recognize me. "We go for their throats instead, Derfel," he said savagely. "Their throats, Lord? We'll go to Caer-Cadern." I said nothing for a while. He was not thinking straight. Grief and anger had upset him, and I wondered how I could steer him away from this suicide. "There are 40 of us, Lord," I said quietly. "Caer-Cadern," he said again, ignoring my objection. "Who holds the Caer holds Dumnonia, and who holds Dumnonia holds Britain. If you don't want to come, Derfel, then go your own way. I'm going to Caer-Cadern." He turned away. "Lord!" I called him back. "Dunham lies in our path." That was a major fortress, and though its garrison was doubtless depleted, it could hold more than enough spears to destroy our small force. "I would not care, Derfel, if every fortress in Britain stood in our path." Arthur spat the words at me. "You do what you want, but I'm going to Caer-Cadern." He walked away, shouting at the horsemen to turn westwards. I closed my eyes, convinced my lord wanted to die. Without Guinevere's love, he just wanted to die. He wanted to fall beneath the enemy's spears at the centre of the land for which he had fought so long. I could think of no other explanation why he would lead this small band of tired spearmen to the very heart of the rebellion, unless he wanted death beside Dumnonia's royal stone. But then a memory came to me, and I opened my eyes. "A long time ago," I told Nimue, "I talked with Eileen. She had been an Irish slave, older than Arthur, but a loving mistress to him before he met Guinevere, and Amhar and Loholt were her ungrateful sons. She still lived, graceful and grey-haired now, and presumably still under siege in Corinium. And now, standing lost in shattered Dumnonia, I heard her voice across the years. 'Just watch, Arthur,' she had told me, 'because when you think he is doomed, when everything is at its darkest, he will astonish you. He will win.' I told that now to Nimue. And she also said, I went on, that once he'd won, he would make his usual mistake of forgiving his enemies. 'Not this time,' Nimue said. 'Not this time. The fool has learned his lesson, Derfel.' So what will you do?' 'What I always do,' I said. 'Go with him. To the enemy's throat. To Caer-Cadern.' That day Arthur was filled with a frenetic, desperate energy, as though the answer to all his miseries lay at Caer-Cadern's summit. He made no attempt to hide his small force, but just marched us north and west with his banner of the bear flying above us. He used one of his men's horses, and he wore his famous armour, so that anyone could see just who it was who rode into the country's heart. He went as fast as my spearmen could walk, and when one of the horses split a hoof, he just abandoned the beast and pushed on hard. He wanted to reach the Caer. We came to Dunham first. The old people had made a great fort on Dunham's hill. The Romans had added their own wall, and Arthur had repaired the fortifications and kept a strong garrison there. The garrison had never seen battle, but if Cerdic ever did attack west along Dumnonia's coast, it would have been Dunham that would have formed one of his first major obstacles, and, despite the long years of peace, Arthur had never let the fort decay. A banner flew above the wall, and as we drew closer, I saw it was not the sea-eagle, but the red dragon. Dunham had stayed loyal. 30 men remained of the garrison, The rest had either been Christians and had deserted, or else, fearing that Mordred and Arthur were both dead, they had given up their defiance and slipped away. But Lanville, the garrison's commander, had clung on with his shrinking force, hoping against hope that the evil news was wrong. Now Arthur had come, Lanville led his men out of the gate, and Arthur slid from the saddle and gave the old warrior an embrace. We were 70 spears now, instead of 40, and I thought of Eileen's words. "Just when you think he's beaten," she had said, "he begins to win." Lanville walked his horse beside me, and told how Lancelot's spearmen had marched past the fort. "We couldn't stop them," he said bitterly, "and they didn't challenge us. They just tried to make me surrender. I told them I would take down Mordred's banner when Arthur ordered me to take it down, and I would not believe Arthur was dead until they brought me his head on a shield." Arthur must have said something to him about Guinevere, for Lanville, despite having once been the commander of her guard, avoided her. I told him a little of what had happened at the Sea Palace, and he shook his head sadly. "She and Lancelot were doing it in Durnavaria," he said, "in that temple she made there." "You knew that?" I asked, horrified. "I didn't know it," he said tiredly, "but I heard rumours, Derfel. Only rumours, and I didn't want to know more." He spat at the road's verge. "I was there the day Lancelot came from Innistribes, and I remember the two of them couldn't keep their eyes off each other. They hid it after that, of course, and Arthur never suspected a thing. And he made it so easy for them. He trusted her, and he was never at home. He was always riding off to inspect a fort or sit in a law court." Lanville shook his head. "I don't doubt she calls it a religion, Derfel. But I tell you, if that lady is in love with anyone, it's Lancelot." "I think she loves Arthur," I said. "Well, she does, maybe, but he's too straightforward for her. There's no mystery in Arthur's heart. It's all written on his face, and she's a lady who likes subtlety. I tell you, it's Lancelot who makes her heart quicken." And it was Guinevere, I thought sadly, who made Arthur's heart beat faster. I did not even dare to think what was happening to his heart now. We slept that night in the open. My men guarded Guinevere, who busied herself with Gwyndra. No word had been said of her fate, and none of us wanted to ask Arthur, and so we all treated her with a distant politeness. She treated us in the same manner, asked no favours, and avoided Arthur. As night fell, she told Gwyndra stories, but when he had gone to sleep, I saw she was rocking back and forth beside him and crying softly. Arthur saw it too. Then he began to weep, and walked away to the edge of the wide down, so that no one would see his misery. We marched again at dawn, and our road led us down into a lovely landscape that was softly lit by a sun rising into a sky cleared of cloud. This was the Dumnonia for which Arthur fought, a rich, fertile land that the gods had made so beautiful. The villages had thick thatch and deep orchards, though too many of the cottage walls were disfigured with the mark of the fish, while others had been burned. But I noticed how the Christians did not insult Arthur as they might once have done, and this made me suspect that the fever which had struck Dumnonia was already fading. Between the villages the road wound between pink bramble blossom and between meadows made gaudy with clover, daisies, buttercups, and poppies. Willow wrens and yellow hammers, the last birds to make their nests, flew with scraps of straw in their beaks, while higher, above some oaks, I saw a hawk take wing. Then realized it was no hawk, but a young cuckoo making its first flight. And that, I thought, was a good omen. For Lancelot, like the young cuckoo, only resembled a hawk, and was in truth nothing but a usurper. We stopped a few miles short of Kirkerdurn at a small monastery that had been built where a sacred spring bubbled out of an oak grove. This had once been a druid shrine, and now the Christian god guarded the waters. But the god could not resist my spearmen, who, on Arthur's orders, broke down the gate of the palisade and took a dozen of the monks' brown robes. The monastery's bishop refused to take the offered payment, and just cursed Arthur instead. And Arthur, his anger ungovernable now, struck the bishop down. We left the bishop bleeding into the sacred spring and marched on west. The bishop was called Caranog, and he is now a saint. Arthur, I sometimes think, made more saints than God. We came to Kirkcudern across Pen Hill, but stopped beneath the hill's crest before we came in sight of its ramparts. Arthur chose a dozen spearmen and ordered them to cut their hair into the Christian tonsure, then don the monks' robes. Nimue did the cutting, and she put all the hair into a bag so that it would be safe. I wanted to be one of the 12, but Arthur refused. Whoever went to Kirkcudern's gate, he said, must not have a face that could be recognized. Issa submitted to the knife, grinning at me when his hair was gone from the front of his scalp. "Do I look like a Christian, Lord?" "You look like your father," I said, "bald and ugly." The 12 men wore swords under their robes, but could carry no spears. Instead, we knocked their spearheads off their shafts and gave them the bare poles as weapons. Their shaved foreheads looked paler than their faces, but with the cowls of the robes over their heads, they would pass as monks. "Go," Arthur told them. Kirkcudern was of no real military value, but as the symbolic place of Dumnonia's kingship, its worth was incalculable. For that reason alone we knew that the old fortress would be heavily guarded, and that our 12 false monks would need good luck as well as bravery if they were to trick the garrison into opening the gates. Nimue gave them a blessing, and then they scrambled over Pen's crest and filed down the hill. Maybe it was because we carried the cauldron, or maybe it was Arthur's usual luck in war, but our ruse worked. Arthur and I lay in the summit's warm grass and watched as Issa and his men slipped and stumbled down Pen Hill's precipitous western slope, crossed the wide pastures, and then climbed the steep path that led to Kirkcudern's eastern gate. They claimed to be fugitives, running from a raid by Arthur's horsemen, and their story convinced the guards, who opened the gate to them. Issa and his men killed those sentries, then snatched up the dead men's spears and shields so that they could defend the precious open gate. The Christians never forgave Arthur for that ruse either. Arthur scrambled onto Llamrai's back the moment he saw the Cair's gate was captured. "Come on!" he shouted, and his 20 horsemen kicked their beasts up over Pen's crest and so down the steep grassy slope beyond. 10 men followed Arthur up to the fort itself, while the other 10 galloped around the foot of Kirkcudern's hill to cut off the escape of any of the garrison. The rest of us followed. Lanval had charge of Guinevere, and so came more slowly. But my men ran recklessly down the escarpment, and up the Cair's stony path to where Issa and Arthur waited. The garrison, once the gate had fallen, had shown not a scrap of fight. There were 50 spearmen there, mostly maimed veterans or youngsters, but still more than enough to have held the walls against our small force. The handful that tried to escape were easily caught by our horsemen and brought back to the compound, where Issa and I had walked to the rampart over the western gate, and there pulled down Lancelot's flag and raised Arthur's bear in its place. Nimue burned the cut hair, then spat at the terrified monks who had been living on the Cair to supervise the building of Sansom's great church. Those monks, who showed far more defiance than the garrison's spearmen, had already dug the foundations of the church and lined them with rocks from the stone circle that had stood on the Cair's summit. They had pulled down half of the feasting hall's walls and used the timber to begin raising the church walls, which stood in the shape of a cross. "It'll burn nicely," Issa said cheerfully, rubbing his new bald patch. Guinevere and her son, denied the use of the hall, were given the largest hut on the Cair. It was home to a spearman's family, but they were turned out, and Guinevere was ordered inside. She looked at the rye-straw bedding and the cobwebs in the rafters and shuddered. Lanval put a spearman at the door, then watched as one of Arthur's horsemen dragged in the garrison's commander, who was one of the men who had tried to flee. The defeated commander was Loholt, one of Arthur's sour twin sons who had made his mother Eileen's life a misery and had ever resented their father. Now Loholt, who had found his lord in Lancelot, was dragged by the hair to where his father waited. Loholt fell to his knees. Arthur stared at him for a long time, then turned and walked away. "Father!" Loholt shouted, but Arthur ignored him. He walked to the line of prisoners. He recognized some of the men, for they had once served him, while others had come from Lancelot's old kingdom of the Belgi. Those men, 19 of them, were taken to the half-built church and there put to death. It was a harsh punishment, but Arthur was in no mood to give mercy to men who had invaded his country. He ordered my men to kill them, and they did. The monks protested, and the prisoners' wives and children screamed at us until I ordered them all to be taken to the east gate and thrown out. 31 prisoners remained, all Dumnonians, and Arthur counted down their ranks and chose 6 men, the 5th man, the 10th, the 15th, the 20th, the 25th, and the 30th. "Kill them," he ordered me coldly. And I marched the 6 men down to the church and added their corpses to the bloody pile. The rest of the captured prisoners knelt, and, one by one, kissed Arthur's sword to renew their oaths, though before each man kissed the blade, he was forced to kneel before Nimue, who branded his forehead with a spearhead that she kept fired to red heat in a cooking fire. The men were all thus marked as warriors who had rebelled against an oath-lord, and the fire scar on their foreheads meant they would be put to death if they ever proved false again. For now, their foreheads burned and hurting, they made dubious allies. But Arthur still led over 80 men, a small army. Loholt waited on his knees. He was still very young, fresh-faced and with a skimpy beard that Arthur gripped and used to drag him to the royal stone that was all that remained of the old circle. He threw his son down by the stone. "Where is your brother?" he demanded. "With Lancelot, lord." Loholt trembled. He was terrified by the stench of burning skin. "And where is that?" "They went north, lord." Loholt looked up at his father. "Then you can join them," Arthur said, and Loholt's face showed utter relief that he was to live. "But tell me first," Arthur went on in a voice like ice, "just why you raised a hand against your father." "They said you were dead, lord." "And what did you do, son, to avenge my death?" Arthur asked, then waited for an answer, but Loholt had none. "And when you heard I was alive," Arthur went on, "why did you still oppose me?" Loholt stared up at his father's implacable face, and from somewhere he found his courage. "You were never a father to us," he said bitterly. Arthur's face was wrenched by a spasm, and I thought he was about to burst into a terrible rage. But when he spoke again, his voice was oddly calm. "Put your right hand on the stone," he ordered Loholt. Loholt believed he was to take an oath, and so he obediently placed his hand on the royal stone's centre. Then Arthur drew Excalibur, and Loholt understood what his father intended, and snatched his hand back. "No!" he shouted. "Please, no!" "Hold it there, Derfel," Arthur said. Loholt struggled with me, but he was no match for my strength. I slapped his face to subdue him, then bared his right arm to the elbow and forced it flat onto the stone, and there held it firm as Arthur raised the blade. Loholt was crying, "No, father, please!" But Arthur had no mercy that day. Not for many a day. "You raised your hand against your own father, Loholt, and for that you lose both the father and the hand. I disown you." And with that dreadful curse, he slashed the sword down, and a jet of blood spurted across the stone as Loholt twisted violently back.
He shrieked as he snatched his bloody stump back and gazed in horror at his severed hand. Then he whimpered in agony.
"Bind it," Arthur ordered Numui. "Then the little fool can go."
He walked away. I kicked the severed hand with its 2 pathetic warrior rings off the stone. Arthur had let Excalibur fall onto the grass, so I picked up the blade and laid it reverently across the patch of blood. That, I thought, was proper. The right sword on the right stone, and it had taken so many years to put it there.
"Now we wait," Arthur said grimly, "and let the bastard come to us."
He still could not use Lancelot's name. Lancelot came 2 days later. His rebellion was collapsing, though we did not know that yet. Sagramor, reinforced by the first 2 contingents of spearmen from Powys, had cut off Cerdic's men at Corinium, and the Saxon only escaped by making a desperate night march, and still he lost more than 50 men to Sagramor's vengeance. Cerdic's frontier was still much further west than it had been, but the news that Arthur lived and had taken Caer Cedern, and the threat of Sagramor's implacable hatred, were enough to persuade Cerdic to abandon his ally Lancelot. He retreated to his new frontier, and sent men to take what they could of Lancelot's Belgic lands. Cerdic at least had profited from the rebellion. Cerdic brought his army to Caer Cedern. The core of that army was Lancelot's Saxon guard, and 200 Belgic warriors, and they had been reinforced by a levy of hundreds of Christians, who believed they were doing God's work by serving Lancelot. But the news that Arthur had taken the Caer, and the attacks that Morfans and Galahad were making south of Glevum, confused and dispirited them. The Christians began to desert, though at least 200 were still with Lancelot when he came at dusk 2 days after we had captured the royal hill. He still possessed a chance of keeping his new kingdom, if only he dared to attack Arthur. But he hesitated, and in the next dawn Arthur sent me down with a message. I carried my shield upside down and tied a sprig of oak leaves on my spear to show that I came to talk, not fight. And a Belgic chieftain met me and swore to uphold my truce before leading me to the palace at Lindinis, where Lancelot was lodging. I waited in the outer courtyard, watched there by sullen spearmen, while Lancelot tried to decide whether or not he should meet me. I waited over an hour, but at last Lancelot appeared. He was dressed in his white enamelled scale armour, carried his gilded helmet under one arm, and had the Christ-blade at his hip. Amhar and the bandaged Loholt stood behind him. His Saxon guard and a dozen chieftains flanked him, and Bors, his champion, stood beside him. All of them reeked of defeat. I could smell it on them like rotting meat. Lancelot could have sealed us up in the Caer, turned and savaged Morfans and Galahad, then come back to starve us out. But he had lost his courage. He just wanted to survive. Sansom, I noted wryly, was nowhere to be seen. The Mouse Lord knew when to lie low.
"We meet again, Lord Derfel,"
Bors greeted me on his master's behalf. I ignored Bors. "Lancelot!" I addressed the king directly, but refused to honour him with his rank. "My lord Arthur will grant your men mercy on one condition." I spoke loudly, so that all the spearmen in the courtyard could hear me. Most of the warriors bore Lancelot's sea-eagle on their shields, but some had crosses painted on their shields, or else the twin curves of the fish. "The condition for that mercy," I went on, "is that you fight our champion man on man, sword on sword. And if you live, you may go free, then your men may go with you. And if you die, then your men will still go free. Even if you choose not to fight, then your men will still be pardoned, all but those who were once oath-sworn to our Lord King Mordred. They will be killed." It was a subtle offer. If Lancelot fought, then he saved the lives of the men who had changed sides to support him, while if he backed down from the challenge,
Then he would condemn them to death, and his precious reputation would suffer. Lancelot glanced at Bors, then back at me. I despised him so much at that moment. He should have been fighting us, not shuffling his feet in Lindinis's outer courtyard. But he had been dazzled by Arthur's daring. He did not know how many men we had. He could only see that the Cair's ramparts bristled with spears, and so the fight had drained out of him. He leaned close to his cousin, and they exchanged words. Lancelot looked back to me after Bors had spoken to him, and his face flickered in a half-smile. "My champion Bors," he said, "accepts Arthur's challenge." "The offer is for you to fight," I said, "not for someone to tie and slaughter your tame hog." Bors growled at that, and half drew his sword, but the Belgic chief who had guaranteed my safety stepped forward with a spear, and Bors subsided. "And Arthur's champion?" Lancelot asked. "Would that be Arthur himself?" "No," I said, and smiled. "I begged for that honor," I told him, "and I received it. I wanted it for the insult you gave to Cynwyn. You thought to parade her naked through Inniswydran, but I shall drag your naked corpse through all Dumnonia. And as for my daughter," I went on, "her death is already avenged. Your druids lie dead on their left sides, Lancelot. Their bodies are unburned, and their souls wander." Lancelot spat at my feet. "Tell Arthur," he said, "that I will send my answer at midday." He turned away. "And do you have a message for Guinevere?" I asked him, and the question made him turn back. "Your lover is on the Cair," I told him. "Do you want to know what will happen to her?" "Arthur has told me her fate." He stared at me with loathing, spat again, then just turned and walked away. I did the same. I went back to the Cair, and found Arthur on the rampart above the western gate, where, so many years before, he had talked to me of a soldier's duty. That duty, he had said, was to fight battles for those who could not fight for themselves. That was his creed, and through all these years he had fought for the child Mordred, and now, at last, he fought for himself, and in so doing he lost all that he had most wanted. I gave him Lancelot's answer, and he nodded, said nothing, and waved me away. Late that morning, Guinevere sent Gwyddra to summon me. The child climbed the ramparts where I stood with my men and tugged at my cloak.
"Uncle Derfel?"
He peered up at me wanly.
"Mother wants you."
He spoke fearfully, and there were tears in his eyes. I glanced at Arthur, but he was taking no interest in any of us, and so I went down the steps and walked with Gwyddra to the spearman's hut. It must have cut Guinevere's wounded pride to the quick to ask for me, but she wanted to convey a message to Arthur, and she knew that no one else in Cair Cadern was as close to him as I. She stood as I ducked through the door. I bowed to her, then waited as she told Gwyddra to go and talk with his father. The hut was only just high enough for Guinevere to stand upright. Her face was drawn, almost haggard, but somehow that sadness gave her a luminous beauty that her usual look of pride denied her.
"Nimue tells me you saw Lancelot,"
she said so softly that I had to lean forward to catch her words. "Yes, lady, I did." Her right hand was unconsciously fidgeting with the folds of her dress.
"Did he send a message?"
"None, lady." She stared at me with her huge green eyes.
"Please, Derfel," she said softly.
"I invited him to speak, lady. He said nothing." She crumpled onto a crude bench. She was silent for a while, and I watched as a spider dropped out of the thatch and spun its thread closer and closer to her hair. I was transfixed by the insect, wondering if I should sweep it aside or just let it be.
"What did you say to him?"
she asked. I offered to fight him, lady, man to man, Howlbane against Christblade, and then I promised to drag his naked body through all Dumnonia.
She shook her head savagely. "Fight," she said angrily. "That's all you brutes know how to do."
She closed her eyes for a few seconds.
"I'm sorry, Lord Derfel," she said meekly. "I should not insult you. Not when I need you to ask a favour of Lord Arthur."
She looked up at me, and I saw she was every bit as broken as Arthur himself.
"Will you?"
she begged me. "What favour, lady?"
"Ask him to let me go, Derfel. Tell him I will sail beyond the sea. Tell him he may keep our son, and that he is our son, and that I will go away and he will never see me or hear of me again."
"I shall ask him, lady," I said. She caught the doubt in my voice and stared sadly at me. The spider had disappeared into her thick red hair.
"You think he will refuse?" she asked in a small, frightened voice.
"Lady," I said,
"he loves you.
He loves you so well that I do not think he can ever let you go." A tear showed at her eye, then spilled down her cheek.
"So what will he do with me?" she asked,
and I gave no answer.
"What will he do, Derfel?" Guinevere demanded again, with some of her old energy. "Tell me."
"Lady," I said heavily, "he will put you somewhere safe, and he will keep you there, under guard." And every day I thought he would think of her, and every night he would conjure her in his dreams, and in every dawn he would turn in his bed to find that she was gone. "You will be well treated, lady," I assured her gently.
"No,"
she wailed. She could have expected death, but this promise of imprisonment seemed even worse to her.
"Tell him to let me go, Derfel. Just tell him to let me go."
"I shall ask him," I promised her, "but I do not think he will. I do not think he can." She was crying hard now, her head in her hands, and though I waited, she said nothing more, and so I backed out of the hut. Gwydre had found his father's company too glum, and so wanted to go back in to his mother, but I took him away and made him help me clean and resharpen Excalibur. Poor Gwydre was frightened, for he did not understand what had happened, and neither Guinevere nor Arthur was able to explain. "Your mother is very sick," I told him, "and you know that sick people sometimes have to be on their own?" I smiled at him. "Maybe you can come and live with Morwenna and Seren."
"Can I?"
"I think your mother and father will say yes," I said, "and I'd like that. Oh, now don't scrub the sword. Sharpen it. Long, smooth strokes. Like that." At midday I went to the western gate and watched for Lancelot's messenger, but none came. No one came. Lancelot's army was just shredding away like sand washed off a stone by rain. A few went south, and Lancelot rode with those men, and the swan's wings on his helmet showed bright and white as he went away. But most of the men came to the meadow at the foot of the Cair, and there they laid down their spears, their shields, and their swords, and then knelt in the grass for Arthur's mercy. "You've won, Lord," I said. "Yes, Derfel," he said, still sitting. "It looks as if I have." His new beard, so oddly grey, made him look older. Not feebler, but older and harsher. It suited him. Above his head a stir of wind lifted the banner of the bear. I sat beside him. "The Princess Guinevere," I said, watching as the enemy's army laid down their weapons and knelt below us, "begged me to ask you a favour." He said nothing. He did not even look at me. "She wants to go away," he interrupted me. "Yes, Lord." "With her sea-eagle," he said bitterly. "She did not say that, Lord." "Where else would she go?" he asked, then turned his cold eyes on me. Did he ask for her?
No, Lord. He said nothing. Arthur laughed at that, but it was a cruel laugh.
Poor Guinevere, he said. Poor Guinevere. He doesn't love her, does he? She was just something beautiful for him. Another mirror in which to stare at his own beauty. Oh, that must hurt her, Derfel. That must hurt her.
She begs you to free her, I persevered, as I had promised I would. She will leave Gwydra to you. She will go—
She can make no conditions, Arthur said angrily. None.
No, Lord, I said. I had done my best for her, and I had failed.
She will stay in Dumnonia, Arthur decreed.
Yes, Lord.
And you will stay here too, he ordered me harshly. Mordred might release you from his oath, but I do not. You are my man, Derfel. You are my counselor, and you will stay here with me. From this day on, you are my champion.
I turned to look at where the newly cleaned and sharpened sword lay on the royal stone. Am I still a king's champion, Lord? I asked.
We already have a king, he said, and I will not break that oath. But I will rule this country. No one else, Derfel. Just me.
I thought of the bridge at Pontus, where we had crossed the river before fighting Ael. If you won't be king, Lord, I said, then you shall be our emperor. You shall be a lord of kings.
He smiled. It was the first smile I had seen on his face since Nimue had swept aside the black curtain in the Sea Palace.
It was a wan smile, but it was there. Nor did he refuse my title. The Emperor Arthur, Lord of Kings. Lancelot was gone, and what had been his army now knelt to us in terror. Their banners were fallen, their spears were grounded, and their shields lay flat. The madness had swept across Dumnonia like a thunderstorm, but it had passed, and Arthur had won. And below us, under a high summer sun, a whole army knelt for his mercy. It was what Guinevere had once dreamed of. It was Dumnonia at Arthur's feet with his sword on its royal stone. But it was too late now. Too late for her. But for us, who had kept our oaths, it was what we had always wanted. For now, in all but name, Arthur was king. That was Enemy of God by Bernard Cornwell. Narrated by Jonathan Keeble.
Thank you for listening to this HarperCollins audiobook. This title was recorded and produced by Greenbank Studios.